Hello everyone, and you are about to start a new journey as a self-learner. And we know that it's tough to stay motivated as self-learner. It's not easy balancing everything on your own while trying to tackle challenging courses. But here's the good news, you are not alone anymore. You have an entire community here to support you every step of the way. To help you stay focused, finish what you have started, and achieve your goals, we are introducing new community practices to keep us all on the track. Now here I'm not trying to sell you anything. This is free for all Udemy students and our AppMillers website members. Now to be able to join our community, all you have to do is you just need to go to appmillers.com and there you are selecting the community. Now when you select the community, you will see that it costs $99, but as I mentioned, you can get this for free. All you have to do is you just need to click on buy, then provide the coupon over here. Now for this course, the coupon is going to be app_millers, then you select apply, you will see that it's going to become 0. So after registering to the community, it's going to open something like this. Now this is a completely new community, so based on the requirements from the students, I have kept our community in two places, so both of them are active. So one of them is on our Discord channel, another one is on our website. So to be able to access the Discord community, you can use this link over here, which is going to be here forever. So this is not expiring. So you can just select this community and it's going to open the community like this. Now some people prefer to use it on website, others prefer to use it on Discord. So which version you are using or asking the question, all of them will be answered. Now on the right you will see that we have the channels. Now similarly on Discord also you will see that we have the channels. So whenever you join the Discord channel, it's going to open this window over here and we will have the channels on the left. In case some channels are missing over here, all you have to do is you just need to select the browse and select all channels over here. But by default, it has to show, but sometimes it might be possible that it is disappearing over here. So we have the announcements channels over here where we are putting the announcements, and we have the rules channels. So you should read the rules before continuing to further. Now, when you open the server, you will see that it's going to ask you a few things to do. So here, to be able to get most out of these courses and the community, first we have the introduction channel over here where we are introducing ourselves. So you can start by telling who you are and what course are you taking and when you plan to finish it. Because if you set a goal and mark it on your calendar and share it into the channel, goals become real. And when you write Goals become real when you write them down, so it will keep you on track. Now the second thing that you can do, you can find the learning body. Similarly, we have these channels on our websites as well, so it doesn't matter which version you are using. As I mentioned, both of them will be answered. So the next channel is finding the learning body. So here you can connect with someone who is on similar path. You will keep each other motivated and check in regularly and celebrate the wins, big or small. And use this learning body channel to find your match. So as I mentioned, I have created these channels recently, so that's why we still don't have some posts over here. And the next thing that you need to do, you need to get involved in the course channels. So which course you are taking, you can join that channel and get involved with other people and ask questions over here. So whatever you ask in this community, all questions will be answered. So this will increase the success in our learning journey. And we know that this journey is not easy, but that's what makes it worthwhile. You are building the skills that will change your future, and we are here to help you get there. When things get tough, remember, the hardest climbs lead to the best views. So leave the community platform open while you are learning. Stay connected, ask for help, and most importantly, keep showing up. You are already taking the hardest step by starting. Let's finish strong together. So the next thing that you will do, introduce yourself, find the learning buddy, and jump into the conversations today. Let's make this the most supportive and motivated space to learn and grow. Alright, in this very first lecture, we are going to talk about code editor. Now, a code editor is a tool that allows us to write, edit, and manage the code for programming. Think of this as a special notebook where we write instructions for computer to follow. Unlike regular text editors like Notepad, code editors are built to make coding easier and faster by providing features such as syntax highlighting, auto-completion, and debugging tools. So syntax highlighting adds the color to your code so you can easily identify the different parts like keywords, variables, or errors. And auto-completion suggests the rest of the command or the code structure as you type, and debugging tools helps you find and fix the errors in your code. So I'm not going to go to the details of this. Here I'll just show you which coding editor that we are going to use in this course. Just keep in mind that the code editor is a tool that we are going to write our programs in it. Now, when we are recording these lectures, we have used the Replit as a code editor. So if you go to the Google and search for Replit, it's going to open the replit.com. Now, by the time when we were recording these lectures, Replit was free. Now they are charging the students. That's why we decided to move the code from Replit to the free code editors. So in the lectures, you will see the recorded videos are in Replit, but it is same as the one that I'm going to show you over here. So you don't need to go to the Replit. You can just go ahead and download the Visual Studio Code, which is free, simple, and fast coding editor. And it works on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Now take into account that when we are using the other code editors, we have to install the Python. Now for Mac OS, Python comes by default, but for Windows, you need to download the Python and install it. So to be able to do that, all you have to do is you just need to search on Google, download Python. So the first link will come from python.org. So you can select the Python version and download it. So in my operating system is Mac OS. That's why it's showing over here, Mac OS. In your case, it's Windows. It's going to show Windows over here. If it is not showing, you can select the from here and download and install it. So the installation of Python is a pretty straightforward. So it is same as any application that you are installing on your Windows machine or Mac OS. So in our case, I have already installed. I'm not going to go to the details. Then the next thing that we will do, we are going to go ahead and install the Visual Studio Code. So to be able to download the Visual Studio Code, all you have to do is you just need to search on Google, download Visual Studio Code. So then you are going to select the first link. So after selecting this, it's going to give us the options, so which one you want to select. So if yours is Mac OS, you can select the Mac, Windows, or Linux. So which operating system that you are using, you are just going to download it and install it. So there is no additional steps over here. This is a straightforward installing any application on your computer. You just need to download the install file and click on that and install it. Then after installation, all you have to do is you just need to install the extension, which is going to be in the extension menu. Then after opening this, you just need to select the Python, and it's going to show a bunch of options over here. You just need to select the first one and install it. So in my case, it's already installed. So that's why the install button is not showing over here, but in your case, it's going to show the install button. All you have to do is install it. So if you have any difficulties with installing the Python and Visual Studio Code, put the question in our community channel which is related to this course, and I will help you. So the next thing that we will do, we are just going to go ahead and download the codes of this course to our local machine. So to be able to do that, all you have to do is you can just download the zip file from the resource section of this lecture, or you can just head over to the link that I've provided in the resource section and download the zip file from there. So if you open the link, it's going to open the link from my GitHub repository. So here you can just go ahead and download the zip file like this. Now after download, all you have to do is you just need to unzip this. So after unzip, you will see that we have the codes over here. Then the next thing that you will do, you're just going to go ahead and open that folder from the Visual Studio Code. So you can select the open folder, or if it is not appearing over here, you can just select from file and open folder. So in our case, I have extracted over here. All I have to do is I'm just going to select the folder and open it. So you will see that it's going to open the all files like this. So we have the sections and as a folder, then each section we have the lectures, and in each lecture we have the files like this. So for example, for the first file, we don't have any code. So you will follow along me in the lectures and write your codes over here. So we have the other files in all folders. So for example, for this one, you have a readme file as well. So you just need to preview this one like this. You see that we have the coding exercise, and this is the instruction for the coding exercise, and here we have the solution for that one. So this is the first thing that you must do before continuing to the course, because all codes will be over here and you will follow along me. Now, before starting to the next section, I want to show you how the first line of the code in Python looks like. So here inside our project, all you have to do is you just need to create a new file. So I'm going to name this new file first.py. So you have to put the py, which is going to be the Python file. So inside this one, the first thing that we will do, let's say just use the print statement to print out the result to the console. So in this case, let's say as a first code, we are just going to write hello world. Then all you have to do is click from file and save, then run our code. You will see that in this case, it's printing out saying that hello world. So everything works without any issue. Now let's head over to the next section to start our journey.
In this lecture, we will start to learn very basic concepts of programming, which are values and types. As we have in human language numbers and characters, in programming language we have values which have different types. A value is one of the basic things a program works with, like a number or a letter. As you remember in our previous lecture, we have printed out hello world to the console. So here, hello world is a value, and the type of this value is string. So this piece of text over here in programming language known as string. A string is a sequence of characters. A character is simply a symbol. For example, in the English we have 26 characters. Computers do not deal with the characters. As you remember, I have mentioned in our previous lectures that computers understand the code in binary format. So they don't deal with the characters, they deal with the numbers. Even though you may see the characters on your screen, internally it's stored and manipulated as a combination of zeros and ones. So from this table you can see that for any given letter we have binary code for it. So this conversion from a character to a number is called encoding, and the reverse of this operation is decoding. ASCII and Unicode are the some popular encodings used. In Python, a string is a sequence of Unicode characters. So Unicode was introduced to include every character in all languages and bring uniformity in encoding. Now these terms might be strange to you when you hear them for the first time. For now, you don't need to worry about them. When you become a professional developer, you'll get to use them. Here, I just want to give you a brief explanation of them, and you just need to know that the computer understands the code in binary format, not in characters. So the combination of these characters is known as string. So as I mentioned before, strings can be created by enclosing characters inside a single quote or double quote. Now, let's see how can we create a string in Python. So here, for example, if I print out anything inside the double quotes, for example, if I put over here hello and print out these values, so the type of this value over here known as string. So we can print out strings inside double quotes, inside single quotes. So for example, if I put single quote over here, it's not going to be a difference. It will be also recognized as a string. The reason that we are using the double quote, for example, if you want to print out single quote over here, hello with the single quote, you just need to put double quote over here and at the end double quote over here and double quote over here. Now if you run it, you see that it's printing out hello with single quote. That's why we need double quotes. Now sometimes people use triple quotes in Python. Triple quotes is something like this. So we are putting 3 triple quote over here and over here. Now you see that when we put this and run our code, you see that nothing is changing. So it's bringing out the same result. The reason that we are using triple quote over here, for example, if I put enter over here and write world over here, you see that our code will work perfectly. So it's working hello world at the below this line over here. So that's why if you have new line characters in your strings, you can put triple quote over here. This is used especially when you are using XML coding inside Python files. So we will use them in our advanced lectures. Here I just want to mention that if there is a new lines in your strings, you can use triple quotes. Now there are many operations can be performed on strings, and we'll talk about them in our upcoming lectures. Now here you just need to know the basic concept. Now the question is, if you want to deal with numbers as a number that we use in our daily lives, we have to declare our value as a number. So the most common value type that we will use for numbers is called integers. So I'll put over here integers. Integers basically are the numbers, but in programming lingo, we are using integer for the numbers. So these are the numbers without any decimal places. So in order to declare or create integer type, all we have to do is we just write a number without anything else. So here 12 is integer, 11 is integer. We can even use print function to print out these numbers over here. So if I use print function and run our code, you see that it's going to print out 12 over here. So Python recognizes this character as a number. So you just need to be careful about this, that here we are not putting any quotation mark over here, double quote or single quote. We are just putting the number itself so that Python recognizes it as a number. You might be interested that what is the difference between the putting double quotation over here or not putting, because in Python, if you want to perform any mathematical operation on these numbers, you cannot do it while they are string. They have to be number to perform this operation. For example, if I put over here plus 10, you will see that it will work as a mathematical operation, and we will talk about these mathematical operations in our upcoming lectures. Here I just want to make sure that you understand this, why we need to declare integers. So integers needs to be declared to perform any mathematical operation on the numbers. But here, for example, if I put 12 inside double quotation and run this, you'll see that it's printing out 12 as a string. But here you cannot notice it, but here I'm sure that this is type of string. Now in many countries, when you write a large number, people put commas between numbers. So for example, when you write 1 billion, people are putting the commas between the thousands, but this number is not a legal integer number in Python. For example, if we try to print out this number to the console, print to console, and let me just delete this one from here and run our code, you see that it prints out 1 as a 100 and there is a space between these zeros. So here the interesting moment is that this is the first time you are seeing a logic error. So the code runs without producing an error, but it does not produce the right thing. Basically, we are saying that to print out 1 million, but it's printing out 100 over here. So this is the type of logical error. Now the question is there any way to write the numbers in Python for more readability, like we do in our daily lives like this? So instead of commas, we have another character which replaces commas in this case. For example, instead of commas, if I put underscore and underscore over here, you will see that our code works perfect. So if I run it, you see that it prints out by ignoring these underscores over here. So in your code, if you have larger number, you can put underscore, and you just need to keep in mind that the Python will ignore the underscores over here. This is just for making our codes more readable. So these whole numbers, no matter if they are positive or negative, are called integers in programming. Now the question is if we have a decimal place in our numbers. So for that we cannot use integers. We have another type which is called float. So this is a short form of floating point number. For example, if you have a number pi, which is we know that the value for the number pi is 3.14, 15, and 9. So this is now float number in Python because it has decimal place over here. So let me just run our code to see that if it is printing out over here. So you see that it's printing out floating number over here. So for the numbers that we have decimal places, we are using the number type, which is float. Now the last type of value type is called Boolean. It's written like this. So this is very simple because it only has two possible values, which are true and false. So these are the two values for Boolean values. Note that these values begin with the capital letter. In some programming language, it doesn't matter, but in Python, it matters that you have to write these ones in capital letters with T and with F. And they don't have any quotation marks around them. And this makes them different from the strings. Even though this is very simple type, actually this type is going to be used a lot in our programs. So to test if something is true or not. Another cool feature of Python is that if you don't know the value of the type, you can use type function and the interpreter can tell you which type of the data is this. Now here we have a function of type, so it's written like this, type and continued with the brackets. So this function returns the type of any value that we put inside these brackets over here. But to print out this one to the console, we just need to write this function inside print function. So if we call this one inside print function and put anything over here, let me just put the brackets over here. So if I put any value inside this type function, it will print out the type into the console. For example, if I put 12 over here and run our code, you see that it will print out saying that this is integer. So the short form of integer is int. Now, you can directly use this function inside console over here. For example, if I put type and inside parentheses I'll put 1, so you see that it's going to return int. So let's try another one. So if I put, for example, inside double quote 1 and run this function, you see that inside double quotation the number is type of string, so the short form of string is str. So for example, let's try another one. So here I will put true and run our code. You'll see that it's going to return bool. So this is the short form of boolean. So in the future there will be a times that the objects are created and you don't know the type of object because you have a lot of classes inside each other. So if you want to know the type of object, you can just call it inside type function. So you just need to keep in mind that this type function return the type of value that we put inside these brackets over here. So inside console we can use it straight away, but when you write it separately and see the output result, you just need to put it inside print function to see the output. Now with this here we have also learned that inside print function we can call another function as well to see the output. Before we were calling this print function for only strings or numbers, but here you see that we can call another function inside print function and this will return the result type that we get inside function. So this is another cool feature of the print function, that we can see the outputs in our console. So with this we have completed our lecture. So in this lecture we have learned what are values and what are the basic types of the values. So hopefully everything is clear. Alright, in the last lecture we have learned what's a value and we have learned different types of values. Now in this lecture we will learn one of the most powerful features of programming language, which is called variable. A variable is a name that refers to a value. Basically, we are giving a name to a value for future use in our program. So from here you see that we have given a name to a 1, so 1 can be referred in the future by calling its name over here. So the name of 1 in this case is A. Now for example, let's say we have a phone book and we have just written down the numbers of people, and the next time you look at this phone book over here, there is no way to know whose number is these numbers. So in a sense it's same thing with computers. Even though we have inputted the piece of data, there is no way for us to be able to refer the inputted data unless we give it a name. So in our phone book we might say that this particular number is belong to Elshad and this particular number belong to Eddie. So in the future when we are looking at our phone book, we can easily identify whose number is this by looking at their names. So in programming we are calling these names variables. In our code we could write something like this. So in this case you see that the name of variable is Eddie and the value that we are assigning to this variable is this number after the equal sign. So we are writing the variable name equals to the value that we want to assign to this variable. So writing the name equals to the value is called assignment statements, which creates a new variable and give them values. Now here I want to make sure that this equal sign over here is not same as the equal sign that we get used to in math. This is assignment statement, which means that it assigns this value to this variable over here. So for in the future when we call this variable, it will give us this value over here. So in Python, mathematical equal sign is different than the assignment sign. So in our upcoming lectures we will talk about this in depth. Now let's see how can we create these variables in practice. Here I've opened my editor over here from Replit. So I can create, for example, first variable like this. So the name of variable was Eddie and the number, for example, I can put any number over here. So whenever I refer to Eddie, it's going to give me this value over here. For example, we have learned from previous lectures that we can use print statement. So before we were printing out straight away this value. Now if I print out Eddie, you'll see that it prints out this value over here. Now let's create a few more variables over here. For example, message, I can put something like this, I'm learning Python, or we can create another variable n, which for example 17, or pi, which is equal to 3.14159, something like this. So these are the examples of assignments or variables. So in the first we are assigning integer to Eddie. In the second variable we are assigning a string type of value to message. Then in the third line we are assigning integer type of value to n, and in the fourth line we are assigning floating number to the pi. Now in the future whenever we need these values, we don't need to write their values, we can just refer to their names. For example, if you want to calculate some equations using pi, you are just assigning it to over here and using it many times in your program. So I can print out, for example, pi. You'll see that it's printing out the pi's value over here. So it's printing out the pi's value. So as I mentioned, this means that in the future, if we need this piece of data, we just refer their names over here. And these names are called variables. Now from here, as the name variable suggests, it is something that can be changed or varied. So for example, let me just put something like this here. For example, I'm creating the variable of name. For example, I will assign it Ershad, and I'll just print out this. So if I run our code, you see that it prints to the console Ershad because I'm referring the data by its name, variable name. Now, for example, later on, I decided to give this variable a different piece of data to hold. Let's say, for example, I will put name equals to Eddie. And then after assigning it, I want to print out one more time name. So what do you think these lines will print? Now, if we run this code, we see that both names get printed to the console. So at this point, when we call print first, the name was holding the value of Ershad. But in the line of 3, we have assigned new value to the name. And when we are printing out this, it was holding the value of Eddie. So that's why in the first print statement, it prints out Ershad. And in the second print statement, it prints out Eddie because before printing out this variable, I have assigned new value to it. So after this assignment, whenever you refer to name, it's going to print out Eddie. So for example, if I put one more time print over here, you'll see that it prints out Eddie twice. So this means that the variable keeps the last value that we assigned to it. And this way of writing the code makes our code a lot easier, and you will see it in our upcoming lectures. So all in all, we can say that variables are used to store information to be referenced and manipulated in the computer program. They also provide a way of labeling data with a descriptive name. So by giving the descriptive name, we can identify the variables easily. So it's helpful to think of variables as containers that hold information. Their sole purpose is to label, store data in the memory. This data then can be used throughout our program. Now, when it comes to the naming of the variable, we have to be very careful to prevent syntax errors. So programmers generally use the names for their variables that are meaningful, and they are documenting that variable, mentioning that what variable is used for. The name of variables can contain letters and numbers, but we cannot start the name of a variable with the number. For example, if I create a new variable from here with the starting with number, and for example, I put first name like this, and assign it to Ershad and try to run our code, you see that it gives us syntax error. So this means that we cannot start the variable's name with the number. So it's legal to use the uppercase letters, but it's a good idea to begin the variable's name with the lowercase. And we can use underscore in our variables. For example, you can write something like this: my underscore name is Ershad. So we are just printing out my name. You will see that everything works smoothly. So if I run our code, you see that everything works alright. So whenever you want to declare a variable in which you have multiple words, so you can use underscore between them. But some programmers prefer to use camel case style in their code. I also personally prefer that style because it's more readable for me. In camel case style, we are just starting the name with lowercase. Then when you have the second word, you are putting it like this with the capital letter. So my name is become like this. So it looks like some kind of camel. So that's why they put the name of camel case. So then whenever you print out this name, it will work right. So you see that everything works fine. For example, if you have another variable like this, for example, my second name, so it's going to be like this. So you can declare your variable in camel case style like this. So here you need to keep in mind that if you give a variable an illegal name, you will get syntax error. So one of the illegal names is you cannot start variable name with number. Another, you cannot use characters like, for example, @ character. For example, name, I put name @ over here. You'll see that it gives us syntax error because you see that we cannot use @ sign over here. Or if you use the keywords that we explained in our previous lecture as a variable name, then it gives you a syntax error as well. So these are the 35 keywords that we have for Python. So it's highly recommended not to use these keywords as a variable name. For example, if I put over here one of these, for example, class, like this, and run our code, you'll see that it gives us syntax error because the class is the reserved word for Python. So we cannot use reserved words as variable name. For example, there might be situations you are getting error and you are checking everything and you see that everything seems alright, but you don't know the reason of the error. So if the syntax error is something like this, so I advise you to check that if the name that you have created is in the reserved list of the Python. Because when you are starting programming, initially, maybe many people use reserved words as variable names, so that's why they get confused about it and get many syntax error. But after some time, they get used to it and they are avoiding using reserved words as a variable name. So this is all for this lecture. So in this lecture, I have explained you everything about variables. So hopefully everything is clear about variables. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this lecture, we are going to talk about operators in Python. So what are operators? So these are special symbols that represent computations like addition, multiplication, or some other mathematical operation. Basically in Python, we can use plus sign for addition, minus sign for subtraction, an asterisk sign for multiplication, and forward slash for division. So for example, in Python, if you want to add two numbers together, you can write 1 plus 1 like this. So if I just print out the result of this 1 plus 1, you will see that it's adding 1 by 1 and returning the result. So if I run our code, you see that it's going to return 2 over here. Now, plus sign is used for addition in Python. So this sign is same as the sign that we have in mathematics. So by plus, we are adding two numbers together. Now, what if we want to subtract two numbers in Python? So for example, if I write something like this, we are using minus sign for subtraction. So if I run it, you see that the result will be 1. So 2 minus 1 is 1. Now when it comes to multiplication, here instead of using x for multiplication, we are using asterisk sign. So if I put 2 multiply 2 and run it, you will see that we are getting 4 over here. But when it comes to division, we are using forward slash. So in case of division, we are using forward slash over here. So if I run it, you see that the result will be 2. Now one thing to note over here that whenever you are dividing the numbers, you always end up with the floating point number. So here you can see that we have a floating point number over here. So after 2, we have 0.0. Even though 4 can be divided by 2 clearly, but we have a floating number over here. So this is how the Python works. So you need to take into account that the result always after division will be floating. But sometimes you want to get integer number from division. So you can put 2 forward slash over here, which is called float division, and get 2 over here. But you have to be very careful over here because this is only returning the quotient. So for example, if I put 5 over here, you will see that this time also it's returning 2 because the quotient from the division of 5 by 2 is 2. So that's why we are getting 2. So you have to be very careful about this. So if the number is directly divided by a given number without any remainder, you can use float division for getting the integer number. Or in the future, we'll talk about some other ways which are converting the floating number to integer. For now, you need to take into account that float division, which is 2 forward slash over here, returns only the quotient. Another operator which is really useful is 2 asterisk sign. So if I put, for example, over here 2 asterisk sign, what will happen? So this is built-in exponent operator in Python. So when you want to raise the number to the power of any other number, you can use 2 asterisk over here. For example, if I run this code now, you will see that we get 25 because 5 multiplied 5 is 25. So by writing 2 asterisks, we can raise the number to the power of given second number. So having the exponent being built in the language is one of the reasons why Python is really loved by a lot of scientists and mathematicians, because it's really optimized towards manipulating and handling numbers. Now, one of the things you have to be very careful about when you are doing these mathematical operations is that when you have more than one operation on the same line of code, then there is a certain level of priority. So some operations like division and multiplications are going to be first class, whereas others like plus and minus are the second class. So the rule that you might have remembered from high school is called PEMDAS. So many of you might remember this rule, which is called PEMDAS. So by using this PEMDAS rule, we can identify the priority of the operations in Python. as we have in mathematics. So here P stands for parentheses, E stands for exponents, M stands for multiplication, D stands for division, and A for addition, and S for subtraction. But here I want to make sure that multiplication and division are equally important. So when it comes to your calculation, the calculation that is most to the left is one that will be prioritized between the multiplication and division. So let me give you a real example to make this more clear. So let's say we have a line of code multiplication like this. So 2 multiply with 2 and plus 2 divided by 2 and minus 1. Now if I execute this line of code and print out the result to the console, what will be the result? In which order computer will solve this problem? So is it going to start from left to right, or it will prioritize some operations over here? So based on this rule, which shows the priority of the operations over here, so we are starting from parentheses, exponent, then multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. Based on this rule, we can solve this. So here, I want you to pause the video and think about the result. So you can calculate it based on PEMDAS rule over here. Now hopefully you have found the result, but if you have not found it, let's find it together. So using our PEMDAS rule, we can see that the first thing that we need to do is what is in the parentheses. So in our case, we don't have parentheses, so we are ignoring this first part. Then we are continuing to the exponent. So you see that we don't have any exponent over here. So this means that we will ignore this part also. Then the next part is multiplication. So when we have multiplication and division, we are starting from the leftmost side. So in this case, we have multiplication, so which means that 2 multiplied with 2 will be 4. Then plus, we are going to calculate this part. So 2 divided by 2 is 1. Then minus 2. We have finished this part also. Then we are continuing to do addition and subtraction. So when we have addition and subtraction, we'll just start from left to right. So 4 plus 1 minus 2 is going to be 3. So our result will be 3. Now if we run our code over here, I'll just call print function to print out this result to the console to see that if we get the right result. You see that we have got the 3. Now here also you see that the result comes with the 3.0, which is floating number because we have division over here. So when you have division, you need to take into account that the result will be floating number. Now here I have shown you the order of operators using PEMDAS rule. Now it's a good time to introduce a new code editor, which is very great, especially for beginners. So the name of editor is Tony. Now you might be interested why we are introducing it now, because it's very great for beginners and it helps you to understand in which order the computer executes our code. So by using debug functionality of that editor, the order of calculations in this equation will be very clear. Now here I want you to go to the website which is called Tony, and from this website you can download Python IDE for beginners. So it's available for Mac, Windows, and for Linux. So whichever operating system you are using, download it and then come back to our lecture. And after installation, if I just copy this code and pass it to Tony, now you see that after running it, we have got the same result, 3.0. Now here, there's a functionality called debugging. So if you click on this bug button over here, which shows the debug current script, and debugging is enabled for this code over here. Now the button that we are going to use is step into, so which shows the order of the execution of our code. Now if I click on this, you see that it's going to execute this print statement over here. Now it says that the print statement will be executed. Now if I click one more time, it takes the expression that we have in the print statement. Now in the next step, you see that it's checking for multiplication and division. So you see that it highlighted multiplication and division. Now if I click one more time, it's taking the one which is located on the left, so which is multiplication. So by clicking one more time, you see that it's going to be calculated. So it's identifying the numbers as a integer or floating, then it's calculating this number. So in the next step, you see that it's calculated 2 multiplied 2, which is 4. Then it will continue to the next order. So in the next order, we know that we have to calculate division. So when I click it to the next, you see that it's identifying the numbers. So we have 2 divided by 2. So it's going to calculate it, and which is 1.0. So as we said before, when you use division in Python, it's returning the floating number. Then it's going to sum up these numbers. So it's identifying it and summing up. You see that we are getting 5.0 because 4 plus 1.0 is 5.0. Then it's going to identify this number and calculate this expression. You see that after calculation, our code becomes 3.0. So it's going to print out this to the console. So this functionality of this editor is very useful for especially beginners, because by debugging you can identify in which order our computer executes our code. So here you see that Python uses Painless rule. Now let's go back to our Replit. So as I mentioned before, the reason why I'm using Replit code editor, because it's available online, so it doesn't matter where are you. If you have internet connection, you can access it and have your projects online ready. That's why for now I advise you to use Replit editor. So as you remember, we said that by using floor division, we can get quotient of division, which means that, for example, if I'm going to print out the result, if I divide 4 by 3 with floor division, which is 2 /, and run our code, you see that we are going to get 1. Now there might be situations you want to get the remainder from this expression over here. So in this case, we are going to use another operator which is called modulus, and this is signed with a % sign. So if I just copy this one and pass it over here and put % over here, you will see that both of them return 1, because when we divide the 4 by 3, the quotient is 1 and the remainder is 1. Let me take another number which will give a different result. In this case, if I divide 11 by 3, you know that when we dividing 11 by 3, we are getting 3 and the remainder is 2. So you see that in the first expression, it's returning 3, and in the second one, it is returning 2. So now this operator, the modulus operator, is surprisingly useful. For example, there might be situations that you want to check whether one number is divisible by another. So if the result from the modulus operator is 0, it means that the first number is divisible by second number. For example, if I put over here 2, which is 12, and I'm going to delete this part, and run our code, you see that it's going to return 0. So this means that by calling modulus operator, we can identify if any number is divisible by the second number or not. So if it is 0, it means that it is divisible. And there might be other situations that, for example, you want to extract the digits of the number. So here, for example, if I put instead of 310, you see that it's going to extract the second number from this two-digit number. So, for example, in two-digit number, if you want to extract both digits, you can put 100 over here and run it. So these are the mathematical operations. I'm just explaining it, which might be useful for you in the future. So, for example, if I put like this 120, the modulus 100, you see that it's going to give us the last two digits. By using modulus operator, it's very easy to extract the digits from the numbers. So by dividing by 10 or by dividing by 100 or by dividing by 1000, you can get how many digits that you want from here. So the interesting moment is if you divide it, for example, by 10, in 10 we have 1 0, so it's going to give us only one digit. So in 100 we have 2 0, it's going to give us only last two digits. In 1000 we have 3 0, it's going to give us only last 3 digits. So based on the number of zeros, so we can extract the number of digits that's located in the number. So this modulus operation is very useful when you are doing mathematical operations. Now in this lecture we have learned these operations over here. Now you might be interested that can we use these operators for other value types? So it's obvious that we can use them for floating numbers and for integers, but we have another data types which are string and boolean. Now in case of string, we can use some of these operators. For example, so we can use plus operator in strings and multiplication, which is asterisk operator in strings. So if I put over here hello plus Elshad and run our code, you see that it's adding these two strings together. So which means that in Python we are calling it concatenating. So if you want to concatenate two strings, you are just using the plus sign over here. So plus sign is used in Python for strings to concatenate them together. So as I said, we can use multiplication operator for strings, but in this case one of the value must be the integer. For example, I cannot put two string over here and put asterisk over here and run it, because in this case it's going to give us error. You see that we have error. So the error says that we cannot multiply two strings together. But instead of, for example, hello over here, if I put 3, which is an integer, and run our code, you see that it's going to print out Elshad 3 times. So it's concatenating Elshad 3 times. 3 Elshad, Elshad, and I Elshad over here. Now by using multiplication with string and integers, we can print out the strings, how many times that we want to print out to the console. So if I put over here 4, it's going to print out 4. So if I put, for example, something like this, to space over here to make space between them. So now you see that we have space between them. So this is how it works. Now you might be noticed that while we are working with operators, the most common word that we are using is expression. Now, what's expression? An expression is a combination of values, variables, and operators in Python. A value itself can be considered as expression, and a variable, for example, if I create variable over here name like Irshad, this can be expressed as an expression. Or if I put, for example, 4 multiply Irshad over here, instead of Irshad I'm going to put name. So this is also another expression. So the combination of values, variables, and operators is called expression in Python. So as a beginner, you need to know whenever someone asks expression in Python, so everything relates to variables, operators, and values are called expressions. So with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have explained different types of operators in Python, and hopefully everything is clear about them. Now in this lecture, we will talk how can we input data to our program. So for now, we have seen the print function, which prints the output to the console for the user. But sometimes we would like to take the value for a variable from the user via their keyboard. For these purposes, Python provides a built-in function called input. So this function gets input from the keyboard. So we have learned that if we want to ask a user's name, we are just printing out username. Now if we run this code, now you see that what's your name is printed out in the console. But there is no way for the user to be able to insert data over here, which will be used in our program. So in order to do that, instead of using print function, we are going to use different function, which is called input function. Now here, instead of print, if I put input, you might notice that while I am typing, Code Intelligence gives me some suggestion because it thinks that I might need input function over here. Now if I double click on it, it's bringing this one over here. So this is what print function looks like. So this is the name of the function, and followed by parentheses, and inside parentheses we need to write prompt that I'm going to give to the user. Now if I run this code, you will see that it also says what's your name, and in this case the cursor will stay at the end of this line because it's expecting some sort of input. Now you need to keep in mind that whenever we call input function, the program stops and waits for the user to type something. When the user press hit or enter, the program resumes and input the returns what the user typed over here. Now if I type here, for example, Irshad, my name is Irshad, and hit enter, you will see that our program stopped. So my name passed back into my code. Now it replaced this part of code in our program. Now you might notice that this code with the print function looks like similar. But for example, if I run print function, you will see that our code stops directly. So how do we know that? We know it from this orange arrow. So if the orange arrow appears over here, it means that our program stopped, our program executed everything. If it is not, it means that it's waiting for our action. So if I put input over here and run our code, you will see that we don't see that orange arrow over here. So as soon as we type the name and hit enter, that orange arrow appears over here. It means that our program stopped work. So we have inserted this piece of data to our program. Now the input function looks like identical to print function, but instead of word print, we have input over here, then we have parentheses, then inside parentheses, we need to write our prompt. So we are adding this prompt for the user to give them a hint as what kind of data we want. And when we run it, it will print out the prompt, and there will be a cursor at the end of this prompt over here. In some code editors, you will see that this cursor is flashing. In some of them, you will see just a white cursor over there. So when you type the information and hit enter, it will disappear and our program will use that data inside the program. Now here, the question is, what can we do with this data? So we can use this information inside our code. So as you remember, we have mentioned that when we put any data to the response of this input over here, this data replaces this information over here. So in this case, I have put Irshad over here. So this means that, this expression over here gets replaced in our code with the name of Irshad. So let's see how this is working. For example, if I put print function over here, and inside print function, if I put hello plus this expression over here. So this means that this will get replaced the value that imported in our console. So if I run our code, you see that it asks me what's your name. So if I put over here Elshad, it's printing out hello Elshad over here. Now in the previous lecture we have learned that so if we use plus sign between the strings, it's just concatenating them. So to add space over here, I'm just going to put space here and run our code and put my name over here. You will see that it returns hello Elshad. So basically what we have done over here is we have called print function, and inside print function we have called input function, which is nested function in this case. So whenever we run this code, first this part of code is executed. So it's asking you what's your name. Then when we put Elshad over here, this expression gets replaced with my name. Then it's printing out hello Elshad over here. Now you might have difficulty to understand this line of code over here at this stage. So if you have difficulties, it's good time to recommend you a new code editor which is for beginners. So here I want you to head over to the Tony.org website so you can download for Mac or for Windows or for Linux. This is completely free, but it is very useful for beginners. So once you have installed the application, you can go ahead and pass your line of code over here. Now here in Tony we have a great feature which is called debug the current script. Now if you click this debug button, you'll see that these buttons becomes available. Now here we are going to use step into button. Now what this button is doing is it shows us how Python executes this line of code over here. Now if I click on this, you see that it takes this line of code over here and says that it's going to execute this line of code. Now if I click one more time, it shows that the print function will be executed and it's checking the expression inside print function. Now if I click one more time, you see that it checks first hello, so it's going to convert it to string. Then it's going to check input function over here. So this is the expression that's going to check. So it needs to understand it and checks the prompt inside input function. Then if I click one more time, it's converting this one into string. So it's identifying that this is string. Then it's going to execute input function over here. Now if I click one more time, you see that what's your name is printed out over here and our buttons become disabled because it's waiting for our action. Now if I put my name over here, Elshad, and hit enter, you see that this expression over here get replaced with my name. So it shows exactly how it is executing. So it's replacing that expression with the value that inputted from here. So in our case, I have inputted Elshad. So that's why it's showing Elshad over here. Now if I click one more time, it's going to concatenate these values. So you see that they are concatenated because we have used plus sign over here. Now after concatenation, it's going to print out this expression. So you see that hello Elshad is printed out to the console. So by using Tony editor, we can easily debug our code and see how the code editor executes this line of code. Now you might be interested why we are not using Tony code editor in our course. So I'm using Replit because it's accessible from anywhere in the internet. So if you have internet access, you can access it from anywhere, so you don't need to take your laptops with you. That's why for our course, I prefer to use Replit editors. Now, in the future, we are going to use different editors. So as our course progresses, I'm going to show you different types of editors. So in this way, you will have enough knowledge about different types of editors. And then you will identify difference between them and you will choose the one which is the best for you. Now, hopefully you have understood how input function works. Now, if you use input function with the variables, this makes our code more readable. So for example, if I create name variable over here like this and assign it to the input expression that we have over here, and then by using variable, I can put it over here. And in this case, if I run our code and put my name over here and hit enter, you'll see that it's printing out hello Elshad one more time. Basically, what we are doing over here is we are creating a variable over here and then we are assigning a value that comes from the console. So in this case, from console, we have Elshad over here. Then we are printing out this variable with the hello name. So by using variable, you can take an information from the console and save it to the variable and use it in the future. So in this case, using input function with the variables is very useful. If I run our code one more time, here you might notice that whenever we run input function, our cursor remains after the prompt. So if you want to make the cursor flash in a new line, so in this case, we need to use backslash with n. So if I put, for example, over here, backslash with n, run our code one more time, now you see that the cursor moves to the new line. So basically, backslash n at the end represents a new line, which is a special character that uses a line break. So when we put it inside prompt in the string, so it's always showing the cursor in the new line. So in Python, we are using backslash with n whenever we need new line character. So this is used for new line character. So for example, if I print out something like this, hello backslash with n world. So in this case, backslash n is a sign of new line. So in the console, it's going to print out something like this. So hello will be in the first sentences and world will be in the second sentences. Now, if I do it in the practice, so for example, if I put backslash n over here and after hello also over here and stop and run our code, you see that it's printing, the cursor is in the new line. So if I put Elshad and hit enter, you see that hello Elshad is printed out in separate lines. So in Python, we are using this character whenever we need a new line character. So you can use it inside strings to put a new line in Python. So hopefully you have understood this new line character also. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have learned how can we pass data from the console to our program. And then we have learned how can we put a new line character in Python. So by using backslash n, we can put it. So this is all for this lecture. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this lecture, we are going to talk about Python comments. So what's a comment in Python? Basically, this kind of notes we are adding to our codes to remember things very easily. As programs get bigger and more complicated, they get more difficult to understand. So whenever we write a complex program, when we come back to our code in the future, if you have any problem, so it's very difficult to understand what is our code doing. So for those cases, Python comments is very useful. So basically, if you want to write a comment in Python, it starts with hash symbol. So this is the code that we have from the previous lecture. So here, if I want to add a comment, I'll just hit enter over here and put hash key over here. So whatever I write after hash symbol, the interpreter will ignore it, and so this part will not be executed. So this part is very useful for writing rows in formal language. For example, I can write something like this. So this name variable takes the input from the console. So I can write over here that the name variable takes name from console. So whenever we come back to our code, we can easily remember that what is the purpose of this name variable over here. So by reading the formal language from here. So if I execute our code one more time, you'll see that nothing changed in our execution. So if I put my name or Elshad, you see that nothing changed in our execution. So this means that these comments has nothing to do with the execution. It's just for people to understand what is going on in our code. So this is a very simple code, but when you write very complicated programs, comments becomes very useful. As I said, you can put comment in new line or you can put comment after the line of code. So if I put over here hash symbol, so this part will be executed. So the code that is located before hash symbol will be executed, but after hash symbol, it's not going to be executed. This part will be not executed. So if you run our code, you see that nothing is changed in our code, so everything works smoothly. So the shortcut for adding comments on Mac, it is command /. On Windows, it's control /. For example, in our code, if I have a formula which is calculating the, for example, 50% of 10, so we are multiplying 10 with 50 and divided by 100. So if I create a variable over here for this calculation, for example, a is equal to like this. So whenever in the future we come to this formula, we might not remember this. So for remembering it, we can put over here comment, which says that the calculation of 50% of 10. So we can easily remember it from over here. So this comments contains really useful information that's not in the code. So there are 3 reasons for using comments in our code. So the first reason is you can use the comments to explain the codes itself. So you can, by writing comments, we can say that what this part of code is doing. So then in the future, when we come back to our code, we can easily remember it. The other reason is we can make our code more readable. So by writing comments, the codes become more readable. So it's very easy to understand it. And the final reason might be when you are testing your code, you might want not to execute one part of code. So in this case, you can just comment that part of code and execute the program. For example, if I have a variable like this, so which is calculating the 50% of 10. So if I have another variable, for example, b is equal to 100. So for example, if I want to test my code, I want to test only a. So I'm just printing out a to see that if this is calculating. So I want to ignore this part. So if I want to ignore this part, here I'm coming to this line of code and clicking on Windows, it's Control / on Mac, Command /. So you see that automatically this part of code added into the comment. So this part will not be executed. So if I run this, you'll see that it just printed out 5 over here, which is A. So if I try to print out B, for example, you'll see that our program will give error saying that this B is not defined. So because we put B in the comment. So if I remove it from comment and run our program, you'll see that it's going to print out B. So this means that, so whenever you want to skip execution of a part of code, then in this case you can comment that part and execute other part, then you can uncomment it to make it executable. So these are the reasons we need comments in the Python. So we will use these comments in our programs in the future when our code becomes more complicated. So you just need to keep in mind that this part of code is not getting executed, and it's very useful to make our code understandable and readable. So that's all for this lecture. So see you in the next lecture. Alright, till now we have talked about Python variables. Now when it comes to naming of your variables, you can pretty much call them whatever you want. Now instead of calling name over here, I can put n over here. So when I change the variable name over here, so I need to change the printing statement over here as well. So if I run our code, you will see that everything works the way that it worked before. So if I put my name over here and hit enter, you will see that it's printing my name. So nothing is changing if I change the name of variable over here. But there's a couple of rules you should probably follow. And the most important one is we need to make our code readable. Because if you come back to your code after 6 or 12 months, this n over here will not make a lot of meaning for you. So we need to try to make sure that these variables make sense. And to make our variables more understandable, we can even use multiple naming in our variable names. So for example, if you want to put instead of n over here username, in Python you can write it like this, user underscore name. So when you write it, you need to change from here. And if you run our code, you will see that everything works the way that it worked before. So this means that in Python, when you are writing multiple naming, you can put underscore over here. And another way of writing multiple naming is camel casing. So in case of camel casing, the first word starts with lowercase. Then when you reach the second word, we are writing it in uppercase. So this is how we can write our code multiple naming. So this one also will work smoothly without any error in our code. But here you need to take into account that you cannot use space between these two multiple naming. So if I put space over here and run our code, you will see that our error gives us syntax error. So in this case, it says that invalid syntax. So this means that Python does not allow us to use multiple naming with space in variable name. Now, if you want to use numbers in the name of your variable, you can actually use them. For example, we can write instead of name over here, we can write name 1. So as you see, if I run it, it's working perfect. So instead of name 1, you can put name 2, name 3, whatever you want. But here you need to take into account that you cannot start variable name with the number. So if I put over here one name, so Python will give us error saying that this is invalid syntax. So in this case, it means that we cannot start our variable names with the number. So if we do so, it will generate a syntax error as well. Finally, there are certain privileged words that we use, for example, the name of functions like print or input. So it's usually good practice to avoid these keywords as the name of the variables. This is the reserved list in Python. So sometimes it accepts this as a variable name, sometimes it will raise an error. For example, if I put instead of name over here input and print out input, you'll see that it runs our code without any error. But here we have another problem. Here you see that syntax highlighting gets messed up by coloring the variable name as yellow and the function name as yellow. But before we were writing this name, this color was white, but when you put it the function name, it becomes yellow. So syntax highlighting gets messed up by coloring the variable name like function. So even though you don't have any error, it's really bad practice to use reserved words as variable name because it's really confusing. So it's not recommended to use them as a variable name. For example, if I put, for example, over here class, you will see that Python will give us an error. So it's not using this one as a variable name. But when we put the input function over here, it was using it. So sometimes it will give an error, sometimes the syntax highlighting will mess up. So you need to be very careful about it. Now the final thing to remember is that if you decide to call the variable name, this particular name, for example, name, so which is name, and at a later point you make a type error, you spell it wrong. For example, instead of name, you put nama over here. So this will not work when you run your code because it will say that, if I put over here, nama is not defined. So the idea is when you see such type of error is not defined, so you are identifying the line and going and checking the line that if you did a type error over here. So by going and changing it to the correct variable name, you can fix it. Now here remember that that's not because Python is doing any sort of spelling checking for you. It's not like a spell checker that we have in our text editors. In fact, if you decide to call this variable nama over here, so this is not a problem, Python will process it. So instead of name, if I put nama over here and run our code, you will see that Python will not have an error and it will run everything perfectly. So this means that as long as these two spellings are identical, then the computer does not care at all. It will process it. So when you get the name error in your code, you now know it's probably because you have misspelled or mistyped one of the variable names somewhere in your code. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So hopefully you have understood how can you name your variable in the future. I highly recommend you to follow these rules when you are naming your variables. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this lecture, we are going to provide a solution to the weeks in years exercise. Now our problem statement says that write a program that converts a number of years to the weeks. So if you provide as a number of year 2, then the output should be 2 multiplied with 52 and is equal to 104. Because in 1 year we have only 52 weeks, so this means that whatever number of the year we provide, we have to multiply it with the 52 weeks. So in this case, for example, if the input is 2, then in this case the output will be there are 104 weeks in 2 years. Now in this case, after solving this exercise over here, if I run our code, you will see that the first thing that it does, it asks number of years in the console. So for example, if I provide 3 and hit enter, in this case you see that it's printing out saying that there are 156 weeks in 3 years. So our solution should be like this. Now let's see how can we do that. So here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to get input from a user. Now we have learned that to get input from user, we are using input function. So here, the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to get the value from the user. So it's going to be like this. Input. So inside input, we are going to put this text from here. Enter number of years. Now after doing so, if I run our code, you'll see that it says that enter number of years and the cursor comes right after this over here. So to have cursor one space over here, we are just going to put one space over here. Now in this case, if I stop and rerun it, you will see that in this case, the cursor comes after the space over here. Now if I hit, for example, 2 over here and hit enter, you see that in this case, nothing happens. So this means that we are getting a value from user, but we are not doing anything with this value over here. So to do anything, we have to save this value in some variable that we discussed before. So that's why I'm just going to create a new variable over here, which will be the name of year. Then I'm going to get the input from user. To see that if you are getting a value from the user, I'm just going to print out year variable to the console. So if I just run our code, for example, if I enter 3 over here, hit enter, you'll see that it's going to print out 3. So this means that we have successfully saved the input from user. Now the next thing that we need to do, we need to calculate number of weeks. So as we said, to calculate number of weeks, we are going to multiply the input that we are getting from user with the 52. So in this case, we can create a new variable over here. So the new variable will be weeks. So weeks will be calculated 52 multiply with year. So year is the value that we are getting from user. So I'm just going to print out weeks over here. Now to see the result in the console, I'm just going to print out the weeks over here. Now if I run our code and enter 3 over here and hit enter, you'll see that in this case, it's printing out many 3 over here. Now the question is, why it's not printing out the mathematical calculation of 52 multiplied with 3? Now here, I want you to pause the video and think about this. Now, hopefully you have come with the answer, but if you have not come with the correct answer, you don't need to worry about this. So by practicing this, you'll get used to it. So in this case, the problem is we are multiplying 52 with the string over here. Because if I just print out the type of year over here, you'll see that in this case, the type of year will be string. So if I run our code, it's asking the number of years. So if I put 3 and hit enter, you see that in this case, it's printing out the type of year as string. So this means that we have to do typecasting before multiplying year with the 52 over here. Now it's obvious that 52 is integer. We have to typecasting this year to integer as well. So to convert string to the integer, as we discussed before, we need to use int function over here. So after doing so, we have successfully converted the string to the integer. So in this case, it's going to calculate the mathematical calculation of year over here. So before it was just printing out 3 52 times. Now in this case, it's just going to multiply 3 with the 52. So in this case, after doing so, if I print out weeks to the console, you will see that it's printing out 52 multiplied with 3. So if I run our code and enter 3 and hit enter, you will see that in this case, it's printing out 156. Now with this, we have not finished our code yet, because as we remember, we have said that we have to print out proper message to the console like this. So we have to put it, there are number of weeks in given years over here. Now to do so, I'm just going to use the concatenation inside these weeks over here. Now before doing the concatenation, we need to check the type of weeks over here, because in this case, we are going to use concatenation with the string. So if I concatenate the string with the integer, we are going to get type error. So before converting, I'm just going to put it to see that what error we are going to get. So then I'm going to concatenate week over here. So then one more time plus. So we are going to put weeks in. So then we are going to concatenate year. The year comes from the input. And at the end, we are going to put years. Now in this case, if I run our code and press 3 and hit enter, you see that we are getting type error. So as we discussed, we cannot concatenate string with the integer. So this means that we have to find out integer variables in this statement over here, then convert them to string over here. So I'm just going to comment this part and check the type of year and weeks over here to identify the types of the variables which cause the problem. So first I'm going to print out the type of week. Then I'm just going to print out the type of year. So we know that the type of year is string. I'm just going to print out to check that if it is correct or not. So if I run our code one more time and enter 3 and hit enter, you'll see that the type of weeks is integer and the type of year is string. So this means that in this case, when we are writing print statement like this, the year does not cause problem. The problem comes from the weeks over here. So in this case, to convert integer to the string, we are going to use str function. So I'm just going to put str, and inside parentheses, I'm going to put the variable that we want to convert to the string. Now, after doing so, if I run our code, you see that it asks enter number of years. So I'm just going to enter 3. Then it's printing out there are 156 weeks in 3 years. So as you can see, we have successfully implemented solution for this problem over here. Now if I run our code one more time and put, for example, 4 over here and hit enter, it's printing out there are 208 weeks in 2 years. So basically it takes 4 and multiply it with 52 and printing out message like this. So in this case, in this example, we have implemented how can we get the data from user, and how can we save the data, and how can we convert one data type to another data type, and then how can we concatenate this data type by preventing type error over here. Now hopefully everything is clear about this solution. So see you in the next lecture. Alright, now in the previous lecture we have solved weeks in years challenge and we have printed out the final result like this. Now here you can see that To print out a simple message to the console, we have done a lot of operations like concatenation and typecasting. Now this is quite painful, and understandably, a lot of programmers will need some slightly more convenient way of incorporating things that we have different data types. So let's say we have different data types like integer, float, and boolean, and we want to mix all of them into a sentences that's a string and get printed out to the console. So to convert all these data types and print them out is really painful. So instead of doing all these conversions and concatenations over here, we can use fstring. So fstring allows us to combine all different data types together without converting and concatenating them. All we have to do is, in front of string, we just need to type f. So in this case, in our project over here, I'm just going to comment this part, which is inside print, by using the concatenation and conversion. So here, I'm just going to put this line after fstring over here. So I'm going to write this message in fstring. So in this case, all we have to do is, we have to put f in front of string, and it's really important that it goes in front of the double quotes or single quotes over here. Then I'm just going to delete these conversions from here. So in this case, it's going to be like this. So we are going to delete these concatenations over here. So it's going to be like this. So after deletion, you see that we have deleted all concatenation, but our variables that we have over here, year and week, stays as string over here. So we have to do something over here to differentiate these weeks from these weeks over here, because in this case, if I just print out the result, it's going to print out there are weeks in years. So in this case, we have to take the values from these variables over here. So in case of fstring, we are putting these variables inside a set of curly braces. So it's going to be like this. So these weeks is the weeks that comes from this variable. So I'm going to put these weeks inside curly braces. And this year also comes from this variable. So in this case, I'm going to put it over here inside curly braces. So as you can see, without any conversion over here, we are just putting the f in front of string over here before the double quotation or single quotation. And we are putting the variables inside curly braces over here. Now in this case, if I run our code, you will see that it's working the way that it worked before. So we need to enter the number of years. So I'm just going to put 2 over here. And if I enter 2, it's going to print out the message that we printed out before. So there are 104 weeks in 2 years over here. So as you can see, instead of writing these concatenations and conversion over here, by using fstring, we can just combine all different data types together without any conversion or concatenation. All we have to do, we have to write f in front of the string over here, and then we have to write the variables inside curly braces over here. So as you can see, by using fstring, you cut down a lot of manual labor of inserting different data types into a string. And this is going to be really handy in the future when you become a professional Python developer. Now another important thing that I want to mention in this lecture is round function in Python. So I'm just going to put over here round. So when we were talking about operators and expressions, we have mentioned that whenever we divide a number by another number, we always get floating number. It doesn't matter if this number is integer or floats, but the result from the division will be float number. So in this case, for example, if I divide 10 by 3, you will see that in this case we are getting 3.333. At the end we have 5 over here. So as you can see, even though these numbers over here are integer, we are getting floating number. Now, of course, it's possible to get integer by floor division, or we can convert the result to the integer. So if I put floor division, for example, over here, it's going to return the integer. So in this case, it's going to return 3. So other way of doing this, we can convert this result into integer by using int function over here. So if I use the int function, it's going to print out 3 one more time over here because this is integer. But here, when we use floor division or converting to the integer, we see that all it does is it just chops off everything after the decimal point, instead of what we would traditionally do, which is to round the number. So we know from math that if the number is 3.5, in this case it's going to go to the 4. If the number is less than 3.5, in this case it's going to go to 3, if we round it by using mathematical operation over here. Now in Python, it's super easy to round the number. All we have to do is we just need to use round function like this. So when we are dividing, for example, 10 by 3, In this case, I'm just going to put round function over here, so it's going to round it without any conversion over here. So if I run it, you'll see that in this case also it's returning 3. Because if I just put it over here without rounding, you will see that when we divide 10 by 3, it is 3.333. So this means that it's less than 3.5. So that's why it's going to go to the 3 over here when we are rounding it. Now here you need to take into account that when we are rounding number, in this case, it's returning an integer. So we have whole number over here. But if you wanted, you can actually go a step further. You can actually specify number of digits of precision you wanted to round it. Now here, if you round it without any precision, you're just going to get the whole number. But if you round it using, for example, precision over here like this, so you just need to provide comma, then the precision. So in this case, for example, if I want to put 2 decimal places over here, I'm just going to provide 2. So if I run our code, you will see that in this case, it's printing out 3.33 over here. So in this case, it's rounded it only 2 decimal places. Now, instead of, for example, division over here, if I put something like this, so I'm just going to delete this part from here. So instead of, for example, division, if I put something like this, 3.333444555, something like this, and run our function, you'll see that in this case also it's printing out 3.33 over here. So we are rounding it into 2 decimal places. So if I put 3 over here, for example, it's going to round it into 3 decimal places. So as you can see, it's rounding it to 3 decimal places. But instead of, for example, 3.33 over here, if I put 3.56789, so in this case, you see that it's going to round it to the 3 decimal place over here. Now, if I just delete this 3 precision from here and run it, in this case, it's going to round it to 4 because it's greater than 3.5 over here. So by using round function, we can round our numbers. So we can put precision over here, or we can just leave it as round over here. So if we have not provided any precision, it's just going to round it to a whole number, an integer number. Otherwise, it's going to put decimal places after those over here, whatever we provide as precision over here. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have discussed how can we use f-string and how can we round numbers in Python. So hopefully everything is clear about f-string and rounding. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this lecture, we are going to implement our project based on the knowledge that we have learned in our previous section. So here, the project name is called Group Name Generator. So based on the data that we are going to provide to the program will return us our group name. So we can give some information to our program, then program can guess us a group name for our, for example, band or something else. Now here the project instruction says that, so first we need to create a greeting for our program. So then we need to ask from user their favorite color. Then we need to ask from a user their favorite animal. Then we are going to combine the name of their color and animal and show their group name. Now in this case, as an example, we can see our output like this. So first our program will print out greeting message. So it's going to say that welcome to our group name generator. Then we will ask from a user their favorite color. So the question can be like this: what's your favorite color? So for example, let's say someone enters red. Then the second question comes and asking that what's your favorite animal? And in this case, it's lion. Then as an output, we are printing out saying that your group name could be red lions. So here you need to take into account that here we are inputting the name of animal as single, but when we are printing out it over here, we are printing out as a plural over here. So here again, we are going to implement the logic that we have learned in our previous lectures. So in this case, we are going to use input function and print function and concatenation, and we are going to use new line character sign over here, because as you can see, when we are asking the question, the answer should be entered in the new line. So it's not going to enter after this question over here. So in this case, if I run our code, you will see that first it says that welcome to our group generator. Then it asks a question, what's your favorite color? So here you see that the cursors come in the new line when the question is asked. So it's not coming after this question, it's coming into new line. So the reason that I put like this, so we have to implement new line character here as well. So in this case, if I put, for example, red and hit enter, you will see that it's going to ask the favorite animal. So if I put in this case lion, so hit enter, you will see that it's printing out saying that your group name could be red lines. So based on these two information, we can guess the group name for a user over here. Now after completing your project, the output should be like. Now here, inside this instruction file over here, I have provided the solution link. Now before checking the solution, I want you to pause the video and think how can you come up with your own solution over here. Now hopefully you have implemented this project by yourself, but if you couldn't do it, let's do it together. So here, according to our instruction, the first step says that we need to create a greeting in your program. So here in example you see that the greeting says that welcome to group generator. So the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to print out message to the console. So how can we do that? We can do it by using print function. So I'm going to put print like this. Then inside these double quotes, I'm going to put welcome to the group name generator. Now after doing so, the next thing that we need to do, we need to ask an input from a user. So we need to ask from a user to insert their favorite color. So how can we do that? So in our previous section, we have learned that whenever we are asking something from a user to insert to the program, we are using, in this case, input function in Python. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use input function and I'm going to save the value that I'm getting from the user in a variable. So for these cases, I'm going to create a variable of color because we are asking for color. So color will be equal to input. Then inside this input function, we need to put prompt. So as a prompt, I'm going to put what's your favorite color. So here it's going to be like this. What's your favorite color? Now, after doing so, we have successfully implemented the second point of the instruction. Then we are going to continue to the third point of the instruction. Now, in this case, it says that ask user for their favorite animal. So what I'm going to do in this case, I'm going to create another variable, which will be the animal. And here again, we are going to use input function to get animal name from the user. So in this case, as a prompt, I'm just going to put what is your favorite animal. So you can change these questions however you want, but in this case, I'm just using this question like this. Now in this case, before continuing to the last step, I'm just going to check that if I implemented these steps correct or not. So here, I'm just going to print out the name of color that I'm getting from the user, then the name of animal. So to see that if our program works the way that we want or not. So in this case, we are checking the steps one by one. So that's why it's always better to check a step before continuing to the next step. So in this case, if I run our program, you see that first it asks welcome to group name generator. So then it asks a question, what's your favorite color? So for example, if I put red and hit enter, you'll see that then it asks animal name. Then I'm going to put lion. So then hit enter, you see that we are getting the information correct. So it's printing out red and lion over here. Now here, you need to take into account that when we are talking about instruction, we have said that when you are putting this prompt to the console, you have to enter the input in the new line. But here, when we are implementing it like this, you see that we are inserting it after the question. So this red should be inserted in the new line. So the question is, how can we do that? Now, as you remember, in our previous section, we have learned new line character sign. So if we put, for example, backward slash with the n, in this case, if I run our code one more time, you will see that when it asks the favorite animal, the cursor goes to the new line. So that's how our program should work. So this means that in both prompts over here, we need to put new line character. So if I put backward slash with the n, it's going to print out in the new line. Then we are going to continue our next step. Now in the next step, it says that combine the name of your favorite color and animal and show them their group name. So in this case, one more time, I'm going to use print function, but here we are going to use concatenation. So in this case, we can use concatenation or fstring. It's up to you. So in our case, I'm going to use concatenation. So what I'm going to do, so I'm going to print out this message to the console. So it's going to be like this. So inside double quotes, I'm going to put your group name could be, we need to put first the color. So we are going to concatenate it with the color that we are receiving from here. So I'm going to put plus sign, then color. Then one more time, I'm going to put plus. Then as you can see, we have a space between these two red lines over here. So we need to put space over here. Then one more time, I'm going to concatenate with animal. But here you need to take into account that we are putting s at the end of animals. This means that I have to concatenate it with s over here. So it's going to be like this. So with this, we have successfully implemented our program over here. If I run our code one more time, you'll see that first it's printing out welcome to the group name generator. Then it says that what's your favorite color over here. So if I put, for example, in this case, green and hit enter, you see that in this case, it's asking what's your favorite animal, but the question mark comes here. So this means that we have put this new line character in wrong place. So if I just cut it and pass it after question mark and one more time run our code, you'll see that, and for example, if I put green, then it's going to ask what's your favorite animal. Now in this case, if I put, for example, rabbit and hit enter, you will see that it says that your group name could be green rabbits. So this is how our program should work. So with this, we have successfully implemented this project over here. So basically what we have done over here is, first we have printed out greeting message to the console. Then by using input function, we are getting the favorite color from the user. Then by using input function one more time, we are getting the favorite animal from the user. Then we are combining these two variables together and printing out to the console. So this is how the solution for this project should be. So with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have implemented a project which is printing out group name for users based on their inputs. So hopefully everything is clear about this project also. So see you in the next project. Alright, in the previous section, when we were talking about data types, we have talked about Boolean type, in which we have only two values, true and false. Now here, in this lecture, we are going to talk about Boolean expressions, because Boolean expressions are very crucial when it comes to conditional execution. So as we said, in this section we are learning conditional execution. So in conditional execution, Boolean expressions are playing very crucial role. A Boolean expression is an expression that either is true or false. So based on these values, true or false, we can divide our programs into several conditions. In Python, if you want to check an expression whether it's true or false, we are using operators. Now the first operator is equal operator, which is equal sign from math. So if we want to check that if two values are equal, we need to use equal sign over here. Now here you need to take into account that equal sign is different from the equal sign that we have learned in math. So in math, we know that this is the equal sign. But here in Python, the equal sign is denoted by double equal sign over here. So for example, if I want to check an expression like this, 1 equals 1, in this case, if I hit enter, you will see that it's returning true, because in reality, 1 is equal to 1. But instead of equal operator, if I put 1 equal sign over here, so it's going to be 1 is equal to 1 like this. In this case, you will see that Python will raise an error. So in this case, it says that cannot assign to literals. So this means that a single equal sign in Python is used as assignment operator. So this is not equal sign over here. So this is a common mistake. So that's why I want to mention over here. But if you write it with double equal sign over here, it's becoming an expression over here with the equal operator. So in this case, if I check for another example, for example, if I write 1 is equal to 2, in this case, you see that our expression returns false. So based on this operator over here, we can identify the execution of our program in Python using equal operator. Now, as we mentioned before, the return value of Boolean expressions over here is true or false. And here, you need to take into account that these values belong to the class of bool. So they are not string over here. So for example, if I check the type of true over here, you will see that in this case it's returning bool class over here. So it's applicable for false also over here. So if I check for false, you will see that here again it's returning bool class. So this means that these values over here is not string. They are just type of bool class over here. So here you see that the value of true and false starts with capital letter, because in Python these values are case sensitive. So this means that, so if you write true with the small letter, so this means that in this case we are not writing the Boolean type over here, we are just writing string type over here. So if I check, for example, the type of true like this and hit enter, you see that in this case it's not recognizing true as defined. So it means that the name of tree is not defined. So it's recognizing this one as a variable over here. So this means that in Python, when we are writing Boolean values, we need to start with the capital letter, then all letters over here should be lower letters. Now, apart from equal operator over here, we have other operators as well. So the first operator is not equal to. So in this case, if you want to check two values, if they are not equal to each other, we are using exclamation mark with equal sign. So for example, if we want to check if 1 is not equal to 2, in this case we are writing 1, then exclamation mark with equal sign and 2, and hit enter, you will see that in this case it's returning true because 1 is not equal to 2. So if I write, for example, something like this, 1 is not equal to 1, in this case you will see that it's returning false. So it means that 1 is equal to 1. So in this case it's returning false. Now the next operator is greater than operator. So this is the same as the one that we have in the math. So it's denoted by greater sign. So if I write something like this, 2 is greater than 1, you will see that in this case it's returning true. Because from math we know that 2 is greater than 1. So for comparing two values, we are using is greater or is less than operator. So same is applicable over here. If I write, for example, 2 is less than 1, in this case you see that it's going to return false. So these operators are same as the one that we have learned in the math. And the next operator is greater than or equal to. So in this case we are writing is greater than equal to like this. So here, for example, if I put 2 is greater or equal to 1, in this case it's going to return true because it's true that 2 is greater than 1. And here you need to take into account that greater or less sign should come first, then we write equal sign. So here if I write something like this, if 2 is equal and greater than 1, in this case you will see that Python raise error because this is not true operator. So here you need to take into account that is greater or equal is written like this, and is less or equal will be written like this. So first we are writing is less or less sign, then equal, and another number over here. So as you can see, in this case it's returning false. So here you need to be careful about these expressions as well. First we are writing greater and less sign, then we are writing equal sign in this case. And finally, the last operator is not operator. Is not operator means that x is not same as y. So in this case, when we are using is not operator, first we need to create variables. For example, if I create x is equal to 1 and y is equal to 2, then in this case we can check that x is not y. So as you can see, in this case it's returning false. So if you write straight away is not operator with the literal over here, for example, if I write 1 is not 2, in this case you see that Python raising error because in this case with literals you need to use not equal operator over here. Now here, although these operations are probably familiar to you, the Python symbols are different from the mathematical symbols as we learn over here. A common error is to use a single equal sign instead of double equal sign, and we need to remember that when we are writing comparison operators, first we need to write greater and less sign, then we need to write equal sign. Now with this we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture we have learned what is Boolean expressions and which operators that we have in Python. And based on these Boolean expressions, we are going to identify the execution of program in our next lecture. So see you in the next lecture. Alright, in this lecture we are going to talk about conditional execution. Every day when we get up in the morning, we make some decisions. For instance, if it is raining, we will use an umbrella so that we don't get wet. And if the weather temperature is greater than 20 Celsius, we will not wear a coat. So these are the decisions that we are making in the morning. So another decision might be like this. If you are late to work, we will take a taxi instead of bus over here. Now this type of decision making is called type branching. If one condition is true, we are doing one thing. If the condition is not true, we are doing another thing. So in this case, if one condition is true, that is if the temperature is above 20 Celsius, we will not wear a coat. Otherwise, we will wear a coat. So if this condition is true, we are not going to wear coat because it's going to be very hot. In fact, we can represent this mechanism with a conditional statement. When temperature is greater than 20, then we should not wear a coat. But if the temperature is not greater than 20, then we should wear a coat. So as you can see, our condition starts from here. Then we are checking that if today's temperature is greater than 20 or not. So if it is greater than 20, in this case we are not wearing a coat. If it is not greater than 20, if it is less than 20, in this case we are going to wear a coat, not to be cold. So this type of conditional statement is known as if-else statement. So depending on particular condition, we will do either A or B. And when we want to write Python code to represent this is going to look like this. So here you can easily see that we have a keyword if, and then we have condition. Now after condition, we are going to put colon. Now after colon, over here, you see that we have got indented block of code, which should be executed if this if condition is met. So if this if condition is true, we are going to execute this part of code over here. And here, one more time, I want to mention that it is indented code. So as you can see, this block of code is not located at the same level with the if condition. So it should be indented over here. Otherwise, we will have problem in Python, because in Python, the indentation is very important. Then, if the condition is not true, then we will skip this code from here and we will continue to the else condition. So here again, we have else keyword and then colon. Then after colon, we have this block of code over here, and this is also indented code. You can see we have a space over here. You can put space or tab, or when you hit the enter over here, the code will indent it automatically in many code editors. So here, if this condition is not met, we are going to continue to read part of this code and we are going to implement this code. So we could represent the previous weather situation with the code something like this. So here, if I create a temperature variable like this with assigned value of 15, then here the code block can be like this. So first we are checking that if this temperature is greater than 20, in this case we are not going to wear a code. Otherwise we are going to wear a code. So if the temperature is 15, in this case it's going to print out to the console wear a code, because in this case the weather is, so we need to wear a code. So let's put this into practice with real life problem. So let's say you have got a job at a mortgage bureau, and your first job of the day is that to write some code that identifies if someone is eligible for mortgage or not. So we need to check eligibility of person who wants mortgage. Now there's a couple of things that you need to think about. Firstly, in order for somebody to actually get a mortgage, their salary has to be above $2,000. So we have to check that what their salary is, and based on that we are going to decide if they are eligible for mortgage or not. Now if you look at this flowchart, basically the logic that we have to write our program is shown over here. So our program starts from here and we are asking from user what their salary is. Then after getting the salary, we are going to check that if the salary is greater than 2,000 or not. So in this case, if the salary is greater than 2,000, we are printing out saying that you can get mortgage. Otherwise, if it is not greater than 2,000, we are going to print out saying that you cannot get mortgage over here. Now, based on this flowchart over here, let's head over to Replit and create our program in practice by using if-else condition. Now here, the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to greet a user. So to greet a user, I'm just going to print out welcome message. So it's going to be like this, print. So we are going to put welcome to mortgage calculator. Then after doing so, we need to ask from user about their salary. So to get the salary, we are going to use input function over here. So in this case, I'm going to create a variable which is called salary, and I'm going to assign the value that we are getting from input functions to this variable over here. So it's going to be like this, input. So as a prompt over here, we are going to put what is your salary. Now then, if we run our program, it's going to ask from a user what is their salary. Now we know that whenever we are getting a value with input function, it's going to be string value. But in this case, we need an integer value. So that's why I'm just going to convert this value to integer. So it's going to be like this. Integer, inside this function, we are going to put input, what's your salary. Now after getting salary, we are going to check that if the typed salary is greater than 2,000 or not. So in this case, as we mentioned before, we are going to use if keyword. Then we are going to put the condition, which is if the salary is greater than 2,000, then we are going to add colon over here. So it's going to be like this. If this is the keyword, so we are going to put the condition salary, this is the variable that we are getting from here, is greater than 2,000. Then after finishing this condition, we are going to put colon. Now after putting the colon, if we hit enter, you will see that our cursor is indented over here. So as you can see, our cursor is not come over here, it's come over here, which is indented. So this is very crucial in Python because you have to be very careful about indentation. Now this means that whatever I'm going to write over here is going to be executed if this condition is met. So if I put something over here, we are going to get error. We have to put it indented level. So if the salary is greater than 2,000, we are going to print out saying that you are eligible for mortgage. So it's going to be like this. You are eligible for mortgage. Then after finishing this, we are going to write else condition. Now here also you have to be very careful, because if I hit enter, you will see that the cursor comes to with the same level with the print statement. But else condition should be in the same level with if condition, because these are pairs, so that's why else if should be in the same level. So that's why I'm just going to remove the indentation from here, and I'm going to put else condition over here. So after putting else condition, if I put colon over here and hit enter one more time, you see that we have indentation over here. So the condition that we have inside if is starting from here, and the code that we are going to have inside else condition will be in the same level as the print statement that we have inside if. So these are located in the same level, in the same indentation level, and this if and else condition are located in same indentation level. So if this is not the case, we are going to put that print, sorry, you are not eligible for mortgage. So with this, we have successfully implemented the logic for checking eligibility of a person for mortgage calculator. So I know that this is very simple. There are many other conditions that we need to take into account when we are checking the eligibility of person for mortgage. Here just I've put only one condition in which we are checking the only salary. Now here the really important things are the condition that we are putting over here. So this is the condition. Then the syntax of code. So in this case the syntax is else, if and else. So if is the keyword and else is the keyword, and you need to take into account that after these conditions we need to put a colon over here. And finally the most important thing over here is indentation. So everything that we have, so everything that is indented if block is a block of code. So this means that if I put something over here, it's going to execute if this condition is met. So we can put as many lines as that we want over here. So it's not, we don't have any limitation over here. So as far as we put the indented level, it's going to execute this block of code if this condition is met. So there is no limit of number of statements that it can appear in the body over here. So we have to provide at least one line of code inside this if condition over here. Another important moment over here, as I mentioned, it is indentation. So if you mess up with the indentation, you will get an error. For example, if I put print statement over here without indented, you will see that the code editor says that something is wrong over here. If I run our code, you'll see that it's printing out indentation error over here. So it says that print is not expected as an indented block over here. So this means that after if condition, we have to put our code in indented level. So it's going to be like that. Now after finishing this block of code, if I run our code in proper way with indented level, so you'll see that the first thing that it does, it's greeting our user and says that what's your salary. For example, if I put as a salary 1000 and hit enter, you will see that in this case it says that you are not eligible. Sorry, you are not eligible. Now if I run our code one more time and put something which is greater than 2500, so in this case you will see that it says that you are eligible for mortgage. So based on the input that we have provided to the program, it's executing different parts of code over here. So this is called conditional execution. So by using if and else statements, we are able to get our code to do different things, either printing this line of code over here or printing this line of code over here. Now when we use this greater sign over here, effectively we are saying that the salary has to be greater than 2000. Now for example, if I run our code for 2000 itself, so what will happen in this case? In this case, it's going to print out, sorry, you are not eligible for the mortgage. So this means that in this case, it's not included 2000 over here. Now if you want to include 2000 over here, we can use the operators that we have learned in our previous lecture. So we have learned that we can use equal operator, which is 2 equal sign. So if I run our code in this case, and for example, if I enter 2000 and hit enter, you will see that in this case it says that you are eligible for mortgage. But in this case, the ideal version of code for our case can be like this. So we are going to use greater equal sign. So as we said before, first we are putting greater sign, then we are putting equal sign. So if I run our code, you will see that if I enter 2000 and hit enter, in this case it says that you are eligible for mortgage. So everything works the way that we want. So here we can use other operators as well. So we can use not equal operator, which is exclamation mark and equal sign, or we can use less equal operator like this. So we can use all operators that we have learned in our previous lecture. Now here it's important to mention that you can use print statement without else statement over here. So if I delete this part of code, for example, and run our code, it's also true. It's going to ask our salary, so this is coming from this line of code. So if I put, for example, 2,500 and hit enter, you will see that it says that you are eligible for mortgage. But what will happen if I put something less than 2,000 over here? So let's see. If I run our code one more time and put, for example, 1,000 over here and hit enter, you will see that in this case nothing happens because this condition is not met and we don't have else conditions, so there's not any code to be executed over here. So this means that we can use this if condition for special cases over here without else condition. So every time we don't need to provide else condition. So if we don't need it, we can skip it. Another important point over here is, for example, when you are writing a code and you don't know what you are going to put over here, for example, if the condition is met, you don't remember that what you are going to put over here, so you can put just pass keyword over here. So pass keyword does nothing, it's just passing this condition over here. So for example, in this case, if I run our code, put something which is greater than 2,500 and hit enter, you see that in this case it's just passing. So this is just skipping this part of code over here. So here you can put pass and put some comments that in the future what you are going to write over here. So you can use this pass keyword as a placeholder for your code that you have not written yet. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have learned how can we use if and else condition in our code, and how can we get our program to execute the code based on the different conditions over here. So hopefully everything is clear about if and else conditions. So see you in the next lecture. Alright, in this lecture we are going to solve even or odd exercise. Now, the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to look at the instruction. So in the instruction of this question, it says that write a program that takes an integer number from console and checks if this number is odd or even. So first we need to identify what is even number and what is odd number. So if a number is divided by 2, this number is even number. If it's not divided by 2, this number is odd number. So this means that, for example, if I just write print statement like this and put some expression inside this print statement, so 8 divided by 2, for example, and run our code, you'll see that in this case, we are getting a floating number with 0 decimal point over here. So this means that this number is divisible by 2 over here. So instead of 8, if I put, for example, 7 over here, if run our code, in this case, you'll see that we are getting 3.5. So this means that 7 is odd number. So it's not divisible by 2 over here. So in our previous section, we have talked about modulus operator. Basically, modulus operator is working like this. It's dividing number with any given number and it gives us the remainder. For example, in this case, if I put 8 modulus 2, so in this case, you will see that it's returning 0. So this means that 8 is divided by 2 without any remainder over here. So in this case, we can easily identify that this is even number. So from here, we can come to the conclusion that we can identify even number by using modulus operator over here. So as you can see, as a hint, I have provided that use modulus operator. So this means that if we use modulus for 2 given numbers and we get 0, in this case, it's even number, otherwise it's odd number. So we are going to use it inside our solution over here. So let's head over to continue to our solution. So one more time, I'm going to read the instruction. So in the instruction, it says that we need to write a program that takes integer number from console. So we know that to take a number from console, we have to use input function. So I'm going to use input function and I'm going to put as a prompt, enter integer number. Then we have to save this value that we are getting from the console. So that's why I'm going to create a variable over here and it's going to equal the input that we are getting from user. So as we said, we are getting integer number. So this means that we have to convert this number to the integer. So I can put over here or I can put something like this. Number is equal to integer and inside brackets we are going to put integer itself. So this means that it's converting this number to the integer and assigning to itself over here. Now after doing so, we are going to continue write our conditions. So this means that we are going to use if condition over here. So as I mentioned, we are going to use modulus operator. So inside if condition, we are going to write like this. If number modulus with 2 is equal to 0, So this means that this number is divided by 2 without any remainder. So in this case, we are going to say that this is even number. So if I hit enter, you will see that it's coming as an indented level over here. So here I can print out saying that it is even. So for simplicity, I'm just going to put even. Then we can continue to the else condition. So in the else condition, if we have any remainder, in this case, this is odd number. So in the else condition, I'm going to put like this. So as you can see, else condition also is located at the same level with the if condition, because in this case they are pairs, so they have to be in the same indentation level. And after else, we have to put colon over here. Now if I hit enter one more time over here, the cursor comes to the indentation level, which is same as with the print statement that we put before. So here I'm just going to put another print statement like this. So in this case, if it is not divided by 2, so this means that it is odd number. So with this, we have successfully implemented our odd or even exercise over here. Basically what we are doing over here is we are getting an integer number from user, then we are checking that if this number is divisible by 2, so this means that this is even number. If it is not divisible by 2, this means that it is odd number. So here we are using modulus operators. So modulus operator gives us remainder of division of these two numbers over here. So if we divide this number by 2, if we get the division 0, it means that this is even number. So let's see how this is working. So if I run our code, you will see that it says that enter integer number. So I'm just going to put random number over here and hit enter. You see that in this case it says that 456 is even number. So if I run it one more time, for example, if I put 1 over here and hit enter, in this case it says that it is odd number. So with this, we have successfully implemented our logic over here. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have implemented a logic to check any given number if it is even or odd. So hopefully everything is clear about this lecture. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this lecture, we are going to talk about logical operators. Now up to this point, you have seen us use of if statements, elif statements, multiple if statements, and even nested if statements. But the thing that we have not been able to do so far is to check for multiple conditions in the same line as it's shown over here. So if we have 3 different conditions and if we want to put all of them in the same line over here, we need to use logical operator. So let's say in our burger order example, the user wants large burger and they ordered extra cheese and mushroom. So how can we put all of these conditions in the same line of code over here? So in this case, for putting this one in the same line of code, we are going to use logical operators. So there are 3 main logical operators that are really useful: and, or, and not. The meaning of these operators are similar to their meaning in English. So let's look at them one by one to make things more clear. So the first one is an operator. So when you combine 2 different conditions using an AND operator, both of them have to be true for entire line to be the true. So if A is true and B is true, so in this case we are using an operator, so the output will be true over here. Now in this case, if any of these cases is false, in this case, for example, let's say B is false, here the output will be false. So same rule is applicable for A over here. So if A is false and B is true, in this case it's going to return false. So if both of them are false, so it's obvious that it's going to return false over here. So let's look at how an AND operator works in practice. In this case, if I create a variable called A and assign a number to it, so let's say we are assigning 11 to it and hit enter. So if I check if A is greater than 10, in this case, you can see that it's returning true. So if I put, for example, A is less than 10, in this case, you will see that it's returning false because A is greater than 10 over here. Now, if I want to check 2 different conditions in one same line over here, I'm just going to use AND operator. So here, if I put A is greater than 9 and A is less than, for example, let's say 12, and hit enter, you'll see that in this case it is returning true because both these conditions are true over here. So A is 11, which is greater than 9, and A is 11, which is less than 12. So that's why both conditions are true, so the output will be true. So for example, if I put A is greater than 12 and A is less than 14. So we know that a is less than 14, but a is not greater than 12 because a is 11. So if I hit enter, you see that in this case it's returning false because one of these conditions over here is false. So that's why in AND operator it's returning false over here. So that's what happens when you combine different conditions using AND operator over here. Now if you only needed one of these conditions to be true, in this case we are going to use OR operator instead of AND operator. So in case of OR operator, if A is true and B is false, in this case it's going to return true. So if A is false and B is true, in this case also it's going to return true. So if any of these cases over here is true, the output will be true over here. So it's obvious that if both cases are true, it's going to return true. If both cases are false, it's going to return false over here. So in case of OR operator, it's returning only false when we have both cases are false over here. Now if we come back to the console over here one more time, so in this case, if I put the same line of code with OR operator, for example, if I put A is greater than 12 or A is less than 14 and hit enter, you see that in this case it's returning true because here one condition is true, which is A is less than 14. So that's why it's returning true over here. So it doesn't matter if one of condition is false or not. If any of them is true, in this case it's going to return true. Now the final operator is not operator. All that this does is it just basically reverses the condition. So if this condition is false, in this case it's going to reverse it to become it to true. So in this case, if A is true, in this case the output will be false because not operator reverses any condition over here. So here, for example, if I write not A is greater than 12, hit enter, you see that it's returning true because A is not greater than 12 over here. So this condition is false. So by using not operator over here, it's going to return true over here. So for example, if I put not A is less than 12, in this case it's going to return false because A is less than 12 is true. So it's reversing this one to the false over here. Now how can we use this one in practice? Now if you come back to our mortgage calculator, let's say government decided that if the credit score is between 900 and 1000, then the interest rate becomes 3 over here. So we need to add this extra condition to our mortgage calculator. So how can we do that to check that if the score is between 900 and 1000? So for these cases, we are going to use AND operator. So let's head over to our mortgage calculator and implement this condition in practice. So this is our mortgage calculator that we have implemented before. So here first we are checking the salary, then we are checking the credit score, and based on credit score we are calculating the rate. So our condition is like this: if the credit score is between 900 and 1000, in this case the interest rate will be 3. So to implement this condition, I'm just going to put it over here inside this nested chain condition over here. So here I'm just going to put enter. So I'm going to write if condition like this: if credit score is greater and equal to 900, and we are going to use AND operator over here, credit score is less and equal to 1000, in this case the rate will be 3. So here we need to add this if condition inside this if statement over here. So that's why I'm just going to change it to elif statement, because in this case we want only one case to be executed. So if this is the case, it's going to execute only this part. If this is the case, it's going to execute only this part, and it continues like this. Then after calculating the rate, we can print out saying that the interest rate is 3. So we can put another print statement over here with the same indentation level with this rate over here and put 3 over here. Now with this, we have successfully implemented the case in which we are checking that if the credit score is between 900 and 1000 over here. So we are doing it by using AND operator, and we are writing these two conditions in one line over here. And the reason that I've joined it with elif statement over here is I want only one condition to be executed over here. Now if I run our program, so the first thing that it does is going to ask our salary. For example, if I enter 2600 and hit enter, you'll see that it says that you are eligible for mortgage and what's your credit score. For example, if I say my credit score is 950 and hit enter, you'll see that it says that the interest rate is 3. So it's calculating only this part and it's continuing to this part over here, in which it's asking for our disability. So if I put yes over here and hit enter, the interest rate will be 1, because here according to our credit score, the interest rate is 3, and minus 2 because of the disability will be 1 over here. Now with this, we have successfully implemented this condition in our mortgage calculator over here. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have learned about logical operators in Python. So hopefully everything is clear about 3 main logical operators. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this project, we are going to check if any given year is a leap year or not. Now before continuing to check it, let's identify what is a leap year. So it's really interesting, so I'll give you a brief explanation of what leap year is. Now we know that in normal calendar year we have 365 days, but in leap years we have extra day in February. So this means that we have 366 days in a leap year. Now the reason behind this is really interesting. So the reason why we have a leap year is that it takes Earth approximately 365.242189 days to circle around the sun over here. So in other words, this is 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes and 45 seconds. So this amount of time takes for Earth to circle around the sun like this. Now we know that in the normal calendar day, we have only 365 days. So this means that in a 365 days, if the starting point starts from here, the Earth will come to this location over here. So as you can see, we have a gap over here because we still have 5 hours, 48 minutes and 45 seconds to be able to do full circle over here. But here you can see that it's not coming to the starting point in 365 days. So that's why we have a approximately 6 hours gap over here. Now this is not 6 hours, it's 5 hours, 48 minutes and 45 seconds, but it's approximately 6 hours over here. Now in 4 years, these 6 hours will become 1 day. So that's why every 4 years we have extra 1 day in our normal calendar to close this gap over here. Now it's obvious that this is not exactly 6 hours, so that's why we have some deviations. So due to these deviations, some leap years are skipped every 100 years over here to close the gap. Now hopefully with this explanation you have understood why we have leap years in our calendar. Now let's see how can we identify leap year mathematically. Now the rules for identifying the leap year is like this. So if the year is not evenly divisible by 4, we can straight away say that this is not a leap year. But if it is divisible by 4, then we are checking that if the year can also be evenly divided by 100. Now if it is divided by 4 but it is not divided by 100, this means that it is leap year. But it is divided by 4 and it is divided by 100, then we have an extra condition over here. We are going to check that if this is divided by 400, in this case this is a leap year. So this means that this condition has to be met, this condition has to be false, and this condition has to be true over here. Now from these rules it might be difficult to understand. Let's look at the flowchart of these rules. Now the flowchart will be like this. So we are starting from here. So we are checking that if the number is divisible by 4 or not. So if it is divisible by 4, we are continuing over here. If it is not divisible by 4, we are saying that straight away, saying that this is not leap year. Now if it is divisible by 4, we are going to check that if it is divisible by 100 or not. So if it is divisible by 4 and it is not divisible by 100, we are saying that this is a leap year. But if it is divisible by 100, we are going to check for the next condition. If it is divisible by 400, in this case it's a leap year. If it is not divisible by 400, in this case it's not a leap year. Now the conditions will be like this. First we are checking for 4. If it is yes, then we are going to continue to check for 100. If it is no, it's a leap year. If it is yes, we are going to check for 400, and if it is yes, it's leap year. If it is not leap year. Now based on this flowchart over here, we are going to implement our program. Now in the resource section of this video, we have a link for this project, so you can open it from there and you can fork it to your Replit, and you can see the instructions for this project over here. Now as I explained, instruction says that we have a leap year, so we need to calculate leap year based on these rules over here. So as an example, we have checked it for 2000. 2000 is evenly divisible by 4. So in this case, we say that this is leap year. Then 2000 is divisible by 100. In this case, we need to check for extra conditions. So we are checking if 2000 is divisible by 400. In this case, it is divisible, so this means that this is a leap year. So at the end, we can say that 2000 is a leap year. Now this is how our output should look like over here. And you can find the solution link under this solution section over here. Now, if we run our code, you'll see that the first thing that it does is asking for a year. So if I enter, for example, 2000 and hit enter, you'll see that it's printing out leap year. Now if I run one more time, for example, if I put 1988 and hit enter, you'll see that in this case, this one also leap year over here. Now here, before continuing to the solution, I want you to pause the video and think if you can come up with your own solution based on the flowchart that I provided over here. Now here, we are going to create our program based on these instructions over here and the flowchart that I provided to you. Now here, the first step is we need to get a year from user. So to get it, we are going to create a new variable over here, which is called year, and it will take the value from the console by using input function. So it's going to be like this, enter year. So we know that when we are getting a value with input function, it's a string, so we need to convert it to the integer. So I'm just going to put it to convert it to integer. Then we are going to write our conditions over here. So the first condition is we are going to check that if year is divisible by 4 or not. So to check that, we are going to use modulus operator. So we have talked about this in our previous sections. So when we use modulus operator, it's returning the remainder. So if the remainder is 0, this means that this number is divisible by any given number over here. So we are going to write it like this. If year modulus 4 is equal to 0, this means that this year that we are getting from the console is evenly divisible by 4. So in this case, we can write our conditions over here. Now we know from flowchart that if year is not evenly divisible by 4, in this case, for the else condition, we can put straight away that this is not leap year. So I'm just going to put print statement in the else condition like this, not leap year. Then we are going to continue to write our nested if condition inside this if condition in indentation level. So it's going to be like this. If, so we know that if the year is evenly divisible by 4, so we are going to check for the next condition. So we are going to check that if it is divisible by 100 or not. So we are going to use the same method. Year modulus 100 is equal to 0. So in this case, if it is equal to 0, this means that it's evenly divisible by 100. So we need to check for the other condition. Otherwise, in the else condition of this if statement over here, we are just going to print out saying that this is a leap year, because if the number is divisible by 4 but is not divisible by 100, it's a leap year over here. So we are just going to put leap year. Now then, I'm going to continue for the next conditions. So if it is divisible by 4, so if this statement is true, we are continuing over here. We are continuing to check for the 100. So if it is divisible by 100, we are going to continue to check for the 400. So if year is divisible by 400, so in this case also if it is equal to 0, we are going to print out saying that leap year. Otherwise, we are going to put else condition with the same level that we have this if condition. We are going to print out saying that not leap year. So with this, we have successfully implemented the logic that we have in this flowchart over here to this program over here. So first we are checking for the first condition, in which we are checking that if the year is evenly divisible by 4. Then if yes, we are continuing to check for 100. So if year is divisible by 100, so if it is yes, we are going to check for 400 over here. So with these nested if conditions over here, we have implemented these yes conditions over here. Now with this, we have successfully implemented the leap year program over here. Now let's run our code to see how this is working. Now you can see that the first thing that it does is asking for year. So for example, if I put 2022 and hit enter, you'll see that in this case it says that this is not leap year. So based on this logic, we can identify if a year is a leap year or not. So with this lecture, we have implemented the conditional statements that we have learned in our previous section. So hopefully everything is clear about this project over here. So see you in the next project. Alright, now in this section we are going to talk about something called functions. As we perform various functions during our daily lives, such as mother, father, son, daughter, or manager or employee, we can also get our code to perform different piece of functionality. In the context of programming, a function is a piece of code written to carry out specific tasks. When you define a function, you specify the name and the sequence of statements over here. Then later on, you can call that function by their name. So here, we can define our function with the function name. Then later on, if we need this function in our program, we can use function name to call this function over here. So functions are a really handy way of taking complex set of instructions and packaging them together inside a block of code that has a given name to it. In Python, there are three types of functions. The first one is built-in functions, the second one is user-defined functions, and the third one is anonymous functions, which is called also lambda functions. Now, if we think back, we actually come across built-in functions and we have been referring them in our previous lectures and projects when we needed to use one. Now, Python provides a number of important built-in functions that we can use without needing to provide the function definition. So in our previous lectures, we have used input function, which is built-in function. So we are using input function to get a value from a console to our program. Then we have used print function to print a statement. Then we use len function, which is calculate the length of any given string. Then we have used count function, and then we have used lover function in our previous projects and lectures. So the creators of Python wrote a set of functions to solve common problems and included them in Python for us to use them. Now, if you search on the internet for Python built-in functions, the first link will take you to Python documentation where you can see a bunch of built-in functions that we have been using. So here in this list, you can see all built-in functions in Python over here. So till now we have used, for example, input function. So if I click on it, it has a definition over here, and as a sample they showed over here how can we use it. And another function that we have used in our previous lecture is that len function. So as you can see, it says that return the length of any given object over here. So by using len function, we can find the length of any given object. So by clicking any of these functions, you can read about the definition of them and you can see examples how they used in the practice. Now, if we head over to replit.com and then we start typing one of the functions that we have learned, which is, for example, type function. And after that, we are going to put two parentheses over here. And the reason we know that this is function because the name of function is followed by the set of parentheses over here. Now we know that if we put something inside these parentheses, let's say if we put 33 over here, then if I run our code, whatever the type of this value inside these parentheses will get out over here in the console. So as you can see, in this case, we don't have anything because we need to print out the value that comes from this main py file. But if I put it straight over here in the console and hit enter, you will see that in this case, it's printing out the type of 33 over here, which is integer. So we are using this type function to identify the type of 33, which is built-in function. So this function is developed by creators of Python for us to make our life easier without writing the custom type function by ourselves. Now another function can be, for example, len function. So as you remember, we have learned len function. So if I put, for example, inside this len function my name, which is Ershad, and hit enter, you will see that in this case it's returning 6 because there are 6 characters in my name over here. So this len function also is another built-in function that's provided by Python. So there are many built-in functions in the Python, so you can find the list of built-in functions in the resource section of this lecture as I showed you in the documentation. So for example, another built-in function can be maximum and minimum function, so which gives us the largest and smallest values in a given specific list. So for example, if I use maximum function for string over here, let's say I'm going to put hello and hit enter, you'll see that in this case it's returning O, because if you order this string alphabetically, O will be the last character according to alphabetical order. Now if I use the same function, for example, for minimum, you'll see that in this case it's returning H, because first we are counting the upper cases, then we are continuing to count lower cases. Now instead of uppercase H over here, if I put everything in lowercase, in this case you are going to see that it's returning E, not H, because we have put it in all of them in lower cases. So in this case, E comes before H in alphabetical order. That's why it's returning E over here. Now these functions are not limited to looking at the strings. They can operate on any set of values. So we will see them in our upcoming lectures. So as an example, we can check another built-in functions over here. So as you remember, in our previous lectures, we have learned about type conversion functions. So we know that we can convert one data type to another data type. So for this, we are using conversion functions. So these are also built-in functions in Python that converts values from one data type to another one. So for example, in function convert any given data type to the integer. So for example, in this case, if I put 33.3 and hit enter, you will see that in this case it's returning 33. So it's converting this floating number to integer. Now if I put, for example, float 33, in this case it's going to convert this integer number to float number. Now here an important moment is we have to follow the rules of the built-in functions over here, because if I try to convert string to integer by using integer function, for example, if I put hello over here and hit enter, you'll see that in this case we are getting value error. So we have discussed this one also in our previous lecture. So here I'm just showing you that these conversion functions also are built-in functions that we have learned and we have used till now. So when we are using these functions, we have to read the documentation very carefully to avoid such errors over here. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have identified what is function, and we have learned that there are three types of functions, and we have covered the basic built-in functions in Python. Now in our upcoming lectures, we are going to learn about other types of different functions, and we are going to create our own functions. So see you in the next lecture. Now in the previous lecture, we have learned that we can perform many things by using built-in functions in Python, which are written by Python team. Now apart from that, there are Python models that provide different functions for performing different tasks. Now we know that Python is a very broad language, which means that it can be used in various fields such as financial applications, data science, or scientific projects. So when dealing with the projects like this, you cannot escape the math. Mathematical calculations are an essential part of most Python development. For straightforward mathematical calculations in Python, you can use built-in mathematical operators such as addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication, and we have covered them in our previous section. But more advanced operations such as exponential, logarithmic, trigonometric, power functions are not built-in functions in Python. So does that mean that you need to implement all of these functions from scratch? Fortunately, no. Python provides a model specifically designed for a higher level mathematical operations, which is called math model. Now, when we are talking about math model, a background in mathematics will be helpful here, but you don't need to worry if math is not your strength suite. This course will explain the basics of everything you need to know. Now, if you go to Google and search for Python math model, the first link that comes over here is the documentation of Python math model from the Python documentation. So if you click on this link, it will take you to the math model of the Python. Now, as you can see over here, it contains a whole bunch of functions that you can use to perform different mathematical operations over here. Python math model helps the user to get direct access to the mathematical functions in their program. Thus, it helps you to solve and minimize complex computations. So as you can see from the documentation, we have a bunch of functions over here. So if your math background is very strong, you can know that what is the main functionality of these functions over here. So for example, the first function is sale function. So you can see that sale function is responsible for returning the sale of x, the smallest integer greater than or equal to x over here. Now another function over here is, for example, floor function. So floor function is the reverse form of sale function. In this case, it's returning the floor of the x over here, which is largest integer less than or equal to x over here. Now in the resource section of this lecture over here, I've attached the list of functions that we have in math model. Now you can read a lot about these mathematical functions in the documentation. Now let's see how this is working in practice. So in the resource section of this lecture, I have provided link for this replet over here, so you can fork it to your replet and start coding over here. So the question is, how can we tap into the math model? So in order to tap into math model, first we have to import it. So to import it, we are going to use import keyword. So we are going to put import, then I'm going to put math. So with this, we have successfully imported math model to our program over here. Now this statement over here creates a model of object named math. So we are able to use this math model in our main py Python file over here. Now if I just go print out the math model over here, you'll see that it's going to give information about math model. So if I run our code, here you see that it says this is built-in model in the Python over here. The model object, which is math model, contains functions and variables defined inside this math model. To access one of these functions, you have to specify the name of model, which is in this case math, and then we are going to put dot over here and then the name of the function. So this separation by dot is called dot notation. So I'm just going to put it like this. If I put dot over here, it's going to bring the functions and constants that we have inside this math model over here. So when you come onto this model, it says that this model provides access to mathematical functions defined by C standard. So here you can search for any function. So for example, if I want to find out the square root of any given number, if I put s over here, you see that it's bringing the functions which start with s over here, or we have s in these functions over here. So you can see that there's a function sqrt, so it means that this is the short of square root. So if I just click on this and come over here, you will see that it brings the definition of this function over here. So we can easily read that return square root of x over here. So it shows how we can use it. So here I'm just going to put parentheses. Then for example, let's put 16. So this is going to return the square root of 16. So we know that the return value will not be printed to the console. So to print it to the console, we need to print out this expression to the console. So I'm just going to create result variable over here and set the result of this square root to this result over here. Then I'm going to print out the result to the console. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it over here and run our code. You'll see that it's returning 4.0. So when you come to the definition of this square root, you see that the return value over here is float. So that's why it's returning 4.0, because square root returns the floating number. Now we have mentioned that we can use the constants and functions of this math model over here. So how can we know that how many constants we have inside this math model over here? So one more time, we need to refer to the documentation. So if I come to the documentation and search for constant, you will see that it comes to the constant part of this model over here. So as you can see, we have these constants over here. For example, math.py, this is the value of the pi from the mathematics. So by accessing math.py, we are accessing this value over here. Now in Replit, if I just, instead of square root over here, if I put .py, it's going to bring out as a result the value of pi. So if I run it, you'll see that it's printing out the value of pi, which is obvious that it is 3.1415, and it continues like this. So it's bringing exact value of the pi in our program over here. So by reading the documentation and by writing the dot after math model, you can see the whole list of constants over here and functions over here. So as you can see, constant symbols are different than the functions over here. And to identify the functions, we see that we have parentheses after the name of function over here. So we can easily identify it like this. Now we mentioned that math model is a Python model. So the question is, what exactly is a model? Well, till now you have seen that we have mostly writing our code on the same page in the same file over here, like script style. And everything we write in this file over here gets executed from top to bottom. So it never starts from the bottom, it starts from top to bottom. First it's importing, in this case, math, then getting the value of pi, then printing out the value of pi to the console over here. So as you can see, it's executing from top to bottom. But sometimes your code will get so long because you are trying to create something complicated, and it's no longer possible to understand what's going in such large piece of code. Now in this case, we have to split the code up into individual models, where each module is responsible for a different bit of functionality of your program. And if you have complex project with many modules, then you could have collaboration on your project. This means that lots of people can work on the same projects and each person working on a different thing. A real life example can be building of a house. So let's say you want to build a house. It's obvious that it wouldn't make sense for one person to build entire house from beginning to end. Instead, we have different people for working on different models like painting, building, or building the roof, and we have so many people over here which is dealing with different part of house. And then once they put everything together, we end up final house over here. So as you can see, by bringing different people's work together, we are making house over here. So this is what happens in case of models over here. So we are creating separate models, and at the end, we are combining the models together to create a final application. So we know that math models and other models are the models that are created by Python team to make our life easier to use for different purposes, for example, mathematical operation. Now the question is, how can we create our own model, and how do models work anyways? It's actually very simple. So here in Replit, we have a section which is called files. So if I come over here, we can currently see that we have only one file, which is main file over here. Now we are writing our entire program inside this main py file. So this is the file will be executed when we run our code. So if I just click this create button over here, which says add file, and name it mymodel.py, it's going to open this file over here. So we can write our code inside this file, then we can execute it. So let's say the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to create the variable inside this model which will keep the value of pi. So here I can just write it like this: pi is equal to, so I'm just going to copy the value of pi from here and pass it over here. So with this, we have a pi property inside our model over here. Of course, we can write different functions over here, but for simplicity to explain the model, I'm just creating a constant over here. So this means that now we can use my model to access this pi variable over here. So how can we access this pi variable inside this model over here? So one more time, we need to go back to main py file and import my model. Instead of math, I'm just going to import my model. Then we can easily access the value of pi inside my model. So one more time, as we did in case of math model, I'm just going to put instead of math over here my model. So if I put dot over here, you see that it's showing about documentation and the constant over here, which is py. So after putting that, if I run our code, you'll see that it's printing out the value of pi from the my model over here. Now here we have successfully created our model, and we have used our model inside main py file over here. Now for now we don't know how to create our functions, so that's why I'm not going to create the different functions over here. But now in our upcoming lectures we are going to learn about the creation of our functions. So when we are creating it, we can create a separate model which includes functions over here. For now, you just need to know that we can create a separate file, and inside this separate file we can implement whatever we want. Then we can import this separate file inside main py file and access the functions constants of this model over here. So this means that different people can create different models which perform different functions. Then at the end we can combine them and make the final application over here. Now with this we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture we have learned about built-in math model of Python, and we have learned how can we create our own math model and how models work. Hopefully everything is clear about this lecture over here. So see you in the next lecture. Alright, now in this lecture we are going to talk about randomization in Python, because it's really important when we create computer programs that have a degree of unpredictability. Now the biggest category of these is games. So can you imagine if you had to play Tetris and every single time the block that fell down was predictable? So you always knew that it's going to be a T and it's going to be an L. So it's obvious that there will not be no fun in that game. So the games like Tetris use randomness to select falling down objects. Now in nature, in our daily lives, it's really easy to create randomness. If you splash some points on canvas, that's going to be pretty random. Now we are talking about computers, and these machines are what we call them deterministic. They will perform repeatable actions in a fully predictable way. So how can we make these machines that operate basically based on ones and zeros to get them to create some random numbers? Well, to get a random number in computer, we need to implement a whole bunch of math to create what is called pseudo-random number generators. And the one that Python uses is called Mersenne Twister. Now if you really want to read about it, you can have a look on Wikipedia and look at under algorithmic detail section. But to be honest, it's a little bit too much information for anyone, unless you are really interested in these types of number generators. Now we have talked about a lot about randomness. Now let's see it in action. So let's see how can we generate random numbers in Python. Now it's obvious that we are not going to implement the Mersenne twister by ourselves, because it is horrendously complicated using lots and lots of math, and probably it will take us months to write the code that is mentioned in this documentation over here. Now the question is, how can we get random numbers? Now, as we discussed in our previous lecture, when we were talking about mathematical operations, we mentioned that to use complicated mathematical operations, we import math model and use equation from this math model. Now, here to generate random numbers, the Python team have already created a model which is called random. Now, I highly recommend to read the documentation of any given model before using it, because you can find more useful information in the model documentation. Now, if you search on Google for Python random model, the first documentation that comes from Python documentation. Now, if I click on this, you will see that it says that this model implements pseudo-random number generators for various distributions. So if I go a little bit down, you will see bookkeeping functions, functions for bytes, function for integers, and even if you go down, you will see some examples that is used over here using random model. So from this documentation, you can see that it contains a whole bunch of functions that you can use for generating integers or random float. So let's see how can we tap into this model. Now, as we mentioned before, to be able to use any model in our program, we have to import it. So the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to import random model. Then we will able to use this random model in our main py file. So according to the documentation, for example, if you want to generate random integer number, we have to use random models randint function. So it says that in documentation that it returns a random integer n such that it is located in this range that we provided over here. So in practice, if I write something like this, for example, random integer is equal to, I'm going to use the randint function, so I'm just going to put model name, then randint. So as you can see, we need to provide two parameters over here. So for example, let's say I want to generate random number between 10 and 20. So in this case, when you are using randint function, it includes 10 and 20 as well. Now, then after getting this value, I've assigned this return from randint function to random integer. I'm just going to print out this one to the console. So if I just do it like this and run our code, you will see that in this case, our random number is 18. Now, if I run it one more time, this time the random number will change to 19. So if I run it one more time, it might be the same number, or it will change and bring out the number which is between 10 and 20. Now here we have seen how we create random whole numbers. But what if we want to create a random floating number? Now here, as I mentioned before, if I put after model name dot, it's going to bring all functions that I have inside this model over here. For example, in this case, if I select random and come on it, you will see that it says that this is generating the numbers between 0 and 1, and the return value is float. So in this case, if I run it like this, and I'm just going to create a result variable over here, so I'm just going to delete the integer. So in this case, I'm just going to print out result and run our code. You'll see that in this case, it's generating a number which is located between 0 and 1. So here, take into account that 1 is not included. 0 is included, but 1 is not included. So if I run it one more time, it's generating another number. If I run it one more time, it's generating another number over here. So if you want to generate a number between 0 and 1, in which 1 is not included, then we can use random function over here. Basically, this function is the most used function in randomness, because by using this function, you can generate numbers between 0 and 1, or 0 and 5, or 0 and 10 over here. Now, the question is, in the definition of this function, it says that it's generating a number between 0 and 5. Now, what if I want to generate a floating number between 0 and 5? Now, how might we do that? Now, it's not complicated as you think it is. You'll be able to do it just looking at this code over here. So have a think about it and see if you can come up with your own answer. Then I will go through it with you afterwards. So pause the video and think, how can we use this function to generate a random number between 0 and 5? So hopefully you have done it by yourself. Now let's do it together. Now we know that this random function generates number between 0.00 and 0.999999. So how can we make these numbers to be between 0 and 5? Now if we multiply this random number by a number, let's say we are multiplying it by 5, in this case it's going to generate between 0.00 and if I multiply 9 with 5, it's going to be 0.45 and something like this. So in this case it's never reached 5, but the largest number over here will be 4.99999, something like this. So let's do it in practice. So what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to take this result equal to result multiply by 5. Now if I run our code, you will see that in this case it's returning 0.11101, and if I run it one more time, for example, in this case it's printing out 4.7, and it continues like this. So as every time you see that it's generating a floating number between 0 and 5. In this case you need to take into account that we are generating floating number, so we are looking for generation of floating number. As I explained before, if we want to generate integer number, in this case we are going to use random function. Now the question is, what can we do with these random numbers, and why do we need these random numbers over here? Now if I just copy and paste the code of the love calculator that we created before, we can see that it's a kind of based on pseudosigns. Now like in random numbers, we have a certain number of letters that exist in true and love keyword, and based on your names we are finding the letters over here and saying that if you are compatible or not. So we can easily see that this is a random because we cannot predict the compatibility of two persons based on the letters in their names. So here also randomness plays a role. So if it is random anyways, so why don't we use a random number generator, saving our lives all of the trouble that we are counting T's, O's and E's over here. We can just simply use random model over here and generate a number between 1 and 100, and based on this number we can interpret the score over here. So what I'm going to do in this case, I'm just going to delete this part in which we are counting the letters. Then initially I'm going to import random model. Then over here we are going to calculate the love score that we created over here. This is the variable based on random function. So it's going to be like this: love score is equal to random dot rand int. So it's going to generate between 1 and 100. So based on this love score, we are going to print out the message over here like this. Now here you can see that we have saved a lot of time by using random model. Anyway, counting the letters in love and true keywords is also kind of random. So that's why instead of counting them, we can use just this random function over here. Now if I run our code one more time, you will see that first is ask our name. So if I put Jack over here, so for the second name if I put Jenny and hit enter, you will see that it says that your score is 19. So it's generated the score based on this random function over here. Now if I run it one more time and put same names, you will see that in this case we have different result, because here we are using random function over here. So most of programs that is based on randomness use random model to generate the score or to generate the objects in the games. So after completing the love calculator like this, who can tell us that there is a difference between the previous methods? So actual users do not see this code, you putting their names and generating the message over here. So no one can identify that if it is based on the true and love keyword or it's based on random model. So with this example, you can see how can we use random model in our programs over here. So as I mentioned before, random model is especially used in case of games. So by generating random numbers, the games are unpredictable. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have discussed random model and we have implemented it in practice over here. So hopefully everything is clear about random model. So see you in the next lecture. Alright, till now we have used built-in functions like print function, len function or input function. And we have used model functions like advanced math functions or random generator. But the question is, if we want to make our own function, how would we do that? If we want to make our own function, the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to start out with a keyword which is called def. So I'm going to write over here def. This is because we are creating or defining a function. So this def keyword comes from the defining word. After the def keyword, we are going to give our function a name. For now, I'm just going to call it my first function. So it's going to be like this, my first function. Now the thing that differentiates a function from variable is the parentheses. So this means that after the name, we need to provide parentheses over here, and after the parentheses, the final thing that we need to put a colon after parentheses. Because this says everything that comes after this line over here will be indented and belongs to this function over here. A function definition specifies the name of a function and the sequence of the statements that execute when function is called. Once we define a function, we can reuse the function over and over throughout our program. Now let's make a really simple function that just says 2 lines of code. So if I hit enter after the colon, you will see that the cursor comes to the indentation level inside this function. So this means that the code that we have in this indentation level will be included inside the function. So here I'm just going to put 2 statements inside the function. I'm going to print hello, I am a function. Then I'm just going to print out saying that bye for now. So whenever we are calling this function, these 2 lines of code will be executed. Now I have created my very first function and I have placed lines of code that are associated with this function, all indented level after the definition over here. Now if I go ahead and run our code, you will see that actually nothing happens over here. The reason is, for now, we have not executed this function over here. So this means that we can define lots of functions ahead of time and they are only executed when we trigger them. So in this case, we have not called our function, we have not triggered our function, so that's why when we run this code, nothing happens over here. So for example, we have seen that there are lots of functions in math module, but whenever we import the math module, not all of them are executed. The ones that we call are only executed. So if we have not called our function, the function will not be executed. So to call our function, all we have to do, as we did before for built-in functions, we have to put the name of function, which is in our case my first function. So take into account that we are not going to put it in the indentation level, it has to be with the same level with the function definition. So here I'm just going to put my first function, and after function I need to put parentheses as we did when we are calling built-in function. Now in this case, if I run our code, you will see that first is printing out saying that hello, I am a function and bye for now. So as you can see, whenever we put the function name and call the function, the code inside function gets executed over here. Now in our case, our function does not require any input. So here, when we are calling our function, you see that we have left the inside parentheses empty because in this case, our function is not required any parameter. But for example, if you look at built-in function, which is print function over here, you see that inside parentheses, we have provided some arguments over here. So this means that this function requires parameter, but in our function, there is no parameter. Actually, we will talk about it in our upcoming lectures, but for now, you just need to know that in this simple function, any parameter is not required. Now, as we mentioned before, we can call our function how many times that we want in our inside program. So in this case, if I just copy this line of code and pass it over here, you will see that our function will be executed 2 times. So here, the first thing is it's executed over here like this. So first it's executed this function and printing out this message over here. Then second time it's executing the same function and printing out message over here like this. Now if I just copy this line of code and put inside Tony editor, you will see the order of execution when we are calling the function over here. Now if I pass the same code inside Tony editor, you will see how the execution takes place when we are calling this function over here. Now I'm just going to click the debug button. Then we are going to continue with step into button. So whenever we click this, you see that the first thing that it does is going to call this my first function over here. So if I click it one more time, it's going to check this function and then it's going to tab into this function over here. So first it's going to start from the first line of code over here. So as we said before, in Python, the execution starts from top to down. So in this case, first it's going to check first line of code. So if I click one more time, it's going to check the print statement. Then it's going to print out hello, I'm a function inside in the console over here. So here it shows that this is not, it's not returning anything. It's just printing out this statement to the console. Then it's going to continue to the next line of code. So in the next line of code we have by for now. So it's going to print out this code to the console over here. Now at the end, it's going to finish out saying that this function does not return anything. So our program will stop over here. So as you can see, when we are calling this function over here, it's going to execute all lines of inside this function from top to down. Now just to recap, this is how we create a function in Python. So first we define the function to specify what it should do. And we do that by using the def keyword over here. Then we give a name to our function, which is in our case my first function over here. Now after the name of function, we need to provide parentheses and colon. Then after that, we get to put the lines of code which will be included in this function. And remember that this line of code over here, which goes into the function, will be carried out when the function is triggered. And they must be indented like this. So once you have defined the function, you have actually created the recipe. So the next step is to actually use it, which in programming lingo we will say calling the function. So to call a function, we just need to provide the function name and parentheses after function over here. Now if you have arguments for the function, we are going to provide the arguments inside this parentheses, but for now we don't have any arguments, so that's why we are just putting the function name and parentheses after that. And once the computer sees this line of code, it will go and carry out all these instructions inside function that we defined over here. So it's going to implement these instructions line by line from top to down. Now to learn functions very well, let's look at the carry the robot, which is similar to the functions. Now the robot is going to perform the task that we want to do, no more, no less. For example, if we wanted a robot to go to the store and pick up some milk for us, we just need to give the specific instruction. We cannot say, go and take some milk from the store and come back. So we need to specify the instructions step by step like this. So we need to say that move out from the house and then turn left, then move some blocks to the forward, then turn right and go inside store and buy some milk and get the milk and come back with the same way that you went by giving specific instructions over here. So we have to give all these instructions to our robot to get the milk from the store. So here, as you can see, we have to program each and every step. But say if this functionality of getting the robot to go and pick up some milk for us is needed every single day, then we have to write all these instructions day after day. And at some point we will be just bored and our fingers will be hurt. We will stop doing this because we don't have a way of bundling all these instructions together. So that's where functions come in. So functions will give us a way of referring all these instructions at the same time. So we can put all these instructions inside a kind of box, so we can name it get milk. So with this way, we can give our robot a single instruction and it will carry out all those lines for getting some milk from the store. So as you can see, we have put all the instructions inside functions. So every day we just need to call get milk function so our robot can get a milk from a store. Now hopefully with this example you have get an idea of how can we define our own function. So with this we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture we have defined our very first function and we have learned why we need functions and how they are working. So hopefully everything is clear about defining functions. See you in the next lecture. Till now we have mentioned how important it is in Python to be aware of indentation. So when we create a function like this, every line that comes after this definition over here that is indented is going to be inside this function. So by indented, I mean it's shifted by 4 spaces like this. So if you imagine each dot as a space, then this is a single block of code. And if you want to continue adding lines of code inside my first function, then we will continue adding lines of code which are indented over here. So here again, you see that this second print statement over here are indented with 4 spaces. Now if my code was written like this on the other hand, then the block of code is in fact only this part. And this print statement will not trigger when this function gets triggered because it is independent from this function and it's not indented inside this function over here. So here the block of code will be only this part. So when we call my first function over here, it's going to print out only hello world. So this part of code will not be printed out. Now a simple way that I like to think about this kind of indentation is kind of the file structure that you see when you go into Finder on your Mac or when you go to Explorer on Windows. Now if you have a function, we can think of this function as a folder over here. So our function name was my first function, and here I have created my first function like this. Anything that goes into this folder, for example, if I take this file from here and throw it inside this folder, you will notice that this file gets indented. And this way, it shows clearly that these two files, print hello world and print cu, are living inside this my first function folder over here. And this is equivalent of this code where we have a function name as a folder, and inside this function we have two files over here. The first one is print hello world and the second one print cu. So the code of block in this case will be whole function over here. On the other hand, if I take this print hello world file outside of this folder over here, you will see that it's not indented anymore. So this shows that this part of code is out of this folder over here. So it's applicable for this file also. If I take it out, it's going to be outside of this folder. So for simplicity, I'm just going to put one of them inside this folder, and this second file, which is printing cu, will be outside of folder over here. Now in Python, the equivalent of this will be like this. So as you can see here, this second print statement, which is printing cu, is not indented anymore. So this means that it's outside of my first function folder over here. So it's not inside of my first function over here. So as I mentioned before, the code block in this case will be like this. So this second print statement is not included this function over here because it's not indented. Now indentation gets a little bit more complicated when you have other blocks of code. For example, if, elif, and else statements. So it's very important that you get used to looking at blocks of code like this. So for example, our function before was very simple. Now by adding these if conditions over here, we have made our function more complicated. Now here, as you can see, we have indented all this line of code by 4 square, which are represented by 4 dots over here. Now if we want to have another block of code inside this if statement, we have to indent the code over here with extra 4 space over here. So in this case, this print 1 over here is inside this if statement. So as you can see, it is indented by 8 spaces because first 4 space is for this function and the next 4 spaces is for if condition over here. Now here, this is the function block. So as you can see, it's including all indented codes over here. Then we have another blocks inside this function block over here. Now the first block is this is if block. So as you can see, this if block is indented inside this function. Then after this if condition, if you want to write any code, it has to be indented by 4 spaces after this if condition. So as you can see, if a is equal to 1, we are going to print out 1. That's why print statement is indented inside if condition, because it's going to be executed only this condition is met. Now the next code of block will be elif block. So here also you can see that this print2 statement is located inside this elif statement. So if a is equal to 2, in this case we are going to print 2. So print function has to be indented inside this elif block over here. Now you have to be able to see all of these while just looking at the indentation. Now if you want to present this, then it's almost like creating a new folder over here. So if I just create a new folder like this, so I'm going to name it if a is equal to 1, then I'm just going to take this folder and put it inside this my first function folder. You will see that this folder gets indented. Now if I create a new file over here by just copying this file, so I'm just going to put it print1. Then if I move this file inside this folder over here, you will see that this file gets indented inside this folder over here. So as you can see, it's representing the way that we have inside if condition. So this print1 is located inside this folder, so it is indented like this. So as you can see, this print1 file gets indented 8 spaces over here. Now this folder is indented 4 space, but this print statement, which is printing 1, is indented 8 space over here. So whenever we are putting if block which is located inside function, we have to indent this code block twice. So it's equivalent to 8 spaces in our code. Now every time when we are talking about indentation, we have been talking about spaces. And actually there is two ways of creating indentation: spaces and tabs. You don't have to use just spaces. You can also use tabs that's created using tab key on your keyboard, which can look a little bit like this. So the question is, should we be using spaces or should we be using tabs? So there are lots of developers are arguing in coding communities regarding this. And in 2017, Stack Overflow developer survey shows salary differences between developers who use tabs and spaces. They ask the developer, do you use spaces or do you use tabs? And then they compare it against their annual salary. And somehow they have managed to show that people who use spaces seems to earn a lot more than people who use tabs. Now this is not official statistic. This survey comes from the Stack Overflow survey. Now official guide from the Python community is in fact to use spaces. Now if you click the link from the resource section of this lecture, it will take you the official guide from Python. Now here you can see the style guide for Python code. So here you can see that there is a section over here which says tabs or spaces. Now if I click on this, it will take me to the place where it says that spaces are preferred indentation method. And in fact, in Python 3, you cannot mix a code file that use tabs and spaces for indentation in the same file. And it also tells you that in order to indent a line of code, it should be indented by 4 spaces over here. Now using 4 spaces for a lot of people may seem quite inefficient because I have to hit my space bar 4 times in order to achieve a single indent. So how many indentations in our code? And this seems very, very inefficient. But luckily, in most code editors, they actually have a setting that allows you to indent using spaces by changing indent size to 4. So for example, in Roulette, if you go to the settings, you can see that there is an indentation type over here. So if I select space and put 4 over here, so whenever I click tab button, it's going to be indented 4 spaces over here. So as you can see, it is indented 4 spaces. So this means that you get to hit tab once and your code is in line with the guidance because behind the scenes, your code editor inserting 4 spaces. So with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have explained how important indentation is in Python. So hopefully you have understood everything related to indentation. Now in this lecture, we are going to learn more about functions. Previously, we have learned that functions are a really handy way of taking a complex set of instructions and packaging them together inside a block of code that has a given name to it. And when we want to execute all this line of code over here, all we have to do at any point later in our code is just to call our function by typing its name and set of parentheses. Now in our case, our function's name is my first function, and we can call this function by typing the function name, which is my first function, and parentheses over here. And when this line of code is run, it's going to search where the function is defined. So it's defined up over here. Then it's going to execute all lines of code that are contained within this function. Now here, to see how it works, I want you to head over to Replit and create a new function called greet. Now here, to create a function, it's obvious that we need def keyword. So I'm going to write def keyword, and we know that it's a keyword, and that's why as soon as we type it, it changed the blue color. And after keyword, we have to give a name our function. Now in this case, we are going to name our function greet. Then after that, we are going to put parentheses. Then we are going to put colon over here. So after colon, if we hit enter, we enter into a block of code because we are indented over here. Now the first thing that I'm going to do to create print statement which says just hello. So I'm going to put print statement hello. Then I'm going to add next print statement. It's going to be how are you? Print how are you? Now we have created our function. Now it's time to trigger the function, or in programming lingo, call the function. And as we said before, we do that by calling the name of function and adding set of parentheses. So here you need to be careful that when you are calling function, you don't have to put it its indented level. It should be with same level that we have declared it. So I'm going to put greet. Then if I hit run, you'll see that it's going to find the function that we declared over here, and it's going to execute all lines of code that we have in our function over here. So that's pretty simple. Notice that every single time if I call this function over here, it's going to do the same thing. It's just going to print out these two lines of code to the console. Now in reality, it's rare that you want to repeat the same instructions every single time when you call function. It would be nice if you could modify some parts of the code inside function and allow a little bit variation. For example, it would be nice if we could greet somebody by the name. So let's say if I put my name over here, Ershad, instead of just saying hello, we can say Ershad over here. So after hello, if I put Ershad, and here I can put over here as a also how are you Ershad. Now if I run our code, you'll see that the output is changed. So here it says that hello Ershad and how are you Ershad. Here again, my name is hard-coded over here. Now if we want, for example, for each time when we call our function to put different names over here, how can we achieve this functionality over here? So instead of each time greeting the Ershad, we can greet a user based on the username that we provided to our program over here. So the main question is, how can we achieve this functionality? Now we need to look more closely at these parentheses. Now what we can do is we can actually add the name of variable inside these parentheses over here to start giving our functions some input. So let's say there's a variable called something that's going to be passed to our function over here. As soon as we get this variable as an input, we can do anything with this variable over here. So in this case, this is something. So this means that we can do this with something over here. And this is something can be used inside this block of code. And when we call our function, we have to add data inside these parentheses over here. So in this case, the calling function will be like this. So let's say we have decided to pass 1, 2, 3 over. Well, in this case, when this line of code gets triggered, the computer is going to search for where this function is declared. So it's obvious that we have declared it over here. Then it's going to pass over this piece of data, which is 1, 2, 3, over to this variable over here. So now, effectively inside this function, which is my first function, we now have a variable called something, and that is equal to 1, 2, 3. And it can be used inside block of code to do something with this piece of data over here. So instead of something over here, if we call our function with 1, 2, 3, it's going to be do this thing with 1, 2, 3. Now it's a bit like plugging a USB stick into our computer. If we took a different piece of input, we will end up with different file being shown by the computer. So this means that we have two different USB sticks over here. So for this one, we are going to have different inputs in our computer. For the second one, we are going to have completely different inputs in our computer. So this means that computer can do something different depending on the input that we give it. And if we change that input, it will receive a different piece of data. Now, in addition to this simple function over here, we can also create a function that allows input. So I'm just going to comment over here, put function with input. And to do that, you saw earlier on the syntax that it's going to the same as before we use def keyword. So I'm just going to put def keyword. Then before I put just greet. So in this case, I'm going to name our function greet with name. Then after name, we are going to put parentheses over here. Then instead of leaving this inside parentheses, we need to create a name of variable that's going to be passed over here. So let's just call it name because that describes the data that we are going to be received. So in this case, we are going to receive the name of person to greet the person. So that's why I'm going to name the parameter name. Then after parentheses, we need to put colon over here. Now after putting colon, if I hit enter one more time, it's going to be indented over here. So we can write our code inside this function over here. Now here, one more time, I'm going to use print function. Now inside print function, we are going to use this name variable over here. Now it's obvious that here again we are going to use f string. So to use f string, I'm going to put f, then after f I'm going to put quotes, so hello, then inside braces I'm going to put name. Now we can do the same operation for the second print statement. So in this case I'm just going to copy and paste it. So instead of hello I'm going to put how are you and name over here. Now here I'm just going to comment this part, so I don't need to call this function over here. So I'm just going to call the second function with the parameter. Now in this case, when we are calling this function greet with the parameter, you see that it shows name parameter over here. Now if I select it and open parentheses, you see that the prompt says that it requires a parameter. So we need to provide an input over here. Now in this case, as an input, if I put Elshad and hit run, you'll see that in this case also it's printing out hello Elshad and how are you Elshad. Now instead of Elshad, if I put Eddie and run it, you see that this time the output will be different. So in this case, based on the parameter, we can change the execution of the function like this. So we are providing an input, so based on this input is providing an output to us. So every time when we execute this function, it gets a modify a little bit, changing the input. Now when we are talking about functions with inputs, there are two things that we are going to work with, and that's really important to differentiate them. So we know that when we call this function, we need to pass over this piece of data. And effectively, we are creating a new variable called something, and we are setting it to equal to this piece of data that we are passing to it. Now in programming lingo, you will hear this being referred as a parameter, and this piece of data being referred as an argument over here. Now the argument is actual piece of data that's going to be passed over this function when this is called over here. Whereas the parameter is the name of data, and we use the parameter inside function to refer to it and to do things with it. Now very often on the internet, when you come across somebody explaining something to be on a Stack Overflow or in some piece of documentation, you will hear them referring these two types of things, the parameter and the argument. So if you need to, come back and listen to this lesson and remind yourself the difference between those things. The parameter is the name of the data that's being passed in, and the argument is the actual piece of data. Now sometimes people also get confused on the internet between these two words, but as long as you know what that means, then you will be in a good place. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have learned functions with input. Hopefully everything is clear about them. So see you in the next lecture. Now in the last session, we saw a very simple form of function that allows for input. Now in this lesson, I want to take even further, and I want to create a function that allows for multiple inputs. So let's comment out the previous code that we created over here. So as you remember, this was a simple code. So I'm just going to comment out this code from here, the one that we are calling the function. Then I'm going to create a new function which will take two parameters. So it's going to be name and city. So here, one more time, to create a function, I'm just going to use def keyword. So in this case, the name of function will be greet. So I will put with. So let's put name and city. So NC. So here it's going to take two parameters. Now, as a challenge, I want you to quickly think about how you might add two parameters. One's called name and another one is called city into this function declaration over here. Now pause the video, have a brief think, and then we will go through it together. Alright, we know that if we wanted to add one parameter, which is name over here, we just need to put name of the variable. And this is how we will do it. We will just add it inside these parentheses over here. Now if we want to have more than one parameter, all we have to do is to add comma after this parameter, then we are going to add second parameter. Now in this case, the second parameter will be city. Now after adding the parameters over here, I'm just going to put colon over here and hit enter. So after hitting enter, as you can see, the cursor comes to the indented level. So this means that whatever we are going to write inside this function is going to be inside this function over here. Now then inside this function, we are going to use the name to print out something hello name. and we are going to use city parameter to ask weather in their particular location. So one more time here again, I want you to pause the video and think how can you modify this function over here to greet the person and ask for the weather over here. Now hopefully you have done it by yourself. Now if you haven't done it, let's do it together. So here I'm just going to call print function. So this part of code basically will be the same. So I'm just going to copy it from here and pass it over here, the one that we created in our previous lecture. Then we are going to use same print statement. Then we are going to use f-string one more time over here. So inside f-string, we are going to put what is weather like in, so we are going to put the city name inside braces. So it's going to be like this, city name. Now with this, our function is completed. Now if I call this function with the name of greet with nc, it's going to prompt me to add both these inputs over here. Now after this function over here, I'm just going to call this function. So it's going to be greet. So our function is this one. So we have created greet function over here, greet with name function, and in our previous lectures. Now in this lecture we have created greet with nc. So as you can see, it's prompting this one, and here you see that it's requesting two parameters over here. Now after putting the name of function, if I put parentheses over here, you see that first it's requiring the name, then it's requiring city parameter. Now which parameter you are typing over here is going to underline that parameter. Now first we are going to type my name, which is Ershad. So it's going to be like this. Then if I put comma over here, you will see that the underline changed to city. So this means that it's requiring the city name. So in this case, I'm just going to put, for example, Berlin. Now if I run our code, you will see that in this case it's greeting Ershad. So this means that it takes this Ershad parameter from here and replace it with the name variable and putting it over here. Then the second line is what is weather like in Berlin. So it's taking this Berlin from here and put it inside this city and printing out as an output like this to the console. So as you can see here, it takes these parameters, replace these variables over here without any issue. Now the question is, if I take these parameters over here and change their places, what will happen? So instead of Ershad over here, if I put Berlin, and instead of Berlin, if I put Ershad, what will be the output in this case? Now in this case, if I run our code, you'll see that first is saying hello Berlin and what is weather like in Ershad. So as you can see, it didn't take the name parameter as Ershad, it take name as Berlin and city as Ershad over here. So actually what happened here is it takes the position of the data, looks at both these arguments over here, and first it gets assigned the Berlin to the name, then it's getting assigned Ershad to the city over here, then it's using these variables inside this code over here. Now in this case, name is equal to Berlin and city is equal to Ershad. That's why it is printed out over here as an output, something strange. So as I mentioned, Berlin is assigned to name and Ershad name is assigned to city over here. And in Python, this is called positional argument. Because when we call the function, we have not specified anywhere which particular parameter we want to associate this piece of data that we have over here. So it's just gone and looked at the position of these variables and taking them over here. So this means that when we are declaring our function, we have set as a first parameter name, then the second parameter city. So that's why as a first value that we are sending to function, it's going to take Berlin, and the second value is Ershad. That's why it's assigning Berlin to name and Ershad to city over here. Now this is the default way of calling functions, because when we are typing our code over here, we get the hints to which piece of data you need to enter. But also you can refer the function, look at the order of parameters when you are declaring it. So as you can see, when we look at the declaration of this function, we see that first name, the second one is city. Now if we had more input, let's say in this case we had A, B, C, and we put the arguments 1, 2, 3, then it means that our variables that get created will be A is equal to 1, B is equal to 2, and C is equal to 3. Because in this case, we are calling it as the order that we have declared over here. Now, if we switch around the arguments in the function call like this, in this case, A will be 3, B will be 1, and C will be 2. So it might be doing slightly unpredictable things over here. Now, whenever you are creating code and you are using these positional arguments, you are just inserting data one by one like this. It does not something completely unexpected. Be sure that to check your position and to make it match with the position of parameter that you are inserting the data over here. Now, if you want to be more clear when you actually call the function and you don't want to counter this problem, well, in this case, you can use something called keyword arguments. So instead of just adding the arguments in the function call like this, you can actually add each of parameters name and equal sign to say that the first parameter is equal to this one, and the second parameter is equal to this one, and the third parameter is equal to this one. So in this case, A will be 1, B will be 2, and C will be 3. And now when we actually change the order around, it does not matter how we order these parameters over here. It's going to be the same values for this parameter over here. So even though we have changed the order of the parameters over here, A is still 1, B still 2, and C still 3. So now I want to take this function over here that we created, and instead of positional argument over here, I want you to use the keyword argument. So this is another challenge. So here I want you to pause the video and think, how can you use keyword arguments for this function call over here? Now, hopefully you have done it by yourself. If you haven't done it, let's do it together. So one more time, we are just going to call our function. So I'm going to put parentheses over here. So inside parentheses, the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to put name is equal to Elshad. As we said before, when we are using positional argument, we have to put the name of parameter. So in this case, name of parameter is name. Then the second parameter is city. So in this case, for city, for example, I'm going to put London. Now, if I run our code, you'll see that it says that hello Elshad and what's weather like in London. Now, even if I change the order of these parameters over here, so instead of first putting name, if I put city over here, and after that, if I put comma and run our code, you'll see that in this case, nothing is changed. So it's going to print out hello Elshad and the weather, what's weather like in London. So as you can see, whatever we put over here, it's going to assign London to city and Elshad to name over here. Now, this can make your code less error prone, but it does make each line of code longer. So I recommend you using your judgment to figure out when you want to use which type of argument, and depending on need, you can pick between these two. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have learned how can we declare a function with more than one, and what is the difference between positional and keywords arguments. Hopefully everything is clear about this. So see you in the next lecture. Alright, now in this lecture, we will talk about functions with output. So we have already seen a couple of things that we can do with functions. The first thing I showed you was to create a very simple standard function using def keyword, then name, then empty parentheses, then colon over here. Then within the body of function, you can do a bunch of things which will be carried out every time when you trigger or call the function like this over here. And this type of function basically just help you to reduce the amount of code you have to write when you have instruction that you want to execute it repeatedly. Now the next type of function that we saw actually had something inside these parentheses over here. And this something is an input which can be passed over when we call the function. Now in this case, when we call this function, we are passing triple one over here, which is argument, which gets passed into this parameter called something, and then it gets used within the body of function. The second type of function is the function which allows for inputs, and this gives us ability to modify the code in the function and get it to do something different each time depending on the input that was passed in. Now we are going to continue to the final type of function which allow us to have output once the function is completed. Now here we are going to start with this simple function. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write def keyword, then the function name, then inside parentheses. For now, I'm not going to put anything. So it's possible that when you are creating functions with the output, you can put inputs also, but for simplicity, we are not going to put input over here because inputs and outputs are completely separate from each other. So this is a normal function and you have seen it many times. And within the body of function, I'm just going to do some specific calculations. So I have created a variable which is result, and I have assigned the 1 plus 2 to this variable over here. So I'm calculating 1 plus 2 over here. Now then I can use output keyword, which is return keyword. Then after return keyword, I can put this result that I've calculated over here. In this case, the output is the result. And what that means is when I call this function later on and it runs, then it will go ahead and output this result and it will replace this function over here. Now this is result held in the code where the function was called. Now actually I can save it to another variable as a result of this function over here. So if I create a variable over here called output, and I can assign this result that I am getting from this my first function to this variable over here. So in this case, the result is 3. So this means that 3 will be assigned to this output over here. Now in this case, this code might look like this. So without using any variable over here, we can just return this calculation. Then in this case, when we are calling our function, we can call it like this. So we are creating output variable over here, then assigning it this function. So this function will return this 3 from here, and it will assign to this output variable over here. Now the way that I think about the function with outputs is almost kind of like a machine. So in this case, this machine has an input with empty bottle. So if you put empty bottle to this milk machine over here, it's going to process something over here, then it's going to output a bottle with full of milk. So in this case, the function has input, which is empty glass bottle, and it has an output, the glass bottle filled with milk. And in the middle, there is some processes or some code that is being executed to create this change over here. Now this ties together all things that we have learned about functions. So basically it has input with empty bottle, so it's doing some processing over here, and it's giving output as a bottle with full of milk. So to put everything together, let's see how this is working in practice. Now basically till now, when we are using built-in functions, we have used the functions with outputs. We have used the functions like math function or some other built-in functions such as len function. These functions basically are the functions with output. So for example, if I import math model over here and use one of the function of math model, in this case you will see that it's going to return something. So for example, I'm going to use the square root function. So I'm just going to put math dot square root. So in this case, it requires one parameter. So as you can see, I need to put any number over here. For example, for simplicity, I'm going to put 16. Now, if I run our code, you will see that in this case, nothing happens in the console because it's returning value, but we are not printing that value to the console. Now, to see the value that we are getting from this function, we can use just this function inside print statement. So if I use this inside print statement, we know that print statement prints whatever it has inside this function to the console. So if I run it one more time, in this case, you will see that it's printing out 4 because this function returns 4. So it's printing out 4 to the console. So we can even save this function's output. For example, I'm going to create variable like this. And then after saving this output to the output variable, we can print out to the console. You will see that same thing happens over here. So as you can see, it's printing out 4.0. So this means that this function, square root function, is a function with outputs. Now the functions that do not have any output are called void functions. So if any function is not returning anything, in this case, we are calling these functions void functions. So for simplicity, for example, let's just create a function, simple function over here. Def, for example, I'm going to put print twice. So it's not going to take any parameter. I'm just going to print out hello to the console twice. So if I run this function, which means that if I call this function over here, you'll see that it's going to print out hello twice to the console. So it's printing out straight away. But if I just create a variable over here, for example, output variable, and assign this value to this output and try to print out the output to the console, you'll see that in this case, it's going to return the type of none. Because here, the function does not return anything. So that's why it's just printing out to the console this hello, hello. It's coming from this print statement and it's not returning anything. That's why what Python does over here is it checks that if we don't have any return statement over here, it's printing out none over here. Now the question is, how can we create function with the output in practice? So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to create a function which called format name, and this function will take two parameters, first name and last name, and it's going to change this input so to the title case. So in this case, if I put as input, for example, Elshad, the output will be like Elshad. So here there's another challenge. So I want you to pause the video and create a function which takes two parameters. Then we will continue from there. Now hopefully you have done it by yourself. So if you haven't done it, let's do it together. So the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to use def keywords. Then we are going to put the name of function. So as I mentioned before, it's going to be format name. So it's going to take two parameters. So the first parameter will be first name. So I'm just going to put f name, and the second parameter will be last name. Then we are going to format these names to print out title case. Now here, you might not know how to find out the title case. Now, as always, what we are going to do, we are going to search to see how can we find the Builtin Function to convert these names to the title case. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open Google, I'm going to search Python title case function. Now here, if you go to on Stack Overflow, you will see that someone asked question how to convert string to the title case in Python. You will see that whatever we are putting as an input is going to print out as a title case like this. So the answer is you are writing the string like this, then put dot and using title function like this. So in this case, in our case, we are going to put first name dot title case. So what I'm going to do over here is, so I'm just going to print out the result that we are getting from the title function. So the first is I'm going to put f name dot. So in this case, we can call title function. Then I'm going to do the same thing for the second parameter that we are getting from function. So it's going to be L. Now in this case, if I run our code, so I'm just going to call this function. So I'm going to put my first name with the small letters, and I'm going to put my surname with lowercase letters also. So at the end, let me just put with capital letter. Now if I run this, so here we have put L last, it has to be L name, last name. So if I run this, you will see that it's converted it to Elshad and Karimov with the title case. Now here, instead of just returning these two names over here, we can actually combine them together and return them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to save this formatted name to a new variable. So in this case, I'm going to put variable over here, formatted name, formatted first name. So this means that this title function will return the formatted name. So I'm going to save it to this formatted name variable. So I'm going to do the same operation for this formatted last name. So instead of F, I'm going to put over here L. So I need to delete the print statement. Then I need to put like this. Now after doing so, we can just print out these two variables to the console. So here I'm going to use f string. So it's going to be like this. Then inside f string, we are going to put braces. Then inside braces, we are going to put first formatted first name, then comma, then formatted last name. Now if I run our code one more time, you'll see that in this case, it's combined these two variables together and print out to the console. So basically, instead of print statement over here, we can use return keyword to return this expression from this function. So I'm going to delete print statement from here. So instead of print, I'm going to put output keyword, which is return, and it's going to be like this. So if I run our function in this case, you'll see that nothing comes into the console. So this means that we have get the value from this format name function, but we have not saved it anywhere and we have not printed out to this one to the console. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new variable over here, which is output. Then at the end, we are going to print out output to the console. So if I run our code one more time, so in this case, you see that the same output printed out to the console. So basically with this, we have created a function in which we have inputs, two inputs, and then we are doing some processing on these inputs. Then we are returning output with a title case and combining them together. Now we can visualize this by copying this code from here and passing into Tony to see how the execution occurs in this case. So inside Tony, I'm just going to pass the code over here. Then I'm going to click debug current script. Now when we click the debug current script, so we know that when we are calling the script in Python, First, it's going to check the first line. So in the first line, we have comments. That's why it's going to skip to the third line. Now in the third line, it's going to check the body of the function. We know that function will not be executed if we are not calling this function. So that's why in this case, nothing will happen over here. Then if I click step into it, it's going to continue to the next line. So in the next line, we are calling this function and saving it to the output. So what's going to do, if I click step into one more time, it's going to check this function. Then it's going to check one by one the parameters. So in this case, as a parameter, we are sending Elshad. Then the second parameter is Karimov. Then it's going to run this function over here. So this means that it's going to continue to the code of this function. Now in the first line of code of this function, we are formatting the name as a title. So this means that it's going to take the name. So as a parameter, we have passed Elshad. Then it's going to convert it to the title case. So as you can see, it converted to title case. In this case, it's like this, and it saved it to formatted fname. Then it's going to continue to the next line. So in the next line, it's going to take the second parameter. So the second parameter is Karimov like this. Then it's going to call title function and convert it to the title case, and it's going to save it to this formatted L name. Then if I click one more time, it's going to continue to the third line of this function. So in the third line, we have return statement and the formatted expression like this. So this means that it's going to format the names like this. So as you can see, the name is Elshad with comma Karimov with title case. So it's going to return this one. So this means that if I return this, it's going to continue our code and save it to output variable over here. Now after saving it to output variable, it's going to continue to the print statement, and then in the print statement, it's going to print out this value to the console. So as you can see, Elshad Karimov printed out to the console. Now with this, we have seen how function with output works. Now here, the important moment is this return keyword over here. Now whatever we put after return keyword over here is not going to be executed inside this function. So for example, if I put print statement after this return keyword, so I'm just going to print out test and rerun our code, you'll see that it's just printing out Elshad Karimov to the console. So this print statement over here is skipped, because when we are calling this function, all codes continue till over here, then it will just skip the codes that comes after the keyword. So the return keyword is really the most important thing in order to create a function that has output, because everything that comes after it is going to be replaced where the function is called. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have discussed how functions with output works. So hopefully everything is clear about them. So see you in the next lecture.
Alright, in this lecture, we will talk about difference between printing something to the console over here versus returning something as an output from the function. Because a lot of students get very confused at this stage, and they think that why don't I just print out these results instead of returning them from function? So what's the actual difference between return and print statement? Now in this lecture, I want to address this. At the moment, we have got these four functions and we call it, and we pass over some inputs. So once we get this output from these functions that we are using, we are printing out this answer to the console over here. Now in the current state of calculator, it's hard to see the difference between print and return statement. But here's the question. What if I wanted to take the output that comes from the calling these functions over here, and instead of just storing it inside variable and then printing out, what if we want to pass it as an input to another function? So let's say at this point, we have decided that we are going to ask to pick another operation from the user. So once we get the answer, we are going to use that answer in another operation over here. Now to do so, after this print statement, I'm just going to ask for new operation. So to ask for new operation, I'm going to name it new operation variable is equal to. So as you can see, we were asking the operations like this. So I'm just going to copy this part of code and pass it over here. We are using input function. So I'm just going to change the operation like this. Pick another operation from this list. Now after picking another operation from this list, we are going to ask for the third number. So one more time, I'm just going to copy this code from here, which is for the second number. Then I'm going to change it to ask for third number. So the name of variable will be n3. And what is the third number? Because we are going to use third number to do operation with the value that we are getting from this output over here. So this is the answer. based on the operation we are getting the answer, and based on this answer we are going to calculate another operation with the third number that we are going to provide. Now we see that if we choose another operation, we need to repeat these steps over here, in which based on the operation we are calling different functions that we have declared over here. Now we have learned that to get rid of repetitive code, we can create this part of code as a function. So I'll create a new function over here and put all these if statements inside the function. So I'm just going to name the function name calculate. So it's going to be def calculate. So as a parameter, it's going to take 3 parameters, n1, n2, and operation. Then after declaring it, I'm just going to put colon over here. Then I'm going to select this part of code from here and click tab to put these if elif conditions inside this function over here with indentation level. Now after calculating everything over here, I'm just going to return answer from this function. Now after returning it, we need to call this function to print out result to the console like this. So here, after declaring it, I'm just going to create a new variable which will be output is equal to calculate. So it's going to be calculated based on n1, n2, and operation that we are getting from console over here. Then I'm just going to change this answer to output because it's going to be calculated based on this function that we have declared over here, and it's going to save the output to this output variable, and we are going to print out this output to the console. Now after doing so, and finally, we are going to get the calculation function based on this new operation and the number that we have picked over here. And we are going to calculate new answer based on this number that we get from the console and based on the output that we get from the previous calculation. So here I'm just going to create a new variable which will be new answer. It's going to be called calculate. So instead of answer we can put output over here because here we have created as an output, so it's going to be new output. So as a first parameter I'm going to select the output that we have calculated before. So it's going to be the first parameter, and the second parameter will be the n3 which we have picked as a third number. Then operation will be new operation that we have picked over here. So based on this we are going to calculate our new output over here. So basically here, instead of writing output like this, I can just copy this code from here and paste it instead of output over here inside this calculate function. So basically we are calling this calculate function twice over here. So the first number will be the output that comes from the first calculation, and the second output will be from the outside calculation function. So as a second parameter, we have taken the third number that we are getting from the user. Then after calculating this, I'm just going to print out one more time to the console something like this. So I'm just going to copy paste it here, and instead of operation, I'm going to put new operation. So I'm just going to copy and paste it over here, and instead of output, I'm just going to put new output over here, and n1 also should be the output that we get from the previous call of this function. Now with this, we have successfully implemented the second function in which we are picking another operation to calculate it. Now if we run our function, so first it's going to ask what is the first number. So for simplicity, I'm just going to put 2 and hit enter. Then the second number, so let's put 4, then hit enter. So I'm just going to select plus sign. So if I put plus sign, it's going to return 6 because 2 plus 4 is 6. Then we need to select another operation. So here I'm just going to select multiplication operation. So if I select multiplication operation and hit enter, it's going to ask for third number. So if I select 3, in this case, the answer must be 18 because 6 multiply 3 has to be 18. But here you can see that the output shows 6 multiplied with 4 because here we have forgotten to put n3, not n2. So the output has to be like this. So if I rerun it with the same parameter, 2, 4, and select plus sign, then as another operation I'll select multiplication, then 3. In this case you will see that the output shows correct. So 6 multiplies 3 is 18 over here. So in this case I have successfully calculated another operation over here because I have an output from my calculation function over here. This is because of this return keyword that we have put over here. We are able to get result from this calculate function, and after getting this result from this calculate function, we are able to take the result from the calculate function and plug it right back to another calculate function over here. And as I mentioned, I'm able to do so because I'm using return statement over here.
and that's why I have outputs from my functions over here. So this will not be possible if I'm using a print statement instead of return statement. So if I put print statement over here, and in these functions over here, in this case, we are not able to get results from the functions over here. It's just going to print out the result to the console. We will not able to get result and use it in another function call over here, and we cannot save the output in any variable over here. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, I have shown you practically what's the difference between return and print statement over here. So hopefully everything is clear over here by using this practical example. So see you in the next lecture. Alright, in this lecture we will look at why we need functions. Now you might be thinking, why do we need to create functions? So if we think back again to the previous lectures in which we used the built-in functions like len function, input function, or square root function, those functions were predefined for you, meaning that you didn't have to tell the computer how to compute the square root, or for example in this case 4. The work of teaching the computer about square root had already been done for you by someone else, and because that programming job had already been done. So you could simply use these functions in your own program without worrying how the square root function worked inside actually. Now this example highlights the most important reasons that programmers use functions. The first reason is reusability. Once a function is defined, it can be used over and over and over again. You can invoke the same function many times in your program, which saves your work. Imagine what programming would be like if you had to teach the computer about square root every time you need to find the square root of any given number. You'd never get your program finished. Another aspect of reusability is that a single function can be used in several different programs. When you need to write a new program, you just need to import the module, use functions that are created inside this module. For example, in our example over here, we have imported math model. So as you can see, we have imported math model. Then we can use square root from math model over here. So if I just write math dot, you'll see that it's going to bring all functions that are declared inside math model over here. So this means that we can import this math model in many programs, as many as programs that we want, and we can use these functions without knowing how they are working inside. So we don't have to know the inside algorithm inside these functions, we just need to know how they are working. So if I just click on this function over here and come on it, you see that it says that return the square root of x. So we just need to provide x over here and run our function. In this case, it's going to find the square root of 4. So here we don't need to know how inside this function works. Now the second reason is abstraction. In order to use a particular function, you need to know the following things: the name of function, what the function does, what arguments you must give to the function, and what kind of result you will get from the function. But notice, if you just want to use a function in your program, you don't have to know how it works inside. You don't have to understand anything about what goes on inside the function. It's a sort of like driving a car or using a telephone. With an automobile, you don't need to understand every detail about the engine, drivetrain, or wheels. All you have to do is drive the car. So without knowing the more details about the car engine, you can drive it. Similarly with the phone, you don't have to understand everything about the phone system in order to make a call. So you just need to learn how to use and make call using the phone. You don't need to understand the details that we have inside the hardware of the phone over here. The only time you need to know how a function works inside is when you need to create a new function and change how it works. So it's like a car again. You need to know how a car works in order to build or fix one. But once a function is written and working, you never need to look at its inside again. So together, these two reasons make functions extremely useful, practically essential for programmers who write large programs. The ability to divide a program into abstract and reusable pieces is what makes it possible to write large programs that actually work right. So that's why we need functions. So with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have learned why we need functions. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this section, we are going to implement projects which are using functions. So here again, we are going to include everything that we have learned in our previous section and in the sections that comes before the previous sections to combine all knowledge together. So here again, you might see some concepts repetitive, because only by repetition we can learn things very well. Now here in the resource section of this lecture, you can click on the link, and after clicking the link, it's going to open something like this. So by clicking fork button, you can fork this project into your Replit. Now here, if I open the instruction of this project, it's a very simple project. So it says that rewrite leap year project using function. So as you remember, we have implemented leap year project in our previous sections. So there we have implemented leap year by using if and elif statements. But here we are going to use the same code and implement it by using function, because in this case, by implementing it as a function, we can use this function in our different projects. So first we are going to implement it using function. Then I'm just going to create a new file in which we will have only leap year function, so we can import this file in any of our projects without rewriting leap year code every time when we need it. Now here again, when we run our code, you will see that the first thing that it does, it's asking enter year. So for example, if I enter 2020 and hit enter, you will see that in this case it says that it is leap year. So if I rerun it, for example, if I enter 2021 and hit enter, in this case you see that not leap year. So the output is not changed over here, but the logic inside the project will be changed because we are going to implement it using functions. Now here at the end you can see the solution to this project, but before going to solution, I want you to pause the video and think if you can come up with your own answer, then compare it with the solution. Alright, hopefully you have finished this project by your own. If you haven't done it, let's do it together step by step. Now this is our leap year project. So I've just copied the code from the leap year project and passed it over here. So as you can see, first it's asking for the year, then based on this year, we have implemented the conditions that we discussed in our leap year project. Now here, according to our instruction, we need to rewrite it using function. So how can we rewrite this using function over here? So here, we cannot add this part inside function because in this case, we are asking for a year. Then the only thing that we can add inside this function is this one. So we are going to create a function which return leap year or not leap year. So we have learned that to create a function, we need def keyword. So I'm going to write def keyword over here. So you can write it over here, or you can write it after this code over here. So we can create function over here and pass this code inside it, or in this new line, I can create our function like this. So I'm just going to do it like this. So you can create it over here and copy paste this code inside this function over here. But the easier way is always doing like this. So I'm going to create def, then I'm going to name the function name leap year. So it's obvious that this function will take one parameter. So in this case, it's going to take as a parameter year. So if I just put year over here, you can mix them with this year over here. So to differentiate them, I'm just going to put p year. So this means that this is a parameter. So we are going to use this parameter inside this function. So after doing so, I'm going to put colon over here and hit enter. Now after hitting enter, we know that whatever we are going to write in this indentation level is going to be inside this function. But this code is outside of this indentation level. So to put all this code inside this function, all we have to do, we have to select all this code, then click tab button. Now after clicking it, all this code will become as indented level inside this function over here. Now we can see that this code is included inside these functions because the code is located in indentation level. Now here, if I run our function, you will see that it's going to print out the output to the console. Now in this case, to see the output in the console, I just need to run the function. So I'm just going to put leap year. So we know that to run a function, we just need to put the name of function. Then inside parentheses, I'm going to put as a parameter the year that we are getting from here. But here you need to take into account that we have put as a parameter p year, but we have not changed the years over here. So this means that in this case, our function will not work properly because here we have not used p year inside this function. So instead of year, we have to use p year. So I'm just going to copy and pass it over here. Instead of year, it's going to be p year, and p year. So with this, our function will work properly. So then we are going to call function with the function name. Then as a parameter, we are going to put the year that we are getting console. Now in this case, if I run our code, you'll see that the first thing that it does is asking for year. So I'm going to put
1990 and hit enter, you will see that in this case it says that not a leap year. So it's printing out to the console. But according to our instruction, we have to rewrite our function. Instead of printing, it has to return. So this means that we have to change our function in a way that it's going to return leap year or not leap year. So in this case, instead of print statement, I'm going to put return statement. So with this, you will practice multiple return statements over here. So when we are putting return statement, we have to delete the parentheses. With print statement, we have parentheses over here. With return, we don't have parameter. So I'm going to put return also over here. And instead of the last print statement, I'm going to put return. So with this, we have successfully implemented our function with multiple returns. So here you can see that inside the function, we use if-else conditions and nested if-else condition, and then inside these nested if-else conditions we have used multiple returns. So with this you can practice multiple returns inside functions over here. Now in this case, if I run our code one more time, you'll see that one more time it's asking for a year. So I'm just going to put 2020 and hit enter. You'll see that nothing happens in the console, because in this case we are returning the value from the function. We are not printing out to the console. So to see the value in the console, we just need to print out the output from this function. So if I run it one more time and put 2020 and hit enter, you'll see that in this case it's printing out to the console, this is leap year. So with this, we have successfully implemented leap year function in our program over here. Now, as we mentioned before, the reason that we are creating functions, we can use these functions inside other programs. Now, how can we use this function in other programs? Now, to do so, we have to create this function in a separate file. Then we can use this function by importing in our program over here. Now, I'm going to create a new file. So I'm just going to name the new file leap.py. Then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut this code from here, the function itself, and paste it inside this leap file. So with this, we are successfully creating leap module over here. Now, when we learn the models, we have said that we can create custom models and use in our programs in the future. Now, to be able to use this model, leap model, inside our program over here, all we have to do, we have to import it. So I'm just going to import leap. So here you can put as an alias as LP, or you can use leap itself. So this name is a custom name that you are providing to the library, because sometimes the library name might be long. So instead of writing the library name as long name, you can put short name over here. Now for now, I'm just going to delete this and I'm going to put leap because it's a small name. So then here, the next line is we are getting the year from the console. Then we are calling leap year function. So as you can see, it shows with red line that the undefined name leap year, because in this case, inside this file, we don't have leap year. Now to be able to access the leap year, all we have to do, we have to take the library name after importing it and pass it over here and dot the leap year. So as you can see with this, the red line disappeared over here. Now if I run our code, you will see that it's asking for leap year, and hit enter, you will see that it shows that this is a leap year. Now, as we said before, when we are using alias over here as LP, so as you can see after writing it, this line becomes one more time with red. So instead of leap over here, we have to put LP. So whatever name we are providing as alias over here, you have to use that name inside over here. So this makes our life easier. So when we are dealing with the libraries which has long name. Now if I rerun our code one more time, so in this case I'm going to put 1988 and hit enter. You see that 1988 was leap year. Now with this, we have come to the end of this project. So in this project, we have converted leap year project by using functions over here, and we have created a leap model and imported this leap model inside our project to see how we can use functions in our other projects repetitively. Now, hopefully everything is clear about this project. So see you in the next project.
Now in this section, we will talk about iteration. But before diving into the iteration, I want to talk a little bit about Python list, which will be discussed in detail in data structure section. The reason that I want to talk about list in the beginning of this section is that we will use list to understand iteration very well. So it's highly recommended to be familiar with list before continuing to the iteration. As I mentioned here, I will just provide general concepts about list. And the list is what you would call a data structure. What does that mean? It's a way of organizing and storing data in Python.
We will talk about different types of data structures in our upcoming lectures very detailed. But for now, we will learn only list, which is needed to understand iteration in detail. And here, I want to mention that data structures and algorithms are very essential for making very fast programs and for passing interviews. So if you want to get deep knowledge about data structures and algorithms in Python, try the complete data structures and algorithms course in Python, which includes more than 100 interview questions and all concepts regarding them. You can find the link of course in the resource section of this lecture. Now we have already seen ways of storing single piece of data in Python, and that was done through simple variable, where we just said, for example, a is equal to 3 or b is equal to 4. So by that we are storing these values inside these variables over here. But that's just storing one piece of data, such as a number or a string. But sometimes we want to store group of piece of data. The data that has some sort of connection with each other. For example, if you want to store all names of the countries in the UK, then it does not really make sense to store them individually, because they are kind of belong together and they have relationship with each other. So it would be nice if you had a variable that is called countries in the UK, then you will be able to store all names of UK countries together in one variable. Now in other cases, you might also want to have order in your data. For example, if we are storing all people in the queue, then you want to able to keep hold of order in which they join the queue. You don't want to let the person to come and skip the queue and go to the first place to withdraw money from the ATM. Now in this case, when a new person comes, he or she has to stay at the end of the queue. So this is why we need to learn about list. So the list look pretty simple like this. It's just a set of brackets and many items stored in it. And those items can be any data type. They can even have mixed data types, like you could store number, string, and Boolean values together. It does not really matter. But what does matter is syntax. In Python, list always starts with open bracket like this and closing bracket like this. And then in between, you have your items separated by comma. And in order to store it in a variable, then it's same way as we have done before. The only difference is right side of this equal sign over here. So as you can see, in the left side we have a variable name, which is the list name in this case, and on the right side we are creating the list like this. So we have left and right brackets, and inside brackets we have items separated by comma. So for example, if you want to store a bunch of drinks, it might look like this. The name of list is drinks, and we have juice, coke, beer inside this list over here. So let's look at this using real code. Now let's say we want to store all names of the countries that are located in the UK. Now without knowing the list data structure, we might have written like this. So it's going to be like this. Country 1 is equal to, for example, first country is England, then country 2 will be Scotland, and it continue like this. So we will have to create as many variables as we have countries. So for example, for all countries over here, we have to declare variables one by one. But now we know about list, so we can create a single variable and we can call it countries of UK. So instead of creating countries one by one, I'm just going to create a variable which is called countries of UK. So in this case, it's going to be like this, countries of UK. And then, as we mentioned, when we are creating a list, we have to put left bracket, open bracket, and closing bracket like this. Then inside these brackets, we can write our country names. So in this case, the first country will be England. And then to separate the items, we need to put comma, and the second country will be Scotland. And we can continue list by just adding commas over here after this country and adding piece of data after this comma, then adding another piece of data, then one more time put comma and adding another piece of code, and it will continue like this. And this way we end up with a list data structure. And now interesting things about UK countries is that different countries joined UK at different times. And actually you can head over to Wikipedia and you can see that each country joined the union in different times. So here I just want to mention that I'm not here to teach some politics or history about the UK, but the reason that I'm telling this is that the order of data matters when we are creating lists. Because if you wanted a list of UK countries that are in the order that they joined the kingdom, then the order which they are stored in our data structure is now immensely important. So this is another thing that you get with lists. You can use a list
to store many pieces of related data, but they also have an order. And the order is determined by the order in the list. So the first piece of data over here will be in the first place, second item will be in the second place, and it will continue in the order that we declare our countries over here. Now here's the list of countries ordered by the date they joined the United Kingdom. Now you can see that if later on I decided that I want to know which country joined the first, then I can print this variable from this list over here, which is called countries of UK. So to print the first country from this list over here, all I have to do, I'm just going to write print statement. Then inside print statement, I'm just going to put the name of list, which is countries of UK. Then I can add set of square brackets. Then inside these brackets, I just need to type 0 as the index of piece of data I want to pull out of from the countries of UK. Now if I go ahead, run this code, you will see that it's printing out England to the console. Now if I keep increasing this number, for example, if I put 1 over here and run our code, you will see that in this case it's printing out Scotland. So now you might be wondering, that's kind of weird, when you type 0 you get England, right? So surely England should be the first item in the list. So this is kind of peculiarity with the computers and programming language. You'll tend to find the programmers start counting from 0. So England is at 0. Then Scotland is located at 1, and then Wales located at second index. And this idea might seem a little bit weird at first. Why this first item is located at 0 index? But if you think about that index number, that is 0, 1, 2, instead of being position, actually being an offset or a shift from the start of this list over here, then in this case, Juice is right at the beginning of the list. So it has offset or a shift of 0 from the beginning. But the Coke is shifted from the beginning by 1. So you can see that it's shifted from beginning by 1, and beer is shifted from beginning by 2. And then it makes more sense that the first item in the list is at the beginning of list, so it has no offset. So it has offset of 0. And you will find that in many programming languages, there are similar data structures to the list, and this is how they are usually ordered, starting from 0 and adding by 1. And now you can see that when you want to get hold of particular piece of data stored inside a list, you get the name of list, and then you add set of square brackets. And whenever you see the square brackets, you should be thinking that this might be related to list, because when you create list, you use square brackets. And when you try to get items out of the list, you also use the square bracket. And then inside of the square brackets is where you put the index or offset of the item that you want to get. Now, in this case, if I want to get the value of the Wales, in this case, England is located at the index of 0, which is 0 offset from the beginning. Then Scotland is located at the index of 1. Then Wales is located at the index of 2. So if I write over here 2 and run our code, you will see that it's going to print out Wales. And now, if I want to save this value that we are getting from the list into another variable, we can write it like this. So I can put it like this. For example, I can put the name of the variable Wales. So it's going to save the Wales inside the Wales variable, and we can print out Wales to the console like this. So if I run our code, you'll see that in this case it's printing out Wales to the console. And here, in addition to using the positive indexes over here, we can also use negative index. So instead of Wales over here, I'm going to put country, and then I'm going to print out country over here. So for example, if I put -1 over here, what do you think what will happen? So if I run our code, you will see that in this case, it's printing out Northern Ireland. Because whenever you put the minus index over here, it starts from the end of the list and printing out the values to the console. Now in this case, if I put -2, you will see that in this case, it's printing out Wales to the console. Now here, the interesting moment over here is that at the beginning, we are starting from the 0, but when we start from at the end, we are starting from -1. Why we are not putting -0? The reason is -0 is not actually a real thing in math. So that's why we are starting from the -1. So this means that you can have positive indices and negative indices. So by using these indexes, we can pull out things out of the list by putting them inside square brackets after the name of the list. Now you can also change the items in the list using very similar code. So in this case, so I'm just going to copy this part from here and pass it over here. For example, if I decided that Scotland is not spelled like this, it's spelled like this. So To access the Scotland, we know that we need to put the index of 1 because it's start from 0 then 1. Then I can put the equal sign, which means that I'm going to assign a new variable to this cell over here. So it's going to be, so let's say we have decided that it's spelled like this, Scotland. So if I run our code, for example, and printing out the same index to the console, in this case, you will see that it's printing out Scotland. So instead of printing out specific value, if I just print out the list itself, you'll see that in this case, it's printing out as a Scotland, not with C, it's printing out with K over here. So by using the list name and inside square brackets, the specific data's index, in this case, we can update that index over here. Now, actually, in Python documentation, you can find more functions about list over here. So in our data structure section, we are going to talk about these functions in very details. Here, you just need to take into account that whenever you want to do anything on list, you can refer to documentation to use these functions over here. For example, if you use append function add item to the end of the list. So in this case, if I head over to our code, you'll see that if I decided that new country is joined to the countries of UK, all I have to do, I need to put the name of list, then dot. So then I can put, for example, append. So here, let's say a new country, which is test1, is joined to the United Kingdom. If I rerun our code, you'll see that in this case, test1 is joined at the end of the list over here. So by using append function, we can add new items to the list over here. And as I mentioned, the important moment over here is you don't have to memorize all the functions that are related to list or any other data structures, because this is the whole point of documentation. And also we have Google because there's a much information in the world to memorize. So it's very inefficient way of learning to memorize everything that is related to programming or any other things. So the question is, how do you actually use it to do what you want to do? So what I recommend is when you come across a new thing, such as a list data structure, is just to have a look through the documentation and read it and see what's the possible things you can do. And once you have got the idea of this possibility, then next time when you need to use it inside your code, you just remember it and Google it and find the syntax and documentation and examples how can we implement it in your code. You just need to memorize that this is possible using lists. Instead of that, you should spend your time trying things out and try to get things to work instead. Now, as I mentioned before, we are learning lists over here to understand the iteration very well. So that's why with this, I'm ending this lecture over here. With this lecture, we have learned a general concepts about lists. From the next lecture, we are going to start to learn about the iteration and we are going to use lists in our iterations. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this lecture, I want to talk about the concept of loops, things that have to happen over and over again. It's obvious that computers are often used to automate repetitive tasks. Repeating identical or similar tasks without making error is something that computers do well and people do poorly. Because iteration is so common, Python provides several language features to make it easier. Sometimes you want to loop through a set of things such as list of words, lines in a file, or list of numbers. When we have a list of things to loop through, we can construct a definite loop using for statement. This is the first type of loop I want to introduce you, which is called for loop, and it can be used really easily in a combination with a list, which we have learned in previous lesson. And this is the reason I have explained list in this section, even though it's type of data structure. By using for loop like this, we can go through each item in a list and perform some action with each individual item. So the general syntax of for loop is like this. First we are writing for keyword, then the item. This is the custom name that we are giving the list of items over here, then in keyword, then list of items. Then here in indented level, we can perform any repetitive action on items over here. Now let's see how this is working in practice. Now let's say we have a list of vegetables like this. So this is the name of list, which is vegetable. Then in the list, we have carrot, broccoli, and corn. And if we want to access each item in this list individually and print out them one by one, then we should use for loop. So to use for loop, first we start with for keyword. So I'm going to write for keyword. Then we give a name to a single item. So in this case, we have a list of vegetables. So for single item, I can give a name of vegetable. As I mentioned, this is a custom name that we are giving, so we can put anything that we want over here. So in this case, we call it vegetable, then we use in keyword, so this is a general syntax. Then finally, we are going to give the name of the list that we want to loop through. So in this case, the name of list that we want to loop through is vegetables. So I'm just going to copy it from here and pass it over here. And then we cap it off with a colon. Then after putting colon, we hit enter and we go to the next line. So as you see, when we go to the next line, the cursor comes to the indented level over here. So whenever we put a colon and hit enter, the next line of code always become the indented level. So this means that whatever we are writing in this indented level is going to be inside this loop over here. Now inside this indentation level, I'm going to go ahead and print the value of each vegetable variables over here. Now to do so, I'm going to write print statement. Then inside print statement, I'm going to write vegetable. Now notice over here that we are not writing vegetables, name of list. We are writing the name that we have provided over here. Now after writing it, if I run our code, you will see that it's printing out the items inside list one by one. So first it's printing out carrot, which is the first item in the list. Then it's printing out broccoli, which is the second item in the list. Then it's printing out corn, which is the last item in the list. Now the important thing to realize here is that basically you can imagine that behind the scenes, what this code is going to do is it's taking this list of vegetables and it's assigning a variable name, which is vegetable, to each of these items. So the first time this runs vegetable is equal to carrot, then it's run vegetable is equal to broccoli, then it's run vegetable is equal to corn over here. Now to see how this is working, we can just copy this code from here and open the Tony editor and see how the steps are working over there. So if I just pass it over here inside the Tony editor and try to debug this by clicking the debug current script, you'll see that first it's going to establish the vegetable strings over here. Now if I click step into it, it will check all elements inside this vegetable list. So it establishes all elements inside the list, which are carrot, broccoli, and corn. Now then I'll continue to click step into it. You'll see that on the right over here, it's showing the variable name, which is vegetable, and the values over here. So the first variable name over here is vegetables, which holds the list of strings. Now if I continue to the loop, it's going to loop through the list of vegetables and it's going to assign the variable name vegetable to each of items over here. Now if I click step into it, you will see that first it's continuing to carrot. So as you can see, when it comes over here in the vegetable variable over here, we have carrot. Now then it's going to print out carrot to the console. So as you can see, the carrot printed out to the console. Now if I click one more time, it's going to continue to loop one more time because we have still elements in the vegetable list. So as you can see, in this case, it's going to assign broccoli to vegetable variable over here. Now after doing so, it's going to print out one more time variable in which we have broccoli. So it's going to print out broccoli to the console, as you can see over here. Now if I click one more time, you'll see that it's going to continue to do loop one more time. So it's going to repeat all these tasks until we have finished all elements inside the vegetable list. So as you can see, if I click one more time, variable value changed to corn, and it's going to print out corn to the console. Now after printing out, you can see that all steps are completed because we have finished all elements inside vegetables list. So as I mentioned, it continues this until it prints all elements of this list to the console. Now as I mentioned, the loop allows us to execute the same line of code multiple times. In this case, we are executing print statement 3 times. But our loop is not limited to just executing a single statement. We don't just have to print out name of the item from this list. We can execute a whole block of statements multiple times. Then we can do many things inside this loop over here at indentation level. So let's say that in addition to print out vegetable, I'm going to write another print statement, and I'm not going to print only the vegetable name. We can put something else over here to concatenate with the vegetable name. So let's say instead of printing out vegetable name, I'm just going to add some values over here. Now let's put pi, for example, over here. Now in this case, if I run our code, what will happen? So let's run and see it. So you can see that first it's printing out vegetable, then it continues to print out vegetable with the pi. So as you can see here again, it is printing out all elements of the list with the second line of code. So this second line of code also is repeated 3 times. So first is printing out caret from here, then it's printing out caret plus pie, then it continues to print out broccoli, then broccoli plus pie, and corn plus y. Now this is how we can implement a simple loop that loops through a list and assigns a variable name to each of items in the list in order. And then inside for loop, after the colon in indentation level, we can do something with temporary variable for each of items over here. Now here, I've been talking a lot about the concept of being inside loop versus outside of the loop. And this is really, really important. So whenever you see a colon over here in if statements or in loop statements, the indentation level becomes really, really important. Because if it is indented, this means that this part of code over here will be executed inside the loop. So it might execute it until loop reach the end of the list over here. Now, for example, over here, instead of printing vegetable, if I print out vegetables, what will happen? So if I put vegetables over here and run our code, you will see that this list of vegetables will be printed out 3 times to the console. Now if I just comment this part, for example this 2 line of code over here, and run our code, you will see that we have 3 elements in our vegetables, and this print vegetables will be printed out to the console 3 times because we have 3 elements in our vegetables list over here. And the reason that's printing out vegetables 3 times is that it is indented level over here. Now instead of inside loop, if I put it outside of loop, so I'm just going to uncomment this part from here and run our code, you'll see that in this case first is executing the loop statement, which is printing out carrot, broccoli, and corn to the console. Then it's continuing to this part of code over here, which is printing out the whole list itself. Now hopefully with these examples over here, you start to see how loops are really handy at executing repetitive instructions over and over again and getting the computer to save us time and energy. Now here, if you have difficulties understand how these loop statements are working, I advise you to copy this code to the Tony and check it step by step by debugging it and check how the execution is performed. So this is all for this lecture. So in this lecture, we have learned the first type of loop, which is for loops, and for loops are really handy when we are dealing with the list or other data structures. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this lecture, I'm going to talk about the updating variables. Now let's say we have a variable a like this, in which we have the number of 1. Now if I go ahead and print out the value of this a variable to the console, it's obvious that in this case it's going to print out 1 to the console. Now as you can see, it's printing out 1 to the console. Now in the third line, if I change a values to 2 and print out one more time a to the console, you will see that in this case we have updated the value of a and it's printed out to the console 2. So in the third line we have updated the value of a to 2, and then when we print out a to the console, we see that in a we have 2. Now a common pattern in assignment statement is an assignment statement that updates a variable where new value of variable depends on old value. Now in this case, if I write something like this, a is equal to a plus 2, what will be the output of this print statement? Now in this case, it's obvious that previous value of a is 1. So in a we will have 1 plus 2, which is 3. So if I run our code, you will see that in this case it is 3. So this means that we are getting the current value of a and adding 2, then we are updating the current value of a to this value over here. Now the reason why I'm talking about them here is that inside loops, we normally update the current values of variables with the values that depend on their old values. So as you can see over here, the old value is 1. This new value of a is dependent on the old value. So the common error over here is many people try to update the current value of variable with the value that does not exist. So this means that if I just delete this part of code from here and rerun our code, you will see that in this case I have error. So we are trying to update a variable that does not exist. So that's why we are getting an error, because Python evaluates the right side of this statement first, then it continues to the left side. So when it comes to the right side, it faces with the a, and it shows that a is not defined over here. So this error is for this a, which is on the right side of this equal sign. So this means that before you can update a variable, first you have to initialize it, then we can update it with the current value. So this means that before updating the a's value, first I have to initialize it with the initial value. So normally before loops we are setting it to 0, and then we are updating it inside loop like this. So let's say we have a list like this. So I'm just going to put num is equal to 1, 2, 3. Now if I loop through this list, for instead of num, let's put nums over here, numbers. For num in nums, if I just print out their value, num, you'll see that it's going to print out 1, 1, 2, 3. Now in this case, if I try to get the sum of these items over here, what I'm going to do over here inside this loop, I'm going to create a new variable and put s plus num. So this means that this s variable depends on the previous value of s. So first we are taking this one, then we are going to add this one, then we are going to add 3 over here. Now if I run our code, you'll see that we are receiving error because we have not initialized s over here. So because when this line of code reaches over here, it's going to take s, and we have not initialized s, that's why it's giving error saying that s is not identical. Now before going to loop statement, if I initialize s with 0, because when we put num plus 0 over here, nothing will change, so that's why we are initializing s to 0. In case of multiplication, we can initialize it with the 1. Now in this case, if I run our code and print out s to the console, you will see that it's going to print out s 3 times, because in the first run, the value of s was 0, then 0 plus 1 is 1, is printing out this one. Then in the second run, the value of s was 1, so s plus 2 is 3, is printing out 3 to the console. Then in the last run, the value of s was 3, and 3 plus with the c3 will be 6. So total sum of these items over here is 6. Now with this, hopefully you have understood that whenever we are updating a variable that depends on the old values of this variable, first we have to initialize this variable. This is a common error that happens inside loops over here. So that's why you have to be very careful about this. Alright, when we are talking about functions, we have created a function like this, which checks if the password is valid password or not, based on their length. So this was an exercise, and we have created a function like this. So this function takes one parameter. So based on this parameter, password parameter, we are checking that if the length is greater than 8, it means that this is valid password. If it is not greater than 8, it means that it's not a valid password. So if you run our code, you will see that in this case, this password is valid password. Now the question is, if we have list of passwords like this, and we want to check all these passwords one by one to see that if these passwords are valid or not. To do so, I'm just going to comment out this part. So we can call this function, which is password controller, inside loop. So this means that we can create a function and call a custom function that we have created inside any loop. So we know that to loop through the list, we are going to use for loop. So first we are using for keyword. So I'm just going to put alias over here, which will be the password. Then we are going to put in keyword, and we are going to loop through this password list. Now if I just print out this password to the console, you'll see that it's just going to print out all passwords from this list to the console. So we have 4 passwords over here, so it's printing out all these passwords to the console. Now instead of printing out this one, putting this one inside standard print function, we can put it inside this password controller. So instead of print, I'm putting password controller. Now to be able to see the result in the console, we have to print out the output that comes from this password controller. To print out the output that comes from the password controller, I'm just going to create a new variable over here, then assign the value that comes from this password controller, then print out the password first, then the result. So based on this one, we can see password and result next to each other. Now if I run our code, you'll see that first password is square. So this is false because the length of this password is less than 8. Then the second password is this one, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this one also false because the length is less than 8. And the next one is this one. This one is true because the length is greater than 8. And the next one is this. This one also is false because the length is less than 8. So this means that by calling this function inside this loop over here, we can check all passwords inside this password list over here. Now with this, we have learned that we can create any custom function by ourselves. Then we can use this function inside for loop over here. Now we are going to learn about while loops also. So you'll see that we can use functions inside while loops also. So with this example, we have understood that any function that we are creating, we can use it inside loop over here in indentation level. So hopefully everything is clear over here. Now up to this point, we have only been using loops in association with lists. We have been looping through the list and getting hold of each of the items in the list and do something with it. So as you can see in this case, we were looping through the list called vegetables and printing out vegetable to the console. So we are holding each vegetable inside this vegetable variable, then printing out to the console like this. But we are not always going to be working with the list using for loops. Sometimes we might want to use a loop completely independent of list. Now let's say we have a real life question like this, which asks the sum of integer numbers from 1 to 100. Instead of inserting them one by one, then summing up them by looping through the list, we have a more efficient way. Because it's really a headache to insert all numbers from 1 to 100 in a list one by one. And also, the question might ask for summing integers from 1 to 1000. So this is almost impossible to insert them one by one to the list. So to sum these numbers in an efficient way, first we have to learn about using loops with range function. Now the range function is something is really helpful if you want to generate a range of numbers to loop through. And the syntax by using the range function inside loop will look like this. Here we still have got for and in keywords highlighted in blue. And instead of looping through the list, we define how our loop is going to work by creating a range. So in this case, I'm creating a range between A and B. Then I'm going to get hold of each number in that range inside this number variable and do something with this number. Now in this case, if I put for A 1 and for B 10, it's going to print out all numbers from 1 to 10, but not including the 10. Now for example, I'm just going to comment this part. So if I write a loop with range from 1 to 10, it's going to be like this. For number in, we're going to put range. So I'm just going to put from 1 to 10. Then I'm going to print out that number to the console. Now if I run our code, you will see that it's going to print out numbers from 1 to 9. So 10 is not included over here. So if you want to get numbers from 1 to 10, you have to put over here 11. So as you can see, in this case, last number is 10. So when you are using range function, the second parameter over here, which shows the end of the range, is not included. So you have to always add 1 by over here. Now by default, we'll step through all the numbers from start to end, and it will increase by 1. But if you want to increase by any other number, then you have to add another comma over here and provide number. Now in this case, if I run our code, you will see that in this case, it's starting from 1, then plus 2, then plus 2, then plus 2, and then plus 2. So the increase rate over here is by 2. So if I put 3 over here, for example, it's going to run 1, 4, 7, and 10. So as you can see, it's increased by 3. Now this is how range function works. Now let's come back to problem that I mentioned at the beginning of this lesson. So how can we add up all numbers from 1 to 10 using code? So well, it's going to involve for loop over here, and it's going to involve range function. Now I'm just going to delete this part, and for printing out the numbers from 1 to 100, I'm going to put 101. So if I run our code, you will see that it's printing out all numbers from 1 to 100. Now then, we have to sum up these numbers over here. Now to sum up these numbers over here, as I mentioned before, we need to use accumulator. So here I'm going to declare a new variable which will be the total. So I'm going to initialize it to 0, because when we are summing up them, we are going to add with the 0. Now then, inside this loop over here, in indented level, I'm going to put total plus equal number. So with this, we are adding looped numbers to this total over here. Now at the end, we can print out total to the console. So here, outside of the loop, I'm going to put total, print total. Now if I put print inside this loop over here, it's going to print out the total in each step. Now let's run our code. you'll see that in this case, the sum of the numbers from 1 to 100 is 5050. Now to see the details how this is calculated, if I just select this print statement and hit tab and put this inside this loop over here in indented level and run our code, you will see that in each step it's calculating the sum. So first it starts from the 1 plus 0 is 1, then 1 plus 2 is 3, so it's continuing like this until end, and at the end we have 5050 over here. Now with this, by using range function over here, we have successfully calculated the sum of numbers from 1 to 100. Now let's head over to the next lesson and try a complete challenge using range function to see if you manage to internalize and understand everything we talked about in this lesson. So for all of that and more, I'll see you there. Now up to this point, we have only been using loops in association with lists. We have been looping through the list and getting hold of each of the items in the list and do something with it. So as you can see, in this case, we were looping through the list called vegetables and printing out vegetable to the console. So we are holding each vegetable inside this vegetable variable, then printing out to the console like this. But we are not always going to be working with the list using for loops. Sometimes we might want to use a loop completely independent of list. Now let's say we have a real life question like this, which asks the sum of integer numbers from 1 to 100. Instead of inserting them one by one, then summing up them by looping through the list, we have a more efficient way. Because it's really a headache to insert all numbers from 1 to 100 in a list one by one. And also, the question might ask for summing integers from 1 to 1000. So this is almost impossible to insert them one by one to the list. So to sum these numbers in an efficient way, first we have to learn about using loops with range function. Now the range function is something is really helpful if you want to generate a range of numbers to loop through. And the syntax by using the range function inside loop will look like this. Here we still have got for and in keywords highlighted in blue, and instead of looping through the list, we define how our loop is going to work by creating a range. So in this case, I'm creating a range between A and B, then I'm going to get hold of each number in that range inside this number variable and do something with this number. Now in this case, if I put for A 1 and for B 10, it's going to print out all numbers from 1 to 10, but not including the 10. Now for example, I'm just going to comment this part. So if I write a loop with range from 1 to 10, it's going to be like this. For number in, we're going to put range. So I'm just going to put from 1 to 10. Then I'm going to print out that number to the console. Now if I run our code, you will see that it's going to print out numbers from 1 to 9. So 10 is not included over here. So if you want to get numbers from 1 to 10, you have to put over here 11. So as you can see, in this case, last number is 10. So when you are using range function, the second parameter over here, which shows the end of the range, is not included. So you have to always add 1 by over here. Now by default, we'll step through all the numbers from start to end, and it will increase by 1. But if you want to increase by any other number, then you have to add another comma over here and provide number. Now in this case, if I run our code, you will see that in this case, it's starting from 1, then plus 2, then plus 2, then plus 2, and then plus 2. So the increase rate over here is by 2. So if I put 3 over here, for example, it's going to run 1, 4, 7, and 10. So as you can see, it's increased by 3. Now this is how range function works. Now let's come back to problem that I mentioned at the beginning of this lesson. So how can we add up all numbers from 1 to 10 using code? So well, it's going to involve for loop over here, and it's going to involve range function. Now I'm just going to delete this part, and for printing out the numbers from 1 to 100, I'm going to put 101. So if I run our code, you will see that it's printing out all numbers from 1 to 100. Now then, we have to sum up these numbers over here. Now, to sum up these numbers over here, as I mentioned before, we need to use accumulator. So here, I'm going to declare a new variable, which will be the total. So I'm going to initialize it to 0, because when we are summing up them, we are going to add with the 0. Now then, inside this loop over here, in indented level, I'm going to put total plus equal number. So with this, we are adding looped numbers to this total over here. Now at the end, we can print out total to the console. So here, outside of the loop, I'm going to put total, print total. Now if I put print inside this loop over here, it's going to print out the total in each step. Now let's run our code. You'll see that in this case, the sum of the numbers from 1 to 100 is 5050. Now to see the details how this is calculated, if I just select this print statement and hit tab and put this inside this loop over here in indented level and run our code, you will see that in each step it's calculating the sum. So first it starts from the 1, 1 plus 0 is 1, then 1 plus 2 is 3, so it's continuing like this until end, and at the end we have 5050 over here. Now with this, by using range function over here, we have successfully calculated the sum of numbers from 1 to 100. Now let's head over to the next lesson and try a complete challenge using range function to see if you manage to internalize and understand everything we talked about in this lesson. So for all of that and more, I'll see you there.
Alright guys, in this lecture I want to talk about while loop. The loop that will continue going while a particular condition is true. A real-life example for while loop can be a car with full tank of fuel. So while the fuel tank is not empty, car will work. Otherwise, it will not go because the fuel tank is empty. So let's compare this against the for loop that we have seen before. So we have two kinds of for loops. The first one is where we are looping through the list of items and do something with each item in this list over here. And the other one is using range function where we create a range between A and B and we use number in that range to do something. So in this case, we are just printing out this number to the console. The while loop looks like this. And in this case, while a particular condition is true, then we go inside the loop and we do something repeatedly. And it's only when the something becomes false, then the loop stops. So let's look at what the code look like in real life example. So here I have hurdle 1 challenge that you did previously, and for this we created for loop in order to get our robot to jump over these hurdles 6 times to get the final destination. Now we could also do the same thing by using while loop, and this is how we will do it. So here the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to create a variable in which we are going to save the number of hurdles. So number of hurdles. So we know that if we count the number of hurdles, we have 6 number of hurdles. So I'm going to assign 6 to this hurdles, number of hurdles variable. And then we use a while loop to loop through these hurdles until the number of hurdles reach 0. So this means that I'm just going to delete this for loop from here, and I'm going to write our while loop like this. So it's going to be like this. While number of hurdles is greater than 0, in this case, we are going to call jump function inside this while loop. Then this means that we are doing something inside this loop. Well, in this case, what we need to do is to perform jump function. Now after jump, before going back to this while loop over here, we have to decrease the number of hurdles. So number of hurdles will be decreased by 1 in each step. So I'm going to put minus equal sign and 1. And in order to better visualize what's happening here, I'm also going to add a print statement to print the variable to the console after making it minus 1. So I'm just going to put print statement over here, number of hurdles. Then let's go and step through this one. So first we are defining the number of hurdles, then we are continuing to the number of hurdles loop. So while the number of hurdles is greater than 0, we are continuing there. So then it continues to the jump function, so it's going to jump over the hurdle. Then after reaching it, it will continue to do this part. After finishing jump function, as you can see, it's jumped from the first hurdle over here, it continues to the number of hurdles. So it's going to decrease the number of hurdles, then it's going to print out number of hurdles to the console. So as you can see, it's printing out over here. So I'm just going to put it over here to see it very clearly. So in this case, the number of hurdles become 5. First it was 6. From the first loop, it becomes 5. So this means that we have 5 hurdles left over here. Now if I continue to click on this one more time and reach to the number of hurdles and minus 1, in this case you will see that in the next step it's 4. And if I continue one more time to jump, when we reach the number of hurdles, it's going to be 3.
then it continues like this, and when we reach the next one, it's going to be 2. Then one more time, when we continue this, it's going to be 1. Then one more time, it's going to jump. So in this case, you will see that number of hurdles will become 0. So after reaching 0, it stops over here, because in this case, the loop stops over here because number of hurdles is not anymore greater than 0. So this part of code becomes false. So the loop stops over here. So our robot reached to the final destination. Now, as you can see, this loop continues until the number of hurdles reach to the 0. So when the number of hurdles reach to 0, this, as I mentioned, this condition becomes false. So we exit out of loop and we end our program over here. Now this is how while loop works in real life example. Now the syntax for the while loop looks like this. First we have while keyword over here. Then we have some sort of condition that we are going to test. So previously we saw that it was number of the hurdles being greater than 0. And whenever this condition is true, then it's going to look inside the while loop at indented level. Now we are performing these instructions inside while loop over and over again. And finally, when it gets the end of the while loop, it becomes back to the beginning and tests this condition again. And if this is still true, if this condition is still true, then it's going to go through and loop until this condition becomes false, at which point it ends and exits the while loop. You can also read the while statement as if it were English. It means while the number of hurdles is greater than 0, jump, then reduce the number of hurdles by 1, and finally display the values of hurdles. So as you can see, we can read it as it were in English. More formally, here's the flow of execution for a while statement. First, we are evaluating the condition, yielding true or false. Then if the condition is false, we are exiting the while statement and continue to execution of the next statement. If the condition is true, we are executing the body that we have inside while loop. Here you need to take into account that the body of loop should change the value of one or more variables so that eventually the condition becomes false and loop terminates. If there is no iteration variable, the loop will repeat forever and resulting in an infinite loop. And one of the things you might be wondering right now is that we have learned about for loop and we have learned about while loop. And if I can use both of them, why will I choose one over another? When would I use a for loop and when would I use a while loop? What I will tend to say is that for loops are really great when you iterate over something and when you do something with each thing that you are iterating over. For example, if you are iterating through a list, you are saying for each item in our list of items, we can do anything with these items over here. For instance, it can be just simply print out items to the console. But here the same thing cannot be done very easily using while loop. Now similarly, we can use range function inside for loop. For range from A to B, we can print all numbers to the console over here. Now you want to be using a while loop when you don't really care what number in a sequence you are in and which item you are iterating through in a list, and you just simply want to carry out some sort of functionality many times until some sort of condition that you set. And this is also a good point to mention that while loops are a little bit more dangerous than the for loops, because in for loops you are setting ahead of time how many times something is going to run. It's going to stop once it's reached the end of list of the items in this case. But for while loop, it will continue running until this particular condition that we set over here becomes false. If you have some sort of condition that actually never becomes false, well, your while loop becomes something that is known as infinite loop. Now let's say we have a while loop tested while 4 is greater than 2, then we are doing this, then we do this, and then we do this. So we know that 4 is always greater than 2, so this means that this is an infinite loop. So this condition will never become false, so our loop will run infinitely. Now every single programmer at some point in their lives will create an infinite loop. Don't worry about that. When you create an infinite loop, you just need to quit the program and restart it and try to prevent this happening in the future. Now let's say we have a loop like this. So while 4 is greater than 2, we are printing out 1 to the console. If I run this, you will see that it's going to run infinitely. So all you have to do in this case, you just need to close the program and stop this over here. So in this case, we can just click Ctrl C to interrupt this program running infinitely. Now very often I find that it's really helpful when you don't know why you are getting an infinite loop to simply just print out this condition to the console over here inside loop. So If I just print out 4 greater than 2, then put the statement over here and run our code, you will see that every time it's printing out true to the console. So this means that our condition will never become false, so this will run infinitely over here. So by printing out condition inside loop, you can figure out why you are getting infinite loop over here. Now from here you can easily see that it never becomes false. Now in the next lesson, I've got more exercise coming up for you which are related to while loop. So by doing these real life exercises, you'll understand while loop very well. So see you in the next lecture.
Till now we have been using strings in our programs. So in this section, we will discuss more about strings. Basically, a string is a sequence of characters. A character is a symbol. For example, in English language, we have 26 characters. Computers do not deal with the characters. They deal with numbers. So these are binary numbers. So in the first section of this course, we have discussed that computer recognize these characters as numbers like these binary numbers. Even though you might see characters on screen, internally it's stored and manipulated as a combination of zeros and ones. Strings can be created by enclosing characters inside single or double quotes. Even sometimes triple quotes can be used in Python, but generally multi-line strings and docstrings. So as I mentioned, till now we have used strings in our programs. So let me create a variable like this and assign a string to it. So my name is Elshad. So we have created a string with double quotes over here. So we can even create it by using single quote as we mentioned. So this is how we are creating a string in Python. So when we are talking about list, we have mentioned that list use indexes for accessing its elements. So in string also, we can use indexes to access any character over here. So let's say I have a string like this. So I have created a variable fruit, then assigned apple to this variable. So in this case, apple is a string. So we can access the characters of this apple string by using indexes. So if I write something like this, so I'm just going to put letter is equal to fruit with the index of 1. So what will happen if I just print out this letter to the console? So as you can see, it's printing out P. So this is a second letter in our string, but we have put one index over here. For most people, the first letter of apple is A, not P that is printed over here. So as we mentioned in case of list, the index in the case of string also is an offset from the beginning of the string. And the offset of first letter is 0. So in this case, A is the 0th element, then P is the first element, and then second P is the third element. Well, in this case, B is right at the beginning of the string. So it has offset or shift of 0. But A is shifted from the beginning by 1. So the index of A will be 1. So we can call it offset. So the offset of A from beginning is 1. Then the second A shifted from beginning by 3. So this is located at the index of 3. Then it kind of makes more sense that the first item in the string is at the beginning of the string. So it has no offset. That's why the index starts from 0 in strings as well. You can use any expression, including variables and operators, as an index, but the value of index has to be an integer. So instead of 1 as an index, we can put a variable. So I'm just going to create a variable which is A is equal to, for example, 2. So instead of 1 over here, if I put 2, what will happen? So if I run our code, you will see that in this case, it's also printing P. So this is the second P that's coming from out of this index. So let me just put 3 and rerun our code. You'll see that in this case, it is going to print out L. A is located at the index of 0. Then first P located at the index of 1. Then second P is located at the index of 2. Then L is located at the index of 3. So we can use an expression inside index over here. But instead of A over here, if I put, for example, 1.5 and run our code, you will see that Python will raise error saying that string indexes must be integers. So we cannot put any float number over here. So the string index must be integer. And in our previous lectures, we have learned that we can use len function to print out the length of string. So if I just run len function and print out the value from the len function to the console, in this case, you will see that it's going to print out 5. So the number of letters in this apple string over here is 5. So let's try for example, another fruit. So I'm just going to put instead of apple over here, banana. In rerun our code, you will see that in this case, the number of characters in this string over here is 6. So many people use this length of strings to get the last letter in the string. So first, instead of printing it to the console, I can create a variable, for example, L variable, which is len, is equal to len of fruit. Then, instead of printing this len to the console, you might be tempted to write something like this. So you can just print out fruit with the index of L. So in this case, L is 6. So if I try to run this code, you will see that we have an error saying that string index out of range. Now here, I want you to pause the video and think what might cause this error over here. Now hopefully you have come with your answer. Now if you haven't, let's debug this code step by step. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to print out L to the console to see the length of the fruit. For simplicity, I'm just going to comment out this part. So you'll see that this is 6. So let's count that if we have an index of 6 over here. So B is located at the index of 0, then A is located at the index of 1, then N is located at the index of 2, then A is located at the index of 3, then N is located at the index of 4, then the last A is located at the index of 5. So here you can see that we don't have any element with 6 index. So that's why Python raises error saying that string index out of range. So we don't have 6th index over here. So the length of string is 6, but at the 6th index we don't have any element over here. Now to be able to use len function to access the last character in this fruit string over here, all we have to do, we can put len -1 inside brackets. So in this case, if I read on our code, you will see that it's just going to print out banana, which is the last A. So let me put another string over here, for example, apple, and read on our code, you will see that the last string is E. Now in case of banana, it was printing out A, which is the last A over here. Now alternatively, you can use negative indices, which count backward from the end of the string. So here, instead of L-1, if I put just -1, it's going to print out the last character in this string over here. So this is also the last A in our string. So in this case, the last letters index will be -1. Then it continues backward like this, -2, -3, -4, -5, and -6. So as you can see, we don't have -0 over here because in math, we don't have -0. So we have only 0. That's why it starts from 0. But when you come backward, it starts from -1 and come until the length of string. So here, interestingly, if you want to access first element, instead of 1, you can put something like this. We are calculating the length of the fruit, then we are putting -L over here, and run our code, you will see that it's printing out B, which is first element. This is because we don't have -0 in math, so it starts from -1 and it continues until -6 over here, which is the length of array. We can even go further, access a range of items in a string by using slice operator. So the slice operator in case of indexing is colon. So I'm just going to delete this part of code from here. Let's create a new string. So I'm going to put it new string is equal to, let's put hello Python. So if I use slicing operator, I'm just going to call it inside print statement to be able to see the output in the console. So I can put something like this. So to be able to see the range, so I'll put first index, which is 0. It's going to start from 0 and it will continue until 5th element over here. So if I put slicing operator, we are going to able to see only the specific range of letters here. So if I run our code, you will see that it's printing out only to the console hello. So H is located at the index of 0. So it starts from 0 including 0. So we have put 0 over here. Then is the second element which is located at first index. Then L is the second index. Then the second L is the third index. And the O is located at fourth index. So as you can see, we have put 5 over here, but 5th element is not included. So you might be interested that this is a space over here. Maybe it's because of space. So I'm just going to delete space, return our code. You will see that in this case, it's just printing out hello as well. So the last index is not included. The first index is included. So instead of first index, if I just delete first index and skip the first index, put colon and the last index, run our code, you will see that by default it is taking first index. So it's starting from the first index. So we can do the same thing, for example, for the second index also. So if I delete the second index and leave it empty and run our code, you will see that in this case, it starts from the first index. So it's skipping the 0th index over here and it continues until the
length of this string. So it's printing out the rest characters to the console. So if we skip the first index, it starts from 0. If we skip the last index, it continues until the last element in this string over here. For example, if I want to extract only Python from this string, we can put 6 and leave the second index empty, skip it. So run our code, you will see that it's extracting only this part of string to the console. So the operator returns the part of the string from the end character to the end character, including the first but excluding the last. Now you might be interested, what if I skip both indexes over here? So if I delete 6 and leave only colon over here, what will happen? If I run our code, you will see that it's just printing all strings to the console. So we don't have differences between printing out the string itself or putting slicing operator. So both of them will print out the string itself to the console. So this is another interesting moment you might be interested. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have learned how can we do string manipulations in Python. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this lecture, we will talk about string traversal. So what is traversing a given string? So traversing means visiting all characters of the string over here. Now let's say we have a string like this. So we have created a fruit variable and we have assigned a string to this fruit variable. So string traversal means that we are going to visit all characters of this string one by one. So it's going to happen like this. First we are visiting B, then we are visiting A, then we are visiting N, then we are visiting this A over here, then N, then at the end A. A lot of computations involve processing of a string one character at a time. Often they start at the beginning and select each character in turn, do something with it and continue until the end. This pattern of processing is called traversal in programming. One way to write a traversal is with a for loop. To see it in practice, I'm going to create a variable over here is equal to fruit variable. Let's in this case put orange. So traversing this string here means that we are going to visit all characters one by one and print out them to the console. So to visit all characters, so here again we are going to use in operator with for loop. So for char in fruit, so I'm going to put the name of fruit. So we have said that we have saved the orange from this fruit over here. So I'm going to put fruit over here. So it's obvious that after that in for loop we are putting colon. Now if I hit enter, it's going to be in indentation level. So what I'm going to do, I will just print out char. Now if I run our program, you will see that all characters of this string are visited one by one. So first we have visited O, then R, then A, then N, then G, then E. So this is one way of traversing a string. So you will use these traversals in your programming in the future. For example, when you are dealing for counting the number of characters in a string or summing the digits of any given number by traversing one by one, and you can use in some other examples. Now you might be interested that if this is the only way we can write our traversal, so the answer is no. We have another way to write a traversal, and it's obvious that we can write it with while loop. So to be able to traverse this fruit string here, we need to write while loop. Now to use the condition inside while loop, as we said, we are going to start from the first element. So the index of first element is 0. So I'm going to create an index over here and set it to 0. Then I'm going to write while loop like this. While this index is less than length of fruit, so I'm going to put len function. So we know that in this case, the length of this fruit is 6. So it's going to continue until the 6. So that's why we are putting less than. If you put less than equal, it's going to raise index error. Because with the 6th index, we don't have character here. So it starts from 0. It will continue until 5th index. Now then, we are going to create a letter variable over here and assign character to this variable over here with the index of index. Then we can easily print out this letter to the console. So print out means that we are visiting this letter. Then before closing this while loop here, we need to increase the index by 1. Otherwise, we will have infinite loop. So I'm going to increase by 1. So it will be increased until it reaches the len minus 1. Because here we have put less than len of fruit. So each time through the loop, the next character in the string is assigned to this variable, letter variable, and loop continues until no characters left. The loop condition is index is less than length of fruit. So as I mentioned, when the index is equal to the length of string, this condition will be false and the body of this loop will not be executed. So the last character accessed is the one which is len of fruit minus 1. So in this case, len of fruit is 6. So if we count it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the last character will be located at the index of 5. Now if I run this loop, you will see that we will have the same output that we had before. So here we have error. So it says that str object is not callable. So this means that instead of bracket over here, I need to put square bracket. So I have used str object to be acted like function by mistakenly, because I have put over here parentheses. So if you change it to the square parentheses and rerun your code, you will see that it's working the way that it worked. So first we are visiting O, then we are visiting R, then A, N, G, E. So we have visited oranges. So if I put instead of orange over here different fruit, for example apple, rerun our code, you will see that it starts from A and continues until E. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, I have explained how can we traverse through string, and traversal means that we are visiting each character of string over here. Now in the upcoming lectures, we are going to solve exercises that are related to string traversal. So see you in the next lectures. Now in this lecture, we are going to look at string operations. Now we can perform various operations on strings. Here I'm just going to look at some of them, but in upcoming lectures, we are going to cover almost everything about the strings when we reach the advanced level of this course. Now here, till now, in our programs, we have used plus sign for adding, for example, integers. So in this case, if I put, for example, print 2 plus 3 and run our code, you will see that it's going to print out 5. So plus sign is addition operator between the integers. And we have learned that we can use plus sign with the strings also. So let's say I have a str string 1, which is hello. And the second one, let's create str2, which is world. So if I just print out the sum of these two strings plus str2, you'll see that it's going to concatenate them together. So plus sign in strings used to concatenate them together. So for integers, we are using as addition operator, but here it is used for concatenating them. So we have used these operators before. Now there are some other operators that can be used with strings. Now the first one is in operator. So we can test if a substring exists within a string or not using keyword in. The word in is a Boolean operator that takes two strings and returns true if the first appears as a substring of second. So let's clarify this. So let's say we have created a string like this. So I want to check that if, for example, L exists in this hello over here. So we can do it by using in operator. So I can write it like this. L character in str1. So if this is going to return true, it means that L exists in this str over here. Otherwise, if it is returning false, it means that it does not exist. So I'm just going to print out output to the console by using in operator. So you can see that in this case, it's returning true because we have L in this hello word over here. Now instead of L, if I put A and run our code, you will see that in this case, it's returning false. So by using in operator, we can check that if any given character exists in this string over here or not. Or we can put, instead of character over here, substring. So let's put, for example, LO. So if I run our code, you will see that in this case, it's returning true because LO exists over here. So by using in operator, we can easily find any substring inside given string. So this is very useful, especially when you are looking for a substring inside a long strings in Python. Now the next operator is string comparison. So we have learned about the comparison operators, equal sign, bigger sign, and less sign. We have used them with the numbers, so you need to take into account that they are working with the string as well. Now the first sign is equal sign. So we have used this one also. So we can write it like this. So I'm just going to create new string. And I'm going to ask for a string from a user. Then I'm going to check that if this string is the string that we are looking for or not. So we can write it like this. If new string is equal to, so this is equal operator. For example, let's say hello. In this case, I'm just going to print out saying that the word is correct. So this means that this word is equal to the word that we have inputted over here. Now if I run our code, so instead of hello, let's say hi. You see that it's not going to print out anything, but instead of hi over here, if I say hello, it's going to print out correct. So this means that double equal sign together can be used as equal operator
for comparing the strings. Now we know that there are other operators like less or bigger. So in this case, if you put, for example, less over here, it's going to put the words in alphabetical order. So in this case, I can put it like this. If my new string is less than this string over here, it means that this new string comes before this word over here. So we can print out it by using a string. So we can put like this: your word, which is the word that we are going to insert, new string, comes before hello. So let's run our code. So instead of hello, I'm just going to put, for example, apple. So it's obvious that apple in alphabetical order starts with A, comes before hello. Now if I just put over here world, you'll see that it's not going to print out anything because world comes after the hello in the alphabetical order. That's why it's not printing out anything to the console. Now if I write it something like this, if new string is greater than the hello, and print out the output like this, I'm going to put after over here. Now rerun our code. Let me put world again. You'll see that. So I need to change this part also, which has to be greater than. So let me put world again. You'll see that in this case it says that your word world comes after hello. So it's obvious that it's coming after hello. Now interesting moment over here is if I just run it and put with uppercase world, you'll see that it says that your word world comes before hello. So this is because Python does not handle uppercase and lowercase the same way that people do. All uppercase letters come before all lowercase. So that's why if I put in the uppercase world, it comes before hello. So because uppercases comes first, then the lowercases. So a common way to address this problem is to convert string to a standard format, such as lowercase or uppercase, before performing any comparison. So whenever we are comparing two strings by using comparison operator, we have to convert them to all of them to uppercase or all of them to lowercase. Now sometimes people tend to use assignment operator to change the strings. So let's say we have a new string like this. So one more time, I'm just going to put over here hello world. So we know that by using string indexing, we can access any character inside this string over here. So we can just print out, for example, new string with the index of 0, the first letter to the console. Sometimes people tend to use this indexing with assignment statements to change the, for example, first letter over here. Now if I write something like this, new string with the index of 0 is equal to, for example, instead of hello, let's put P, which is going to be pillow over here. Now run our code. You'll see that Python raised error saying that str object does not support this item assignment. So the reason for this error is that strings are immutable, which means that you cannot change an existing string. So the object in this case is the string, and the item is the character that you are trying to assign. For now, an object is the same thing as a value, but we will refine that definition later. And an item is one of the values in the sequence over here. Now you might be interested, if the strings are immutable, so we cannot change it, so how can we, for example, replace this letter over here with the P? So there's an alternative way. The best way you can do it is to create a new string which is a variation on the original. So we can do it like this. So it's obvious that, let me just copy it from here and pass it over here as one. We can create it with slicing operator. So I'm going to access this new string. So we can start from the first index by skipping the first letter and put it like this. So if I just print out this new string over here that we created, you will see that the first letter is, so I'm just going to delete this part. So our new string is like this. So it is hello world. So this means that if I want to replace the first letter, instead of assigning to the place of this character, we can put a new character over here by using concatenation operator. So if I put it like this, you will see that in this case our string changed to hello world, but we have not done anything to this original string because it's going to stay in its place. So if I just going to print out the original string, you will see that it's not modified, but we have created a new string with the new result like this. So this is our new string, so this is the old one. So as you can see, the old one is not changed. So by using concatenation and slicing operator, we can create a new string based on the old string, but the modification will not affect the old string over here. Now these are some operations that we can perform on string. So hopefully you have initial idea about string operation. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this video we are going to talk about string methods. Now there are lots of string methods in the Python documentation. We are not going to cover all of them. Here I'm just going to show you how can we use the method that we need and how can we find them. Now let's say we have a string like this. So I'm just going to create a string which is called my name. So I'm going to put my name to this variable over here. So my name is Elshad. So we have created this variable over here and assigned a name to it. Now we have learned that if we want to check the type of this variable, we can use type function. So if I put type and put the variable inside these brackets over here and print out the value to the console, you can see that it's printing out the type of this variable to the console like this. So this is type of str, which is string. Now apart from the type function, there's another function which is called dir. So by using this function, we can get the list of the methods that is available for this object that we created over here. Now you might be interested, before we were telling this variable, now we are telling it object. So I'm going to discuss the objects in our upcoming lectures when we are talking about object-oriented programming. So here you just need to know that the strings that we are creating over here is objects. So to see the methods of the objects, we can use dir function. So I'm going to put it something like this. So if I put dir, inside I'm going to put the variable that I created over here, and one more time I'm just going to print out the result that comes from this method to the console to see the list of the methods that's available for this object that we created over here. So as you can see, after running this code, there are lots of methods that exist for this object over here. Now you might be interested why we are calling them methods, not functions. Now here you just need to know that methods are the functions that are built into the object and available for any instance of the object. So for example, let's say we have a method like this, capitalized. So if you want to get the information about this method, you are going to use help function. So here we can put something like this, help capitalized. So here it is the method of the str object. So that's why I need to put str in front of this capitalized over here. Now if I run our code, you see that this help function prints out the description of this method to the console. So it says that return a capitalized version of a string. More specifically, make the first letter character move uppercase and the rest of lowercase. So by using help function, we can get information about any method that we are getting by using dir function. So the full list of the string methods can be found in this link in the Python documentation. I'm going to put the link in the description of this lecture. So here there are lots of functions and descriptions over here. Now the thing is, how can we use this function? So we have said that we have created a variable like this. So let's see how can we use, for example, capitalized function for this string that we created over here. Now to call method of this variable, my name, all I have to do, I need to put the name dot, then I can put the method name. So if I put capitalized, you see that Replit offers it to me. So if I just click enter and put parentheses over here, it's just going to call this method over here. So after doing so, if I just run our code, you'll see that nothing is changed over here because we have not printed it out to the console. But here, our word is with capitalized, so I'm just going to change it to small letter. So I'm going to print out the result to the console like this. So if I run it, you'll see that before it was like this, now it's changed the name variable like this. So first letter becomes the capitalized. Now if I print out the variable itself to the console, you will see that it has not changed the variable. This function is just returning the new string, but is not touching the old string over here. So as you can see, calling a function is different than the calling method. When we are calling function, we are just putting the function name, for example, print function, and inside parentheses we are providing the any parameter that we have. But in case of methods, we are calling method by using their objects. So first we need to put the object name, then dot, then method name. So here we might have arguments. So in this case, in capitalized function, we don't have any argument. That's why we have just left it empty. Now let's look at another function. So let's say we are going to use another function which converts this name to all of them to uppercase. Now in this case, we can use upper function. So as you can see, if I just, before using this upper function over here, call help function. So I'm just going to put str dot
upper, because this is the type of string, so we have to put str.upper and run our code. So as you can see, we have an error over here because we have provided parentheses over here. So when you are calling for a description of the method, you don't have to provide the parentheses over here. All you just need to do, you have to put the object type and then its method. So now if I run our code, you see that it says that return a copy of string converted to uppercase. Now let's see how it's going to return for this string that we created over here. So I'm just going to delete this part and put my name dot upper. So if I just come on this function, it's going to load the description, and in the description we can see that return a copy of string converted to uppercase. I'm going to assign it to the new variable and then print out to the console. So I'm just going to put my name 1 is equal to this one. Then let's just print out my name 1 to the console to see that how this is working. Now if I run our code, you see that it converted all characters from this my name string into uppercase. Now similarly, we can use lower function over here to convert it lower. So let me just put it Elshad Karimov like this. Let's run our code. You see that in this case, it has converted everything to the small cases. Now in Python, a method call is called invocation. So in this case, we will say that we are invoking lower on the word over here. So which is my name, on the my name over here. So for example, there's another string method named find, search for the position of one string within another. So in this case, when we call this method, we are going to say that we invoke find on the string and pass letter that we are looking for as a parameter. So in this case, we have seen that in these methods, we have not passed in a parameter. So let's say I'm going to use a method which needs a parameter. So in this case, I'm going to use find method. So find method finds any substring inside given string over here. So in this case, it's going to return the index. So I'm going to put index find, for example, inside this function, let's find A. Now after finding it, let's print out to the console to see how this is working. Now if I run our code, you see that it's returning 4. So this means that it has found A at the index of 4. So this is 0th index, then the first, then second, then third, then fourth. As you can see, A is located at the 4th index over here. So whenever we are calling a method which has a parameter, so here we are going to put the argument inside these parentheses over here. Now here, if you go to the description of this function, you can see that it takes more than parameter. Actually, we can put substring, then start position, then end position. So after A, if I put, for example, 5 and run our code, you'll see that in this case, it's returning minus. So this means that it couldn't find the A in this string over here because we are starting from the 5th index. This second argument states that we are starting from the 5th index and looking inside this string, and it couldn't find lowercase A over here. Now instead of this uppercase A, if I put lowercase read on our code, you will see that the output is changed. So in this case, the index is 8. So it has found A at the index of 8. So let's continue to another method. So here I'm just going to provide another most used method. So this is responsible to remove white spaces, tabs, or new lines from the beginning and end of the string. So this method is called strip method. So let's say, for example, I'm just going to create a line variable like this. So here I'm just going to put hello world with the space. So let's say if we want to remove the empty spaces or tab and new lines from beginning and end of this string, we can call the strip function of this line over here. So I'm just going to put it like this, strip. I'm going to assign it to new variable. Then here again, I'm going to print out the value to the console to see the output very clearly. Now if I run our code, you see that, let me just print out the original string as well to see the differences. So originally was line, now it is new line. So as you can see, initially we have spaces over here at the beginning, at the end, and by calling strip method, we are removing the spaces. Now this is another useful method, especially when you are parsing the strings and when you want to delete the spaces or new lines from the end and beginning of the string. So with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, I have shown you few methods of the strings, and I showed you how can you find the description about these methods and how can you use them. Now it's not possible to cover all methods of the strings in this lecture. I highly recommend you, whenever you need any string method,
You are just searching for it and read from the documentation and use it, because it's not possible to remember all methods. All you have to do is to use the DRR function and find out the methods, and by using help function you can get the description of methods and how to implement them. So hopefully everything is clear about string methods. So see you in the next lecture.
Now in this lecture we will talk about string parsing. Now what exactly is string parsing? Now here parsing means we want to look into a string and find a substring. Of course we are going to use string methods for parsing, and here you can use more than one method combination to parse the string. For example, if you were presented a series of lines formatted as follows. So we have created a variable over here and assigned this string to this variable over here. So here you can see that this is showing that we have received an email on this date over here. Now we want to pull out only the second half of this email over here. So we want to take out the domain from this string. So how can we do that? So we can do it by using string methods. So first we are going to use find method, then we are going to use slicing operator to get this substring from this whole string over here. So the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to use find function to find the index of this @ sign over here, because we want this part of string which is after the @ sign. So first we need to use find method to find the index of this @ over here. So find method is responsible for finding an index of any character in the string. So that's why I'm just going to create a new variable over here, which is going to be @index. So then I'm going to put the string that we created over here, which is data dot find. We are going to find @ over here, the index of @. Now if I just going to print out the result to the console, you will see that it's going to print out the number to the console. So the index of inside this string over here. Now the index is 18. Now after finding the index, we need to find the first space after this @ over here. So after @ we have edu.co.uk. So here we have first space. Now how can we find the space over here? One more time we are going to use find method, but in this case we need to provide the starting index, because if I just search for the space, it's going to find this space over here. We have it. So I want you to skip this one and start to search after this @ sign over here. So we have learned that the index of the @ sign is 18. So we are going to search for the first space after @ sign. So I'm going to put it like this. Space after @ is equal to, one more time I'm going to put the string, which is data, and I will put find. So we are going to look for the space. So as a second parameter, I'm going to pass this @index over here that we have found before. Now after finding it, I'm just going to print out one more time this string also to the console. So it's going to be like this. So if I run our code, you see that the @ is located at the index of 18, and the first space that comes after the @ is located over here, which is index of 28. Now after getting these indexes over here, we can extract this piece of data from this string by using these two indexes over here. Now we can do it like this. So I'm going to create a new variable which is called domain is equal to, we are going to put the string which is data, then we are going to provide starting index. Now we know that when we provide a starting index, it's going to include the index itself. So at the index of 18 we have @, so that's why I'm just going to put +1 over here to skip @ itself. Then I'm going to put column, then it's going to continue until the space after @index. So I'm just going to copy it from here and pass it over here. Now then I'm going to print out domain to the console to see that if we find the correct result or not. Now if I run our code, you see that this substring from here is extracted correctly. So we have used find method and slicing operator to extract this part of string from this whole string over here. Now when it comes to parsing, another important method for strings is a split method. So split method takes as an input string and outputs list of words contained within string by separating or splitting the words on the all white spaces by default. It also has an optional argument for limiting the number of splits. So I'm just going to delete this part of code from here, and I will create a new string which is called my string, and I'm just going to put it like this. I love learning Python. Then I'm going to use split function to split out this string over here. So I'm going to put output. So I'm going to assign the output that comes from this split function to this output variable. So I'm going to put my string dot split. So as a parameter, I'm not going to pass for now anything. I'm just going to print out output to result to see how this is working. So if I just print out output, you see that it took all words from here and created list and inserted into list these words over here. So as you can see, by default, the separator is spaces over here. Now if I put, for example, as a first parameter over here, underscore, and run our code, you will see that in this case, it's just inserted all this code as a one element into list. So to be able to separate by underscore, I have to put underscore between these words over here. Now if I rerun our code, you will see that in this case it's splitted based on this underscore, and each word over here is a separate element in the list. So we can even go further and provide another parameter over here, which is max split is equal to, for example, let's say 1. It's going to divide this string into two parts. So because it's just going to take only first underscore over here, so I is another element and love learning Python is another element. If I put 2 over here, we will have 3 elements over here. If I put, for example, 3, it's going to split all words over here, and we have 4 elements because we have 3 underscores over here. So based on 3, it's going to do everything together. Now you might be interested that if we want to do the reverse operation, for example, we have a list like this and we want to convert it back to string. So in this case also we have another method for the strings, which is join method. So what I'm going to do, I will create a new variable over here and join them back. So I'm just going to put join back. So here the first thing that we need to do, so if you want to put underscore between these words over here, we are just going to put underscore, then dot. So we are going to put join function. So here we are just going to pass this list. So as a parameter, we are going to pass this list. Then one more time, I'm just going to print out join back. So if I run our code, you will see that in this case, first it took this string and split it into elements in the list. Then it combined all of them together. Now instead of underscore over here, if I just put space and run our code, you will see that it's just going to combine them together with space between them. So this is how we are splitting the word into the list and combining them together. So with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, I have explained the most important methods which is useful for string parsing. So hopefully everything is clear about this, but if you need more methods regarding the strings, all you have to do is to search on the internet and read the documentation. So see you in the next lecture. Alright, till now we have used single quotes, double quotes for declaring strings. But the question is, if we want to print a text like this, so let's say he said, what is your name? In this case, we can neither use single quotes or double quotes, because in this case it's going to result syntax error. So let me just create a variable over here saying question is equal to, let me just put single quotes over here for this string over here and run our code. You'll see that it's giving us invalid syntax. Even instead of single quote, if I put double quotes over here, one more time you will see that we have syntax error in our string over here. So how can we declare a string in which we have single quotes and double quotes? Now one way to get around this problem is to use triple quotes. So instead of here double quotes, if I put triple quote like this, so I'm just going to put it at the end. So here I have triple quotes and here also I have triple quote. And if I just print out it to the console, you will see that it will work without any problem. So as you can see, the message that we want to print out to the console is printed as we have declared over here. So here we can put another double quotes because we should have a closing double quotes over here. So if I rerun it, make it like this. If I rerun it, you will see that it's printing out the way that we asked before. Now, the alternative way of doing this to use escape sequence. An escape sequence starts with backslash and it is interpreted differently. If we use a single quote to represent a string, all single quotes inside the string must be escaped. Similarly, if we use the double quotes, all double quotes inside the string must be escaped. So how can we do this? As I mentioned, we can do it by using backslash, which is for escaping sequence. So in this case, we have done this with using triple quotes. So I'm just going to comment over here, triple quotes. Then let's declare it with using single quote, but escaping single quotes. So I'm just going to put escaping single quote. So I'm just going to copy the same code from here and paste it over here. Now in this case, the question will be like this. So here we are going to put single quotes. Then all single quotes inside this string over here must be escaped. So as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3 single quotes over here. So these ones will be the main single quotes, so we're not going to touch them. We have to escape this one, which is in the middle of the string. So before that, we are going to put backslash. So in this case, it's going to be escaped. Now, if I rerun our code, you'll see that for both cases, it's printing out same result. Now, similarly, we can do the same thing for double quotes. So I'm just going to comment escaping double quotes. So here again, I'm going to copy the same code, but this time I'm going to put over here double quotes. So one double quote, so another one should be over here. Now in this case, we are not going to escape the single quote, we have to escape the double quote. So one double quote is over here, we are going to put escape sign over here, and another one is over here. So we have to put escape sign for this one also. Now if I rerun our code, you will see that for all cases over here, it's printing out 3 methods. So we have learned 3 ways of escaping double quotes and single quotes in this lecture over here. Now in the resource section of this lecture, I'm going to attach the list of escape sequences that is supported by Python. So in this list, you can find which escape sequences we have in Python. So let's look at another example. So I'm just going to delete this part. So let's say you want to print out the path to the console. So we have said that we can use backslash for escaping. Now what if we want to print out backslash itself to the console? So let's say we have a path like this and we want to print out this one to the console. Now in this case, if I just straight away print it out, you will see that it's not printing out the way that it should be, because in this case, this is new line character, so it's putting new line character over here. But actually, we should print out this path. So how can we do that? So one more time, we need to put one more backslash in front of this one because we need to ignore them. So if I rerun our code, you will see that in this case, it's printing out the proper path to the console over here. So by using backslash, we can even ignore the new line character over here. And sometimes we may wish to ignore the escape sequences inside a string. So this can be done by placing uppercase R or lowercase r in front of string. So this will imply that it's a row string and any escape sequence inside this string will be ignored. So in this case, for example, instead of putting like this, if I put R over here in front of this and run our code, you will see that it's going to print out same result. So we don't need to provide any extra backslash over here. So instead of small r, if I put the uppercase R, is going to print out same thing. So whenever we want to ignore the escape sequences inside the string, we are using R in front of string. Otherwise, we are going to use backslash for escaping the characters like backslash, single quotes, double quotes, or some others. So hopefully everything is clear about escape sequences. Now in this lecture, we are going to learn about string formatting. So here we are going to learn 3 main approaches for string formatting in Python. So let's get started. So in order to have a simple example for experimentation, let's assume you have got the following variables like this. So we have error number like this, and we have name variable in which we have a name of person. So based on these variables, you would like to generate an output string containing a simple error message. So let's say we need to generate a simple error message like this. Hey Eddie, there is this error number over here, error. Now we need to represent this integer error number as hexadecimal number for error message and the name variable as a string over here. So the first formatting style that we are going to look at is old style formatting, which is used % as a formatting operator. Now when we use this operator with the integers, it's modulus operator, but when we are using it with the string, it is formatting operator. Now the reason why we are calling this old style formatting is because in the recent version of the Python, we have new style formatting, but this style of formatting is not deprecated. That's why I'm explaining it over here. Now this operator lets you do simple positional formatting very easily.
So if you ever worked with the printf style function in C programming language, you will recognize how this works instantly. Here's this simple example. So let's say if I put my print statement like this, so hello, then I'm going to put %s, then outside of these quotes, I'm going to put one more time % and name. So if I run our code, you will see that it's going to print out hello Eddie. So as you can see, by using %s format specifier, here we tell the Python where to substitute the value of name represented as a string. So we are taking the value of name from here and substitute it inside this string over here. So this s represents a string over here. There are other format specifiers available that let you control the output format. For example, it's possible to convert numbers to hexadecimal notation or add space padding to generate nicely formatted tables or reports. So here again, I'm going to provide a link to the Python documentation in which you can read more about old style formatting. So I'm not going to include everything over here. I'm just showing you how it is working. Now, as we said before, to print out the error message as a hexadecimal number into the console, we are going to use another format specifier. So in this case, we are going to use something like this. So here, if I put print, so here, if I put %x, %x is responsible for converting the integer number to hexadecimal number. So here I can put it like this, error no. So if I run our code, you will see that this error message is converted to hexadecimal number over here. Now if you want to print out this message that we have shown before by using the formatting style, in case of old styling, we are going to do it like this. So I'm just going to write print statement, then inside print statement, we are going to make multiple substitution in a single string. So here, one more time, I'm going to put, so to print out this message, I'm going to put hey, then I need to provide the string. So I'm going to put %s, then after that, we can write there is a, so we need to provide the error code over here. So I'm just going to put 0x, then %x error. So here we need to do our substitutions. So when it comes to the multiple substitution, the format changes like this. So we need to put %, then inside brackets, we need to provide all substitutions. So the first one is the name. So we need to provide in order that we have specified over here. And the second one is error number. Now in this case, if I run our code, you will see that it's going to print out this message to the console over here like this. So by using multiple substitution, we have formatted our string like this. So s is substituted with the name because s is the first one and the name is the first one. Then here %x is substituted with the hexadecimal representation of error number over here. Now when you are formatting it like this, you have to be very careful that the order has to be same as that we specified inside this string over here. Now if you don't want to care about order, you can pass the substitutions by mapping. So we can write this one like this. So I'm just going to delete this part from here and pass it over here. So let me delete this part. So we are going to do the same thing by using mapping. So all we have to do over here, after this % over here, I'm going to put bracket. So then I'm going to put name. So here we can put between these two error number. Then outside of the quotes, we are going to provide our mapping. So mapping will be like this. So we need to provide %, then inside curly braces, we are going to provide name, column name, then comma, and for error number, we are going to put like this. Error number is going to be error number. Now in this case, this error number will be substituted with this one, and this name will be substituted this one. Now in this case, if I run our code one more time, you will see that it's printing out same message to the console. Now here you don't need to care about the order. So if I just cut this one from here and pass it over here, you will see that nothing changed. So it's replacing the name with the name and error message with the error message. But in this case, if I change them, in this case, we will have different result because we are changing the order of the substitutions. So as you can see, we have an error message over here because this we cannot convert name string to hexadecimal number over here. So that's why when you are formatting it without mapping, the order has to be the same, but when you are formatting it with mapping, the order can be changed. So this mapping makes format strings easier to maintain and easier to modify in the future. And here, as I mentioned, you don't need to worry about making sure the order you are passing in the values match up with the order in which the values are referenced in the format string. Of course, the downside of this technique is it requires more typing over here. Now this is all for the old style formatting. Now the next formatted style is new style formatting, which is str.format. So I'm going to delete this part from here. So I'm going to continue to the str format function. So this new formatting style is introduced in Python 3. So this new style gets rid of the percentage operator and makes the syntax for string formatting more regular. Formatting is now handled by calling .format function. So we just need to call .format function like this. Now, for example, we can format hello Eddie like this. So I'm just going to put print statement. So inside print statement, I'm going to put hello, then comma, we can put curly braces like this. Then outside of the string, we are going to put format name. So in this case, it's going to take this name and put it over here instead of these curly braces over here. Now, if I run our code, you will see that it's printing out hello Eddie. Now, the question is, how can we format it as the way that we did before in old styling to print out error message as hexadecimal number over here? Now, to do so, I'm going to write the print statement like this. So here again, I'm going to put print statement. Then inside print statement, I'm going to put something like this. Hey, let's put curly braces. Then we can put there is a 0x and curly braces again, error. Then we can put dot format. So inside parentheses, we can put name and error number. Now, if you run our code, you see that it's printing out the message like this. But here, the problem is it has not converted it to the hexadecimal number, but it's printing out as a number over here. Now, to be able to convert it to the hexadecimal number, inside these curly braces over here, we need to put colon x. Now, if I run our code, you see that in this case, it's converted to hexadecimal number. Now, here again, when you write it something like this, you need to be very careful about the ordering over here. Now, if you don't want to use the ordering as we did before, here again, it's possible to use mapping. Now, to be able to use mapping, I'm just going to copy this code from here and pass it over here. Now, we can put over here name. Then here we can put error number. Then again over here, we can map it like this. Name is equal to name and error number is equal to error number. Now, if I run our code, you will see that in this case also it's printing out same message. Even if we change the order of the substitutions over here, we will not have any problem about printing out the message to the console. So as you can see, without any problem, we have printed out message to the console. Now, this is how the simplest way of the format method works. Now, here again, to be able to get used to how the formatting works, you need to read the documentation and practice more about format function. And finally, the last formatting approach in Python is fstring. Now, this is added in Python 3.6. Until now, we have used in our functions fstrings many times. So this means that when you are using fstring, so I'm just going to comment this part. We are putting f in front of the string. So we are going to put f. Then inside quotes, we are going to put whatever we want to put. Now here, if we want to print hello Eddie, we are just going to put hello. And inside curly braces, we are going to put name. Now, if I run our code, you will see that it's printing out hello Eddie. Now here, instead of name over here, you can put whatever expression you want. You can put, for example, the operations or calculations and whatever you want. Now, for example, I can use fstring with the operations like this. For example, 10 plus 10, we can put easily 10 plus 10 over here. It's going to calculate 10 plus 10, which is 20 over here. So as you can see, by using fstring, we can put any expression inside strings over here. Now the question is, how can we print out this error message to the console using fstring? Now in this case, one more time, I'm going to print out with the f in front of the quotes. So here we are going to put hey, then the name. So we have a name variable over here. So it's going to be the inside curly braces. Then we are going to print out there is a error number. And then after that, we are going to put error like this. Now, if I run our code, you'll see that in this case, it's printing out error number itself. But In our case, we need to convert it to the hexadecimal number. So to be able to convert it, here again, we are going to put colon, then dash and x. So in case of f string, when we are converting it to hexadecimal number, the symbol remains same, but in front of symbol, we need to provide dash. Now, if you run our code, you see that it's printing out same message over here. Now, let me just delete this part and print out both messages together to see that if they are exactly the same or not. So as you can see, it's printing out the same message to the console like this. So in case of f string, we are putting dash in front of x, but in case of formatting, we are just putting x itself after the colon. But in the old style, we were using something like this, percentage with the x. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, I have combined 3 string formatting style in Python and explained basics of them. Now, one more time, I want to mention that it's not possible to cover all formatting styles in one short lecture. All you need to do is to search on the internet and read the documentation whenever you need a specific formatting style. So hopefully everything is clear about this lecture as well. So see you in the next lecture. All right, when we were talking about the iteration, we have learned the general definition of list, and as you remember, we have discussed it using states of UK. So we have created a list like this. And we have learned that by using the list name and indexes, we can access the elements of list and we can update the list, or we can use several methods to modify the list based on the Python documentation. Now here in this section, we will go further and learn more about list as Python built-in data structure. A list is a data structure that holds an ordered collection of items, i.e., you can store a sequence of items in a list. This is easy to imagine if you think of shopping list where you have a list of items to buy, except that you have each item on a separate line in your shopping list, whereas in Python list, you put commas in between them. The list of items should be enclosed in square brackets so that Python understands that you are specifying a list. Like a string, a list is a sequence of values. In a string, the values are called characters. In a list, they can be any type. The values in the list are called elements and sometimes items. So as we have learned before, we can create a list by putting square brackets. So if I put square brackets and put elements inside this, it's going to be a list of integers. So here you see that these values over here are integers, so that's why this is the list of integer. Now we can create a list of strings or any other types. So if I put instead of numbers over here, for example, names, Eddie, Jane, John, then in this case it's going to be the list of strings. Now in case of list, we can create a list of different types. This means that over here in the names list, we can create another element with the type of integer, we can create another element with the type of float. So in this case, this list contains string, float, and integers. Now if we have created a list without any element like this, in this case, this list will call empty list. So as you might expect, you can assign list values to a variables. So this means that I can put a variable over here like this. So it's going to be numbers is equal to this list, and we can put names is equal to this list, or we can put empty list like this. So whenever we are creating a list, we can assign it to any variable. Now when we are talking about the string, we have mentioned that strings are immutable. So this means that if I create a custom string like this, so let's say it's hello, and if I try to modify this string based on the index, so I'm just going to, for example, access the first element and try to change it to L. In this case, you will see that we will have error because the strings are immutable, so we cannot change the string. But in case of list, they are mutable. So this means that if I want to change the first element in list over here, we can use index and change it. So in this case, instead of string over here, if I put names list and with the index of 0, so first I'm just going to print out the value to the console to see what is the value of the 0th index. So in this case, the value of 0th index is Eddie. Now if I change it to some other name, so I'm just going to update it to my name. So let's say I'm changing it to Elshad, and one more time, I'm going to print out it to the console. So let's run our code. You will see that in this case, first it was Eddie, then after update, it becomes Elshad. So we can easily update any element in list
by using their indexes. This means that lists are not like the strings, so we can change the list elements by using assignment operator. You can think of a list relationship between indices and elements. This relationship is called mapping. Each index maps to the one of the elements. List index works the same as string indexes. So here in the string we said that it starts from 0 and it continues until the end of this string, and in case of list it's also going to start from 0 and it will continue until the last element in the list. So this element will be the 0th index, then this element will be located at the index of 1, then this element will be located at the index of 2, then this element will be located at the index of 3, and the last one will be at the index of 4. So any integer expression can be used as index in the list. So as we said before, we can use the index to access the elements of the list. So instead of, for example, 0 over here, we can put even mathematical operation. So 1 plus 1, if I run it, you will see that it's going to print out John to the console. So 1 plus 1 is 2, and John is located at the index of 2 over here. So this means that as an index, we can use any integer expression. Now let's continue to the traversing of a list. Now the most common way to traverse elements of list is for loop. Now we have learned that traversing means that we have to visit each and every element of the list or string. So in this case, to be able to traverse through the list, we have learned that we can use for loop. Now the most basic way will be like this. For name in names, so then we can print out the name to the console. Now if I run our code, you will see that in this case it's going to visit all elements of the names list and it's going to print out all of them to the console. Now this works very well only if you read the elements of the list. But if you want to write or update the elements, in this case you need the indexes. So a common way to do that, to combine range function with the length function. So in this case, by using for in loop, we can just visit the elements and printing out the console. But when we are dealing with the list, we don't always print out the names. Sometimes we might update the values, or sometimes we might change the values inside the loop. So for this, we have to use indexes. Now to be able to traverse by using indexes, we are going to change our loop to use length function and range function. Now the loop will be like this. For index in, so we are going to put range. So we know that if we haven't provided the first index, the range function will start from 0, so I'm not going to provide first parameter. Now the second parameter will be length of names. Now after doing so, we can print out values to the console like this. So I'm just going to put names, then here inside square brackets we can put index. Now if I run it, it's going to print out the same values to the console. Now here we can use this index to update all values to something. Now in this case we have strings over here, so let's make, for example, change the numbers. So instead of names over here, I'm going to put numbers. So let's say we want to multiply each element by 2. So in this case we are going to put it like this. So instead of print over here, I'm just going to put numbers index is equal to, so let's multiply with this one with 2. Then at the end, after looping through this list, I'm just going to print out numbers to the console to see that how this is changed. Now if I run our code, you will see that initially our list was like this. So by traversing using indexes, we are able to update each element of list by multiplying 2. So the first element was 10, now it's 20. The second element was 20, now it's 40. The third element was 30, now it's 60. And the fifth element is 40, now it is 80. So this means that whenever we want to traversal through list and update or change some elements, we have to use loop with the indexes and with the help of range function. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have learned how can we create different types of lists, and we learned how can we change the values by using traversing. So see you in the next lecture. Now when we are working with lists, one of the most common errors you will come across is something called index out of range error. In fact, by this point, you might already seen it. Now what does it mean? Well, let's look at the list that we have created before, countries of UK, in which we have only 4 countries. And remember, because the index starts from 0, the Wales over here actually is located at the index of 3. So if I just go ahead and print countries of UK with the index of 3, you will see that it's going to print out Wales to the console. Now the question is, what if we went one beyond that? If I try to get the element which is located at the index of 4, what will happen? So in this case, if I just print out the index of 4 and run our code, you will see that we are getting an error which says that least index out of range. So this is because it's beyond the whales over here. There is nothing we can see with our eyes. So after whales over here, there is no elements in this list. But when we are working with large lists, you are not always looking at data. Then these errors can be a little bit more confusing. Very frequently, when you are working with lists, you will end up with an off by 1 error. So it's unusual that you'll try to get something at the index of, for example, in this case 10, because that's just way beyond our list size. But frequently, you will end up in the situation where you have some sort of value. Let's say in this case, number of countries is equal to len of countries of UK. So in this case, if I just go ahead and print out to the console, you will see that we have 4. So if I pass this 4 over here as an index to this number of countries over here, so I'm going to print out it to the console, you'll see that here again we have index error. So it says that least index out of range. And this error over here is an off by 1 error. Because to fix this error, all we need to do is simply put -1 over here. So if I put -1 and run our code, you will see that it's going to print out whales and the problem is solved. So by putting -1 over here, first becomes 0, then second becomes 1, and it continues like this, and last one becomes the length -1. So whenever you are receiving index out of range error, it means that you want to try to access an index of the element which does not exist in our list. Now in this lecture, we are going to look at list operations. So we will look at which operations can be performed on list. Now the first operator is slicing operator. So as we did in case of strings, we can use slice operator for list as well. Now we have learned that slice operator can be used a colon between indexes. So here let's say we have a custom list like this. So in which I have elements from A to F. Now if you want to use slice operator, we are going to put the name of list, which is my list. Then inside square brackets, we are going to put beginning index and ending index. Now we have learned that in case of string, if we omit the first index, the slice starts from the beginning of the string, so it's applicable for list also. And if we omit the second index, the slice goes to the end, and this is applicable for list as well. So this means that if I just omit the first slice and put only the second one, it's just going to continue until this index over here. So it will start from the 0th index and continue till this index over here. Now if I just print out this, you will see that in this case, it's just going to print out A and B, because it's starting from 0th index, then continues to the first index, then until the second index, and it's not included second index as well over here. Now if you omit both of them, it's not going to do anything, it's just going to print out all elements to the console. Now if you want to take, for example, first 3 element, you can put 0 to 3rd index and take first 3 elements. So as you can see, 3rd index is not included over here. Now if you want to, for example, take from second element until the last, in this case you just need to provide the index of the second element first, then skip the second index. Now if you run it, you'll see that in this case it's printing out elements from second element until the end. So the slicing operator works the way that it worked with the strings. But here we have a slightly difference. In case of string, we cannot use slice operator to update the string because, as we mentioned before, strings are immutable. But in case of list, we can use slicing operator to change the list elements over here. So now in this case, let's say we want to change B and C in this list. So in this case, we can write it like this. My list with the index of B is 1 and the index of C is 2. But in this case, we are just going to include 3 because if I put 2 over here, it's not going to include C. Now for simplicity, let me just print out this one to the console. So I'm just going to delete this part, run it. You see that it's going to print out BC. Now by using slicing operator, we can use assignment operator and put something like this. So here if I put X and Y,
you will see that in this case, B will be replaced with X and C will be replaced with Y. Now if I run our code one more time, in this case you will see that it's going to print out X and Y. Now if I just delete this part, print the list itself, you will see that in this case, instead of B and C, we have X and Y. So this means that we can use slicing operator in case of list for updating the values in the list, because as we mentioned before, lists are mutable. Now let's continue to the next operator. Now the next operator will be, in case of list, concatenation operator. Now let's say I have two lists like this. So concatenation can be done by using the plus operator. So let's say we have two lists like this. List 1 is equal to 1, 2, 3, and in the list 2 we have 4, 5, 6. Now if I use plus sign with these two lists over here, many of you might think that it's going to add these numbers. So I intentionally selected integer numbers to show you that it's not adding these numbers over here, it's just concatenating them. So in this case, if I just create list 3 is equal to list 1 plus list 2, and then at the end let's print out list 3 to the console and run our code, you'll see that in this case, instead of adding these elements one by one, it's just concatenating them together. Now when we are talking about this lecture, some people ask the question that what if we use minus over here instead of plus? So in this case, you'll see that we are getting an error, because in this case, this minus sign over here is not so perfect. Now we can use only plus sign, and that's only for concatenation. So take into account that you are not adding the elements, you are just combining everything together. So plus sign in the list are used for concatenation. Now the next operator is star operator. Star operator repeats a list a given number of times. So let's say I have a list like this, so in which I have only one element. Now if I do something like this, let me just create list 2 is equal to list 1 star 4. In this case, this one element over here will be repeated 4 times in the list 2. So it's going to be like list 2. So here we need to provide list 1, not list itself. So as you can see, the element is repeated 4 times. Now what if we have 2 elements over here? Now if I run it, you'll see that these 2 elements are repeated 4 times. So if I have 3 elements over here, it's going to repeat all elements 4 times. So this is 1, this is second one, this is third one, and this is fourth one. So by using star operator, we can increase the number of repetitions in a list. So if you put 4 over here, that the elements will be repeated 4 times. If you put 5 over here, the elements will be repeated 5 times. And this can be done using star operator. Now the last operator that we are going to use for list is called exist operator. So we can use it by using in keyword. So let's say we have a list like this. So I'm going to create one more time list 1. So here let's say we have few elements from 1 to 4. Then let's just put different types of elements, so A, B, C, D. Now by using in operator, we can check that if any element exists in this list over here or not. So if the element exists in this list, it's going to return true. Otherwise, it's just going to return false. So I'm going to do it. For example, let's check if A exists in this list. So A in list 1. So the syntax is like this. So if I just print out this one to the console, you'll see that in this case it's going to return true. So this means that A exists over here. Now if I put, for example, H and run our code, you'll see that in this case it's returning false. Now we can even check for integer numbers. So when we are checking for integer, we need to put 3 like this. So run our code, you will see that it's returning true. Now even instead of printing out this one to the console, we can create a variable over here, check, and assign this one to this variable. Then at the end print it to the console. So let's print check. You'll see that this is also working the way that it worked before. So by using in operator, we can check that if any element exists in this list over here or not. So this is very easy way of searching for element in the list. But in this case, instead of returning the index of this element in this list, it's just returning true or false. So based on this condition, you can perform some operations on the elements of the list. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, I have explained most used list operations in Python. So hopefully everything is clear about that. So see you in the next lecture.
Now in this lecture, we are going to look at Python built-in functions that can be used with list. So by using such kind of functions, we can quickly look through a list without writing our own loop. So let's say we have a list like this. So in this case, number list. So let's say we have some numbers in this list like this. And we have learned that by using, for example, len function, we can find the number of elements in this list over here. So len is built-in function of Python. So this can be used with list to find out the number of elements in this list. So if I just print out the result to the console, you'll see that in this list we have 5 elements. Now another function that can be used with the list over here is maximum function. So by using maximum function, we can find the maximum element in this list over here. So let's say instead of len over here, if I use max function with this nums list and run our code, you will see that in this case it's returning 30. So 30 is the biggest element in this list. Now the next function is we can use minimum function. So if I put minimum over here and run our code, you will see that in this case it's returning 5. So this means that the minimum element is 5 over here. Now apart from these functions, we can use sum function also. So sum function obviously will take the sum of the elements and print out their result. So in this case, the sum of elements of this list is 80. So by using sum function, we can easily sum up them. Now here I want to mention that sum function works only with the list where the elements are numbers. But other functions, for example, maximum function, len function, minimum function, are working with string type as well and other types that can be comparable. So these functions over here makes our life much more easier when we are dealing with the list. Now the next function that we can use with this list over here is delete function. Now we have learned before that we can use pop method to delete elements from this list over here. So pop method is a list method. Now apart from the pop method, we can use delete method. Now if I put, for example, del nums with the index of 0, then print out nums to the console, you will see that in this case, after running this, it's going to delete the first element from the list over here. Now if I put 1 over here and run our code, you will see that in this case, it's going to delete the second element. Now apart from the pop method of the Python list, we can use a built-in function which is called delete function to delete elements from the list over here. So as you remember, before we have created a program like this, which was taking a number from the console, and at the end, when we write down, it was returning the average of these numbers to the console, that based on the count and the total value that we are getting from the console. Now we can rewrite our program with the help of list and with the help of built-in functions in Python. Now here, I'm just going to delete this code from here, and we can rewrite our program like this. Now the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to create number list as an empty list over here. Then I'm going to write the loop like this. So while true, we are going to ask one more time from user to input number, enter a number, then we are going to check that. If input is equal to done, in this case we are going to put break over here to stop our loop. Otherwise, we are going to append the value that we are getting from the console to this list over here. So it's going to be like this, numList dot append. So as a parameter, we are going to pass this input value over here. Now before passing it, we need to convert it to float or integer. So in this case, I'm just going to put float function like this. So here, when we are appending it, I'm going to put value. Now after doing so, if a user enters done, in this case, outside of loop, we are going to calculate the average. Now, how can we calculate the average? We can calculate average by taking the sum of the numbers. If I use the sum function, it's going to take the sum of the num list. So we can divide it with the len of the num list over here, which will be the number of the elements in the list. Then at the end, we can print out saying that average is like this. So this is the average that we are calculating from here and printing out to the console. Now if I rerun our code, you'll see that in this case also the first thing that it does is going to ask for a number. So I'm going to put 20, hit enter, then it's going to ask for another number, then 30, then 40, then 50. Then at the end, when I'm enter done, it's going to print out the average of numbers that I have inserted over here. Now as you can see, by using built-in functions of Python, we can create the program that we have created before very easily. So as you can see, by using these functions over here, we can easily calculate the average of elements very easily. So hopefully with this lecture, you have an idea of how built-in functions works with Python list. Now in this lecture, we are going to talk about how can we convert strings to a list or list to a string. A string is a sequence of characters and a list is a sequence of values. But a list of characters is not same as a string. To convert a string to a list of characters, you can use list function. So let's say we have a string like this. So let's put custom string is equal to, let's say, hello. Now if you want to convert this string to the list in which we will have these characters as elements, all we have to do, we have to use list function. So custom list is equal to, we are going to use list functions. So as a parameter, we are going to pass this custom string to the list over here. Now after doing so, if I just print out this value to the console, you will see that it's going to be the list of characters. So each character over here will be one element in the list. So as you can see, H is one element, E is one element, L is one element. So by using index operator, we can even access this value. So if I put 0 over here, if I print out it, you'll see that it's printing out H. If I put 1 over here, it's going to print out L over here. So the list function breaks a string into individual letters. So if you want to break a string into words, in this case, instead of list method, you can use split method. So let's say we have a string like this, hello world, I love Python. So if I use list function for this string over here, you will see that in this case, each character over here is a separate element in this list over here. But if you want to make these words, each of these words, a single element in the list, in this case, as I mentioned, I have to use split method. Now to be able to use the split method, we have to access it by using string name. So instead of this method over here, I'm just going to put custom string dot. So as a parameter, if I don't pass anything, in this case, it's just going to divide this word by the spaces between them. Now if I run our code, you will see that hello is one element, the second element is word, the third element is I. So as you can see with the world, we have dot with world because after dot we have space over here. So it has divided it by using spaces. Now here again, by using index, for example, if I put over here 2, it's going to access the elements of this list over here. This is located at the index of 0. This is located at the index of 1. So at the index of 2 is located I over here. Now if I put 3 over here, it's just going to print out after the console. So as you can see, by using split function, we can convert a string to a list, and the default value in this case will be space. Now let's say if we have a string like this, hello world, and between them we have underscore. Now in this case, if we want to divide the two elements by using underscore, when we are calling split function as a parameter, we are going to pass an underscore over here. Now if I pass underscore over here, you will see that in this case, the elements are divided by using underscore. Now if I don't put anything over here, when we have this word like this, in this case, this word will be one element in our list over here. So as you can see, in this case, we have only one list. So you can split the string by using specific character passing to split function. Now you might be interested that if we have converted this string to the list, is it possible to convert a list to the string? Now it's possible, so we can use join function of string over here. Now if you use the join function, it's going to join these elements by providing a delimiter over here. Now let's say I have custom list like this, so I'm just going to put different names. Now if you want to join these elements into a string, so in this case, all you have to do is, so let me just put custom string 1 over here is equal to, so if you want to join them with the space, you are going to put space dot join, and as a parameter, we are going to pass this list that we have over here. Now if I put this list over here and as a custom string I put 1 over here, then if you print out the custom string to the console, you will see that it's going to join these names together with space, because here we have put space. If I put, for example, dash over here and run output, in this case this string will be joined with the dash. So if I put underscore, it's going to be joined with the underscore. So join function is the reverse version of the split function. So with split function, we can convert string to with given delimiter. With join function, we can join them together. So if we just put without anything over here, it's just going to combine them in one string without any space. So this is concatenating strings without space. So you can use empty string as a delimiter also over here. Now this is how we are converting list to string and string to list. So by using join function, we are converting list to string. By using split and list functions, we are converting strings to list. So hopefully everything is clear about these functions also. Now consider a situation of recording temperatures 4 times a day, every day. And we need to represent this data in our application using list data structure. So how can we represent that? Because in this case, as you can see, our data in the format of rows and columns. For the first day, we have 4 temperatures over here, and for the second day, we have also 4 temperatures, and for third day and fourth day, and it continues like this. So the question is, how can we represent this data in our list? Now, the easiest way of doing this, we can just take all days data and create 4 different lists over here. So if I just pass all data over here, we can easily create 4 different lists. So day 1 is equal to like this for each day's temperature. So I'm going to include all elements into one list over here. So I'm just going to quickly create this 4 list over here. So we have created 4 different lists for each day over here. Now when our data grows each day, we have to create separate lists for each day, and this is not a professional approach. And as we can see, these daily data over here are somehow related to each other. This means that we can put everything inside one list like this. So I can create another list, all days is equal to, so we can put as elements over here day 1, day 2, day 3, and day 4. So in this case, we have a list that contains 4 lists. And if I go ahead and print out this list, you'll be able to see its structure. So print all days. It's going to print out the list to the console like this. Now here you'll notice that there are 2 brackets at the beginning over here, and there are 2 brackets at the end of this list over here. Now the reason for this is that this is over here is one list, and this one is the second list, and this one is the third list, and this one is the fourth list, and everything together is another list over here. So in this case we have 4 different lists in one list over here. So if a list has another list in it, in this case it is called nested list. So nested list can be created by placing comma separated sequence of sublists. So as you can see, after each sublist we have comma separate. So each sublist will be one element of this main list. Now to be able to create the elements of the nested list, all we have to do, we have to use indexing with multiple indexes. So here, if I just go ahead and print out the index of 0, you will see that it's going to print out only the first list to the console. Now if I want to access the first element of the list, in this case, first I have to put first list index, which is 0, then the first element's index also is 0. So if I go print out this, you will see that it's printing out 11 to the console. So we have easily accessed the first list, first element over here. Now let's say we have a list like this. So as you can see, the first element is A, then B, then in the third element, we have another list which is nested. So in the second index, which is third element, is list. So I'm going to put it like this. Then in the third element, we have G and H. Now if you want to access the third element, which is list, we have to use second index of this my list. Now if you access the second index, you will see that in this case, we have another list over here, and in this list, we have 3 elements. So the first element is double C, and the second element is double D. Now in the third element, yet we have another list over here. So as you can see, we can have as many as lists inside each other. So to be able to access this list, we have to access the second element of my list. Then in the second element, we have another list. So in this another list, we have another list. So to be able to access this one, we have to put the accessing like this. So it's going to be my list with the index of 2, which is accessing this, then with the index of 2, which will access this. So if we want to access, for example, this element, I have to put one more bracket over here with 0 index. Now in this case, if I just go ahead and print out the values from this my list, so let's say I want to put 0 index over here. So in this case, it's just going to print out A to the console. Now at 0 index we have A, and at first index we have B. Now if I access second index, you will see that it's just going to print out whole this list to the console. So this list will be printed out to the console. Now if I put one more 2 over here, it's going to access this list over here. So this list will be printed out to the console. Now let's say I want to access the second element of this list, which is the nested list. All I have to do is, after accessing this list, we can put with the index of 1. So in this case, it's just going to print out triple F to the console, which is the last element of this list over here. Now in case of nested list, the negative indexing is also acceptable. So we can use negative indexing by counting from backward to be able to access any nested list over here. Now before, this is located at the index of positive 2. Now if you want to access it by using negative index, all we have to do, we have to put -3. Then if you want to access the nested list, which is located in the second nested list, all we have to do is we have to access first the second nested list, then the third nested list by using negative indexing like this. So as you can see, in case of nested list also, negative indexing works the way that it worked before. Now if you try to access the same element by using negative indexes, all we have to do, we have to put first the index of this list. So in this case, it starts from -1, -2, and -3. So first we are going to put -3 over here. Then we are going to access this list over here. So it's obvious that this is the first last element. So that's why the index of this list will be -1. And then we have to access this element over here, which is the last element of this inner nested list. So in this case, the last element will be with the index of -1. Now, if I run our code one more time, you will see that it's going to print out the same element to the console. So this is how negative indexing works. Now, you might be interested that can we update any value in this nested list? So as we did before, we can do it over here by using indexing. Now, if I just go ahead, for example, if I want to change the second element in this list over here, all I have to do, I need to put the name of list, then inside brackets, I have to provide index of these elements. So it's obvious that the index is 1 because this is the second element in this list over here. So if I set it to, for example, let's put 0 over here and then print out my list, you will see that the second element is changed over here. So as you can see, as a second element, instead of B over here, we have 0. Now let's say you want to update this element over here. So instead of triple E, I want to put, for example, triple A over here. Now in this case, all I have to do, I have to access this element with the indexing. So this element is located at this list over here, which is located at the index of 2. So I'm going to put 2 over here. Then at the index of 2, we have another list over here, which is this list. So inside this list over here, we have another list over here, which is the third element with the index of 2. So I'm just going to put another bracket over here with the index of 2. Then to be able to access this element, I'm going to write that element's index, which is 0. So instead of triple E over here, if I put triple A and run our code, you will see that that element is changed to triple A. So the way that we are accessing it is using the indexes. So how many nested lists we have inside each other, we will have that number of the brackets over here. For example, in this case, we have 3 nested lists into each other. And here, as you can see, to be able to access the last list element, we have to provide 3 index over here. Then after accessing it, we can easily update that list any value. Now the functions and the methods that we have learned for a list are applicable for nested lists also. So let's say if we want to add new element to this list, how can we do so? So we have learned that to be able to add an element at the end of the list, we can use append method. Now if I just put my list and put append, for example, let's put I over here after H, you will see that it's going to add this element after H over here. Now in this case, everything works correct without any issue. Now the question is, if we want to add element at this second list over here. Now in this case, all we have to do, we have to put the index of that list. So we have learned that the index of this list over here is 2 because this is the third element in the main list. Then we can put, for example, let's put double E over here. Now if I run this code, it's going to insert into this list over here as a last element. So as you can see, after this nested list over here, we have added to this list over here. Now if you want to add another element to this list over here, which is the third nested list, in this case also you have to access this list. So this list located inside this list, which is the second index, and here also this is located at the index of 2. So I'm going to put index 2 over here, then let's say append triple G. So if I run our code, you will see that after triple F over here, we have added new element, which is triple G over here. So we can use insert function to insert element in a specific location. So let's say we want to add this triple G before this triple E over here. So all we have to do, we have to provide the lists indexes. Then inside method, I'm going to put insert. So instead of just putting the element itself, I have to first provide the index. Now, if I run our code, you will see that triple G will be inserted before triple E over here. So here, everything works the same, but all you have to do, you have to access the specific lists index. Now, if you haven't put anything over here, it's just going to insert this element in the main list. So if I just delete everything and run our code, you will see that triple G will be the first element in this main list. But if you want to insert elements to this list over here, first you have to access the index of this list, then do the operation. Then if you want to insert element to this list over here, here again, you have to access first the index, then insert that element over here. Now, when we are talking about insertion, the next method that we can use is extend method. So here again, we can use to extend any list. So let's say I want to extend this second list over here. So all I have to do, I have to put the index of this list, then call extend function. Then here we can provide another list. So let's say I want to provide 1, 2, 3. Now if I run our code, you will see that, so I have to put all of them as a list because extend method takes iterable object, so it has to be list. So if I run our code, you will see that it's going to extend elements at the end of this second list over here. So in the second list, the third element is this nested list. So after this nested list, we have 1, 2, 3 over here. Now we can easily remove the elements from this list over here by using pop method or delete function. So in this case, so let's say I want to remove this element over here. So all I have to do, I have to one more time access that list. So we have learned that that list located at the index of 2. Now then after putting the index of this list over here, all I have to do, I have to put pop, then provide the elements that you want to pop out index. So in this case, if I want to pop out this triple E from here, all I have to put is 0 index. So as you can see, after running it, you will see that triple E over here is removed. Now we can do the same operation by using delete method. So in this case, all I have to do, I have to put it like this. Then I have to put the elements index as well. So if I just comment out this part and run our code, you will see that the result will be the same. So triple E is removed from this list over here. Now the next function that we can use with the nested list is len function. So this is quite interesting. Now if I use len function for this list over here, how many elements is going to print out? Let me just create len variable. So I'm just going to put inside len function this list over here, then print out len to the console. So after printing out, you will see that it's printed out 5 elements to the console. But if we count the elements, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we have 8 elements over here. The reason it returns 5, it is counting only the elements of my list. So this is one element, this is second element, this whole list is the third element, and this fourth element, and this is fifth element. So as you can see, we have 5 elements. Now if you want to count the elements of this list over here, all you have to do, you have to provide the index of that list. So if I just provide the index of that list, in this case, it's going to print out 3 because in this list over here, we have 3 elements. So this is one element, this is second element, and this is third element. Now, if I want to count the elements of this third nested list over here, here again, I have to provide the index of this nested list as well. So if I run our code, you will see that in this case, it's printing 2 because we have only 2 elements inside this list over here. Now, the last operation that I'm going to perform is iterating through list over here. So we can write for loop like this. So for item in my list, I'm just going to print out item to the console. So you will see that it's going to print out each element of this main list over here. So the first element is A, then B, then the third element is the list itself. So it's printing out list itself. Now, if you want to access this list's element, all you have to do, you have to write another loop inside this main loop over here. So it's going to be nested loop. So I can put for item 2 in item. So in this case, we have to put item. Then here, I'm just going to print out item 2. Now, after writing this, if I just remove this print statement from here to exclude the duplicate values and run our code, you will see that it's accessing the second list elements like this, but when it reaches the third list, it's printing out the list itself. Now, if I put one more loop inside this loop, it's going to access all elements of all lists over here. So in this case, I need to put item 2, and then I'm going to print out item 3 over here. So after doing so, if I run our code, you will see that it's going to print out all elements to the console. So it's printing out A, then B, then it's printing out C and D 2 times. Now you might be interested that why we have double C over here and double T. So it's recognizing this as a string and it's looping through these elements as well over here. But if we have integer over here, this will not going to happen. So let's say instead of this list over here, let me just create another list in which we will have the list like this. So I'm just going to put, for example, 1, 2, 3. So here again, I'm going to put another nested list, 4, 5, 6. Then let's put another nested list, 7, 8, 9. So as you can see, we have only 2 level lists over here. So inside the main list, we have 3 different lists. So we don't have third nested list. So this means that we can delete this loop from here. So instead of printing out item 3, I'm just going to print out item 2. Now if I run our code, you will see that in this case, all elements will be printed out without any issue. So there is no duplication in this case. So that, as you can see, all elements are printed out to the console. Now this is how it works in case of integer list like this. So if we have second level nested list over here, all we have to do, we have to write 2 loops each other. Now if we have some elements over here, for example 0 and 1, in this case if we try to put another loop over here for this list over here, it's going to raise an error saying that integers are not iterable, so we cannot loop through the integers. So before it was string, so we were successfully looping through the strings, but in case of integers over here, we cannot loop through the integers. So in this case, we cannot loop through these elements over here. So with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, I have combined everything related to nested lists together to show you how nested lists work. So hopefully everything is clear about nested lists. Now in this lecture, we will talk about objects and values. Even though this lecture is a part of object-oriented programming, I decided to explain a little bit about objects over here to show you how aliasing and referencing works with the list. Now when it comes to object, everything in Python is called object. So an object in Python is a simple thing. To describe it slightly more technical, an object represents a value a variable can refer to. For instance, if I just create a variable x over here, in which we have 1. In this case, x refers to an object representing the value 1. All objects in Python are represented by generalized structure used to describe and access a particular value's information and methods. One such piece of information is an object type. Now we have learned that to determine the type of object, you can use Builtin Function of Python, which is called type. So if I put over here print type of x, in this case, you will see that x is the type of integer. So which refers to the value of 1, which is numeric, so that's why it's integer. Alternatively, if x refers to the string, in this case, it will be an instance of string. Of course, there is more to objects than just their type. For something to be an object in the first place, it has to exist in the memory. So to view the memory address of particular object, we can use id function. So instead of type over here, if I put id, you will see that it's going to print out id of this object in the memory. So this is the id that we have in the memory. Now, there are a lot of things to learn about the object. So here I just want to give you a short instruction about object. Now in this case, for example, if we execute these 2 statements over here, so I have a variable of a in which we have apple. So I'm just going to copy this and pass it over here and assign apple to the b variable. So if we execute these statements, we know that a and b both refer to the string, but we don't know whether they refer to the same string or not. There are 2 possible cases. In one case, a and b refer to the different objects that they have same value. In the second case, they refer to the same object. Now to check whether 2 variables refer to the same object, you can use is operator. So in this case, if I just go ahead and print out a is b, you will see that it's going to print out true to the console. So this means that in this example, Python only created one string object and both a and b variables refer to these objects over here. But when it comes to the list, if we create 2 lists like this, so instead of apple over here, I'm just going to create two lists. So I'm going to create the same list for both variables. So A will be referenced to this list and B also will be referenced to this list. In this case, if I just go ahead and print out one more time A is B, you will see that it's going to print out false. This means that they are not referring to the same object over here. In this case, we will say that these two lists are equivalent because they have the same elements, but they are not identical because they are not the same object. If two objects are identical, they are also equivalent. But if they are equivalent, they are not necessarily identical. Until now, we have been used object and value interchangeably. But it's more precise to say that an object has a value. So if we execute A is equal to the list of 1, 2, 3, A refers to a list object whose value is particular sequence of elements over here, which are 1, 2, 3. So in this case, instead of B over here, if we just create A like this and assign A to B and print out this message to the console, you will see that in this case, both of these variables are referring to the same object. The association of a variable with an object is called reference. So in this example, there are two references to the same object. So this is the list, and A and B are referencing to the same object over here. An object with more than one reference has more than name. So we can say that object is aliased. So here, the problem is, if the aliased object is mutable, changes made with one alias affect another. So this means that if I just go ahead, delete, for example, first element of B like this, and then print out A to the console, you will see that it's going to affect A also. So it's going to delete the first element from A also. So as you can see, in case of mutable objects, it's very dangerous to use it because we have deleted the element from B, but it affected A also because both of them are referencing to the same object. Although this behavior can be useful, it's error prone. In general, it is safer to avoid aliasing when you are working with mutable objects. For immutable objects like strings, aliasing is not as much as problem because, for example, in case of string, we cannot change the string, they are immutable. So in this case, there's not much different if we are creating aliasing or not because these objects are immutable, so we cannot modify these objects over here. Now, another interesting moment is when you pass a list to a function, the function gets reference to the list. If the function modifies a list parameter, then it's going to affect the original list itself. So let's say we have a function like this. So I'm just going to create a new function. Let's declare function set that delete first. So this function is responsible for deleting first element of list. So as a parameter, it's going to take list. So I'm just going to put delete plist with the index of 0. Now if I create a list like this, so let's say my list is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then if I call this function for this list, I'm going to put my list. Then if I just print out my list to the console, you'll see that the first element of this my list is deleted. So as you can see, it affected the original list also. So we are passing this list as a parameter to this function, but it's affecting the original list also because this is mutable object and function gets reference to this original list over here. So that's why it's deleting first element from the original list. So that's why it's really important to differentiate the operations that modify the list and the operations that create a new list. So for example, if you use append method, we know that append method modifies the list as delete method over here. So if I put instead of deletion over here, plist.append, for example, let's append 1 at the end of this list and run our code, you will see that it's going to affect also the original list over here. So for example, if we change this method to return the list by using slice operator, so for example, if I put slice operator like this, so it's going to skip the first element of this list and then print out the rest element. So if I run our code, you will see that it's not going to affect the main list over here. But if I just print out the output from this list, you will see that it's going to return the elements in which the first element is missing. So that's why you have to be very careful when you are using a list as a function argument. So you have to differentiate the methods which can modify the original list or which is returning new list. So I just showed you an example in which it's just returning the new list, it's not modifying the list itself. So with this, you have got a basic knowledge about the objects. Now you have learned that how can it affect the lists over here. So see you in the next lecture. Now in this lecture, we are going to create another project which is related to list. Now if you open this link from the resource section of this lecture, you will open this project. Now in the instruction of this project, it says that we need to create a program which asks for the names of the people, then it's going to select random name from the names list. So the selected person will have to pay for everybody's food bill. So you can use this program whenever you go out with your friends and play a game, and whose name comes up, he or she can pay the food bills. It's kind of fun game. Now example input is like this. So whenever you call this program, it's going to ask for names. So in this case, you have to insert the names with comma separator. Then after getting names, when you hit the enter, it's going to randomly select that name from the name list. So here as a hint, it shows that you need to use split function to convert string to list. So this means that whenever you are inserting names from the console, it's going to be inputted as a string. So that's why you have to input them with the comma separator. So by using split function and comma separator, we can convert this string to the list, and from the list we can select a random number. Now after finishing our project, when we run the project, it's going to ask input everyone's name separated by comma. So here if I put, for example, my name, then let's put Eddie, then let's put John, let's put Anna, and hit enter, you will see that it's going to select randomly and saying that Anna is going to buy the meal today. Now as you can see, it's selecting a random name from the names that we have inserted over here. Now here, before continuing to the solution of this project, I want you to pause the video and think if you can write this project based on these instructions over here. So pause the video now. Now hopefully you have solved this project by yourself. If you haven't solved it, let's do it together. So here I'm going to continue with the instruction. So in the instruction it says that we have to select a random name from the list. So this means that we are going to use random model. So I'm going to import random. Then I'm going to ask for the names from the console. So it's going to be like this, names. In this case I'm going to put string because then we will convert it to list. So I'm going to put input function like this. Input everyone's name separated by a comma. So you have to put comma between the names, otherwise our program will fail. Then I'm going to convert this name string to the names list. So to be able to convert this, there's a hint over here says that you need to use split functions. So if we use the split function with the delimiter, it's going to convert the strings that we are getting from the user to the list. So in this case, I'm going to create names is equal to name string dot split. So if I put as a delimiter over here comma, it's going to convert this name string to the comma. Now for simplicity, let's see how this is working. So I'm just going to print out names to the console. So here instead of input function, I'm just going to comment this part for now and put names with the comma separator. So let's put Elshad, comma, then Eddie, comma, then put let's John, and let's run our code. You will see that in this case it takes this string over here and convert it to names list. So as you can see, each names over here is a separate element in this list. So by using split function, we can easily convert string to a list with a given delimiter. So I'm just going to delete this part. So I'm just uncomment this part and put it like this. So let's go to our instruction. So we have created names list based on the name string. Then all we have to do, we have to generate a random number and get name from the names list based on number. Now we know that the index of list starts from 0, so this means that we have to generate a random integer number between 0 and the last element of the names list. Now the last element's index is len minus 1. So in this case, if I put number of items is equal to len names, so we know that if we take the len of the names list, in this case it's going to return the number of elements, but the index starts from 0, that's why we are going to put minus 1 over here. So when we are generating random integer, it's going to be like this, random.randint. So randint function generates a number, an integer number between this range. So we are going to put 0 and number of items -1. So in this case, it's going to generate a random number. So based on this random number, we can select name from this names list. So we can put person name, so who's going to pay the bill, will be names list. So in this case, we are going to use integer random int, which is selected over here. Then after doing so, we can easily print out the message to the console saying that this person will pay the bill. So I will use over here f-string. So inside curly braces, I'm going to put person name. Then here I will put is going to buy the meal today. So with this, we have successfully finished our project. So we have implemented everything from the instruction. Now, if I run our code, it's going to ask input everyone's name. So let's put Elshad, Eddie, John, and let's put someone else, Jenny, Ivan. So let's hit enter. You'll see that it says that Elshad is going to buy the meal. So today is my turn, so I'm going to buy the meal for my friends. Now with this, we have successfully implemented this project. So hopefully everything is clear about this project. So what we have done over here is string. We have taken names from the console. So this is going to be string. So we have successfully converted string to the list. Then based on the random model, we have selected a random index. Then based on this index, we have selected a name from the names list and printed out to the console. So hopefully everything is clear about this small project. Now in this section, I want to talk about dictionaries in Python. Now dictionaries in Python work kind of similarly to dictionaries in real life. So if you look at inside a real dictionary, we will find words, and each word has accompanying explanation and meaning. So if we look up a word in a dictionary, let's say we are looking for the word miller, then you might find the definition as a person who owns or works in a corn mill. So the dictionaries are very useful because they allow us to group together and tag related piece of information. So this is a similar concept in Python, in which we can express the preceding dictionary entry like this, where a key is a word from a real dictionary and a value is accompanying explanation, which will be the equivalent of actual definition of word. So in this case, our word is miller, so it's going to be key in the dictionary, and the definition of a miller, which is a person who owns or works in a corn mill, will be the value in a Python dictionary. So the way we can think about dictionary is in the form of table. So every dictionary has two parts. On the left-hand side is the key, and that is the equivalent of word in the dictionary, and it's also got an associated value on the right side, which is the definition of word in real dictionary. Now let's say we took this simple table of definitions of words that we have over here, and we can go ahead and try to convert it into a Python dictionary. So the question is, how did we do that? So let's take the first one and look at that one. So the first thing that we need to do is to create dictionary, and to do that in Python, this is what syntax looks like. So we have a set of curly braces, and everything that is inside the curly braces is the content of our dictionary. The key goes first, followed by a colon, and then followed by value. In our table, we have got this word miller, which is the key, so we can replace that one over here in our dictionary. So the value that's associated with this key is the definition for miller. So the person who owns or works in a corn mill. That becomes the value and can be replaced over here in place of the value after the colon. So here we have got an actual dictionary using Python code. So the question is, what if we want to have more than one entry in our dictionary that we had in the table before? So in this case, we will separate each of key value pairs using comma. Then we can continue adding key and value pairs until the end of our dictionary over here. So as you can see in this table, which represents the dictionary, we have 3 words over here, and we have 3 definitions for this word. And here, when we create Python dictionary, we will have these words as a key, and we will have this definition as a value over here. So we are going to separate them by using this comma over here until the end of dictionary. Now in the previous section, we have learned about list, and we know that list is another collection type where the sequence of data matter most. So for example, if we have a list like this, to access the first element, we need to use index. So we are going to put the list name, then inside square brackets, we are going to put the index. So if you put 0 over here, it's going to access the first element. If you put 1, it's going to access the second element. If you put 2, it's going to access third element, because the index in list starts from 0. Now in case of dictionary, it works slightly different. the data organized using key and value pairs. So here we will retrieve data using the key. So we are going to put the dictionary name, then inside this square brackets, we are going to put the key that we have in the dictionary. So when we put that, we are going to access the value of that specific key in the dictionary. So to understand the difference between list and dictionary, let's look at real life example. So let's say you got a job at a local cinema in their cloakroom. So in order to organize cloakroom so that it's as efficient as possible, you have devised a way of taking customer codes and hanging them on a coat hanger sequentially. So as a new customer comes in, you hang the codes on the next available coat hanger and give them ticket that identifies the number of coat hanger. So as more and more customers come in, you hang the codes on sequentially and give out ticket numbers. So once the film is over, the customers come back looking for their codes. As long as they give you their ticket number, you will be able to use to identify the hanger number and give them their coat jacket back. So this is the equivalent of list, where data gets filled in sequentially and you can use that position in the list in order to identify the data that is associated. So asking the list for the zeroed items gives you this particular coat jacket. Now the problem arises when your customer are getting a little bit drunk and they have lost their ticket. Now without that number, there are a whole bunch of coat jackets that look very similar to each other and you won't be able to easily identify whose coat belongs to whom. So to avoid this situation, here is a different way of organizing cloakroom. Instead of hanging the coats up sequentially, you ask each customer for their name. You write down their name on a piece of paper and you take it onto the coat jacket. Then you can hang the coat on any of the free coat hangers, and the name label that's stuck to the coat will identify whose coat jacket is this. For example, the first customer's name is Eddie. You are going to put the label like this and hang it in the next available coat hanger. Then the second customer's name, Teddy. So it's going to be like this. You are going to write their name and hang it in the next available coat hanger, and it continues like this. So even if our customers get a little bit tipsy, hopefully they won't forget their name. So as long as they provide their name, you will be able to identify the coat jacket that is associated with it. So this is the equivalent of dictionary. In this case, the sequence does not matter. The name is the key and the code that is associated with this key is value. Hopefully, with this example, you have understood what makes a dictionary different than list. So in a list, the index positions has to be integer. In a dictionary, the indices can be any type. As we shown over here, the index is the string, which is the name. So with this, we have identified what is a dictionary and what is the difference between dictionary and list that we have learned in our previous section. Now in the next lecture, let's create a Python dictionary in practice. Alright, let's take a look at dictionaries in action. So here, I have already added the dictionary that we were defining earlier on, and I've stored it inside a variable called myDictionary. Now currently, I've only got two entities in the dictionary, the definition for the miller and the definition for the programmer. Now the first thing that I want to highlight is when you create a dictionary that has more than one element, such as in this case, then you need to take care to format it properly, which is more easily readable. So what you will see Python programmers do by convention is that they will start off dictionary with the open curly brace at the top, then every subsequent entry is indented by one indented. So after this open curly brace over here, you need to hit enter. Then after the first pair and values, you need to provide a comma. Then after comma, one more time, you need to hit enter over here to put the next entry as indented level with the first value over here. And finally, the last curly brace should go over here with the indentation level with these pairs over here. Another thing that's quite nice to do is to cap off all entries in your dictionary or list with comma. So here, after each element, we need to provide comma. So after the last element also, I'm going to provide comma. This means that if you needed to add more items in the dictionary, you just simply hit enter over here and add your pairs to this indented level over here. So if you want to add another entry, it is as simple as adding in the k, colon, and the value. So in this case, as you remember, in our table, the third key was app. So I'm just going to put app like this. Then after the key, I'm going to provide colon. Then after colon, I'm going to provide the definition of app over here. So as you know, it's an application, especially as downloaded by a user to a mobile device. So now our dictionary represents exactly the same data as we had in our table over here, with a bunch of key value pairs and total of 3 entries. Now this is how we created dictionary of these entries in the table. Now very often when you are writing code, it can be really helpful to start out with empty dictionary. Just as you saw previously, we can create an empty list by having a set of square brackets with nothing inside. You can also create an empty dictionary by simply creating a set of curly braces with nothing inside. So here, if I just comment out this part, so I'm just going to create my dictionary as an empty dictionary. So I'm just going to put my dictionary is equal to, so here I'm just going to provide empty curly braces. Now if I go ahead print out this dictionary to the console, you'll see that it's just printing out empty dictionary to the console. Only we have 2 empty curly braces over here. Now an alternative way of creating empty dictionary is by using built-in function of dict function. So if I put it like this, dict, and run our code, you will see that one more time it's printing out this empty dictionary to the console. So we have 2 empty curly braces over here. Now after creating empty dictionary, then at the later stage, you can add some elements to this dictionary. Now on the other hand, you might actually want to wipe out entire dictionary. So here, if I put like this, empty curly braces, I'm creating a new empty dictionary by creating this pair of curly braces with nothing inside. And I can also wipe an existing dictionary by simply doing the same thing. So we know that over here, if I just uncomment these values over here, and I'm just going to put this print statement here to be able to see the result from the dictionary that we created over here, then we are going to set my dictionary to the empty dictionary, then I'm going to print out my dictionary to the console one more time. Now if I go ahead and run our code, you will see that first our dictionary was like this, in which we have 3 value pairs. Then after setting it to empty list, it just deleted all elements from this dictionary and it set it to empty dictionary over here. So this can be very useful if you wanted to clear out users' progress. For example, if a game restarts and you want to clear all scores and statistics, you can just do it by using these empty curly braces over here. Now the next thing I want to show you over here is what if we want to retrieve an item from the dictionary. Now we know that in case of list, so I'm just going to create a sample list over here. Let me create my list. So in this list, I'm going to have 3 elements. So I'm just going to copy the values of this dictionary to this list. So this is the list of strings. So we have 3 values over here. So we have learned that to access the elements of the list, to retrieve the elements from the list, we need to put list name. So I'm just going to put list name. Then inside square brackets, we need to provide index of the elements. So index starts from 0. So this element is located at the index of 0. The programmer is located at the index of 1. The app is located at the index of 2. So if I put over here and print out this one to the console, you will see that it's accessing the programmer over here. So programmer printed out to the console. Now the question is, how can we access the elements of the dictionary? Now in this case, all we have to do is tap into the dictionary, then add the square brackets, then inside square brackets, we are going to provide the key of dictionary. So in this case, I'm going to put the dictionary name, so which is my dictionary. So here again, be careful that we are not putting curly braces to access the elements. We are putting square brackets. Then we are putting inside square brackets the key value. So I'm just going to copy key from here and pass it over here. So one more time, let me just print out this one to the console. So to make our console clear, I'm just going to comment this print statement. So if I run our code, you will see that it's going to print out the value of Miller in the dictionary. So which says that the meaning of Miller is a person who owns or works in a corn mill. Now it's really important that you make sure that when you are fetching something out of dictionary by its key, that you actually spell the key correct. A really common error is when you are trying to retrieve something out of dictionary, you just made a simply type error. So here, instead of Miller, if I put Millers and rerun our code, you will see that Python raises key error. So it tells us that it's a key error referring to this particular key, and it highlights this line 9, where we are trying to retrieve something out of dictionary by using this key. Basically, it's telling you that this key does not actually exist and it cannot be found, and it does not know what is that you want. So remember that we have a similar error in the list also. So if I just comment out this part, so I'm just going to uncomment this part. So here we see that we have 3 elements. So this means that the last element's index is 2. So if I put over here 3 and run our code, you'll see that in the index also we had index error. So it was showing that list out of index. So this means that the element with this index does not exist in the list. So we have the same kind of error over here when we are typing the key value incorrect. So we have to be very careful that we are typing the keys correctly over here. Now another common pitfall that students fall into is they don't actually use the correct data type. For example, if we define this dictionary without putting these quotes around each of these keys, then it's going to give us error and it will not let us to run this code over here. So I'm just going to delete these quotes from the keys. So if I put it like this, so we know that these keys are string. So if I put it like this and try to run our code, you will see that in this case it raises error. Basically, it says us Miller is not defined because it thinks that this is a variable and you have to declare it somewhere over here, and we have not declared it. So we can declare Miller as a variable and pass it as a key over here, but when we are writing straight away the keys, we have to put it as a string over here. So when we have a key that's a string, and when we are trying to retrieve the data from that key, you also have to make sure that you provide the key in its actual type. So here I'm just going to make them all string. So our keys are string. So instead of string over here, if I just provide Miller, you'll see that one more time we are receiving error. So you have to be very careful about the type of keys that you are providing over here. So when you are retrieving the data from the dictionary, this is also applicable over here, that you have to provide the type of key very correctly. Now if I go ahead, put one more pair over here, let me just put 1 through 3. So I'm going to put as a value 1, 2, 3. So if I just try to access this value over here by using this key, instead of string over here, I'm just going to provide the number. So if I go ahead run our code, you will see that in this case it's printing out 1, 2, 3. So as you can see, we have to be very careful about the data type of keys. So that's how you retrieve items from dictionary by adding square brackets and then giving the keys. And after doing so, it will look for the key inside dictionary and it will return the value of that key inside this dictionary over here. So this is how we are retrieving values from the dictionary. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So hopefully everything is clear about how we are creating dictionary and how we are retrieving values of keys from the dictionary. So see you in the next lecture. Alright, as mentioned before, dictionaries are mutable. We can add new items or to change the value of existing items using assignment operator. If the key is already present, the value gets updated. Otherwise, a new value pair is added to dictionary. Now, if you want to add a piece of data, such as that we had earlier in our dictionary like this, and we want to add it programmatically, how we can add it? Now, to do this, it's very simple. So all we have to do is, we have to tap into dictionary, which is called, in this case, my dictionary. Then we are going to use square brackets and define the key. So to add these elements to this dictionary over here, first I'm just going to comment this dictionary. So I'm going to create a new dictionary, which is called my dictionary. So I'm going to create an empty dictionary over here. Now we are going to add these elements to this dictionary by using assignment operator and values. Now, as I mentioned before, to be able to do that, first we have to write dictionary name. So I'm just going to put my dictionary, then square brackets. So inside square brackets, we are going to provide the key. So if the key is a type of string, we are going to put it inside quotes. Otherwise, if it is number, we are going to provide as it is. So in this case, our keys is string. So I'm just going to put quotes over here. So I'm going to write it like this, Miller. Then we are going to put assignment operator. So after assignment operator, we can put the value of this key over here. Now in this case, the value is a person who owns or works in a corn mill. Now after doing so, if I go ahead and print out my dictionary, you will see that in this case, we have one element in our dictionary. Now I'm going to put this print statement after the creation of dictionary. So first we are creating empty dictionaries, then we are going to print out that dictionary to the console, then we are going to add new value pairs to the dictionary, then one more time print out to the console. Now if I run our code, you will see that initially our dictionary was empty, then we have one element over here. Now if I go ahead and add one more element to the dictionary, so if I put it like this, one more time I'm going to put the name of dictionary, then square brackets. So inside square brackets I'm going to put the second value pair. So in this case it's going to be key programmer, and the value of this one is a person who writes computer programs. So you can put it inside double quotes as well. So it doesn't matter actually over here. So if I rerun our code, you will see that in this case we have two elements in our dictionary. Now if I continue to add the app also, it's going to be three elements. So this is how addition of new element works in case of Python dictionary. Now this method of tapping into dictionary using key to fetch the relevant item from it, then doing something with it, goes beyond just adding. You can also use the same logic to update an item in dictionary. For example, let me go ahead and tap in the dictionary one more time with the same key. So I'm just going to put my dictionary, then I'm going to put the same key, which is programmer. So if I just print out this one to the console, you will see that in this case we will have a person who writes computer program. Now if I use the same logic as assignment statement and assign something different to this programmer over here, so instead of person, let me just put a developer who writes a program. So I'm just going to put developer over here and rerun our code. You will see that first it was like this. So after rerunning it, I'm just going to print out dictionary one more time to the console. So you will see that first the value of programmer was a person who writes computer programs. Then in the second dictionary, it is like this, a developer who writes computer programs. So as you can see, we can use the same logic to update the value of dictionary. So what it does over here is it's going to look through the dictionary and find the value with this key, then assign it to whatever I put on the right side of the equal sign. On the other hand, if it finds nothing with that key, then it's going to create a new entry with the value again, which is on the right side of the equal sign. Now, for example, instead of programmer over here, if I put double arrow over here and rerun our code, you will see that in this case, it's going to add it as a third pairs over here. So in this case, programmer is different key and programmer with double R is different key. So that's why whenever we are using it in the assignment statement, it's going to look for this key in the dictionary. If it does not exist over there, it's going to create a new key and assign this value to that key. Otherwise, if it does exist there, it's going to change the value of current key with the new value, which is on the right side of this assignment statement over here. So this is how we can add and update key value pairs to the dictionary by using assignment operator. So hopefully everything is clear about addition and updating of elements in the dictionary. So in this lecture, we are going to look at dictionary traversal. So what does dictionary traversal means? It means we are going to loop through a dictionary. Now, in our previous section, we have learned that we can loop through the list using for loop, or we can use while loop. So in this case, for loop, it's going to be like this. For item in my list, so we can print out the item to the console. So if I go ahead and hit run, you will see that it's going to print out all elements one by one. Now the question is, if I do the same loop operation for the dictionary, what will happen? Is it going to print out all pairs, or is it going to print out only value, or it is going to print out the key? So what do you think? So let's try it and see how this is working. So here, instead of my list, I'm just going to put my dictionary. So we are writing the same for loop. So in this case, for item in my dictionary, I'm just going to print out item. Now, if I go ahead and run it, you'll see that in this case also, it's printing out these values to the console, which are keys in our dictionary. Now, you might be thinking that this is coming from this list. So I'm just going to delete that list from there and rerun our code. You'll see that in this case also, it's printing out only the keys. So whenever we are looping through the dictionary, it's going to print out the keys to the console. So instead of item over here, every time we need to provide key. Now, if I want to access the value of this key over here, all I have to do, I have to tap into the dictionary. So I'm just going to put comma over here and put the dictionary name, my dictionary. Then inside square brackets, I'm going to put key. Now, if I rerun our code, you will see that in this case, it's printing out first the key, then the value that is associated with this key over here. So this is how looping through a dictionary works. Now, if you are searching through a dictionary for a specific key, You can also use the for loop. So in this case, inside this for loop, we can write it like this. So let's say we are looking if app exists in this dictionary or not. So we are just going to put it if condition like this. If key is equal to app, in this case, we can just print out saying that it exists in the dictionary. And we can go ahead and print out the value of app after this message to the console. So we can put it like this. My dictionary, and inside square brackets, we are just going to pass key. Now, if I rerun our code, you will see that in this case, it says that it exists in the dictionary, then it's printing out the value of that key to the console. Now, otherwise, if I just provide instead of app 3p over here and rerun our code, you'll see that in this case, it's not going to print anything to the console because this key does not exist in our dictionary over here. So that's how looping through dictionary works. So you have to keep on mind that whenever you are looping through a dictionary, it's going to print out the keys. So to be able to access the values, all we have to do is we have to tap into the dictionary and use this key that we are getting from this loop. So this is how looping works with the dictionary. So hopefully everything is clear about this. Now in this lecture, we are going to learn how can we delete elements of dictionary. Now I want you to go to the resource section of this course and open the start file for removing the elements of dictionary. Now there are several ways of deleting an element from dictionary. The first method that we are going to use is the built-in method of dictionary, which is called pop method. This method removes an item with the provided key and returns the value of removed item. So to be able to use the pop method, we are going to put the dictionary name. In our case, it's going to be my dictionary. Then we are going to put dot and we are going to put pop. As a parameter, we are going to provide a key of value which we want to delete. So in this case, let's say I want to delete programmer from this dictionary over here. So here I'm just going to put programmer inside pop function. Then I'm going to print out dictionary to the console to see how this is working. Now if I run our code, you will see that after running, we have left only two elements in our dictionary. So programmer key and value has been removed from the dictionary. Now we have said that this is returning the value of the removed element. So in this case, if I just put result like this and print out result to the console, instead of dictionary in this time, I'm going to print out result to the console and run our code, you will see that it's going to print out the value of this key over here, which is programmer, and the value is a person who writes computer programs. Now if I go ahead and print out after this result my dictionary, you will see that this programmer key and value is missing from the dictionary. So in this case, we have only two value pairs in our dictionary. Now the question is, if I put wrong key over here, what will happen? So in this case, instead of programmer, let me just put double R over here and run our code. You will see that it gives us key error. So this means that this key does not exist in this dictionary. Now you might be interested that how can we prevent these cases? Now to prevent these cases, we can provide a default value when we are calling pop function. So this means that as a second parameter, we can provide default value. So for example, we can put it like this. The key does not exist. Now in this case, if I run our program, it's not going to raise an error. It's just going to assign this default value that we have provided over here to this result over here. Now if I run our code, you will see that when we are printing out result to the console, it says that the key does not exist. Now for simplicity, I have provided a message over here. Normally, many developers provide none over here. Now if I run our code, you will see that it's going to print out none to the console. But if the key is correct, in this case, it's not going to go to this part of the code. It's going to delete the specified key from the dictionary. So that's how it works. So this pop function is very useful in many cases when you are deleting an element from the dictionary and you want to use that dictionary in somewhere else. So we are going to use in our upcoming exercises. So for now, you just need to know that pop methods removes a value from a dictionary based on the key and returns that value as a result. Now let's continue to the second method. The second method is pop item method. Pop item method removes and returns key value pair from the dictionary in the last in and first order. So this means that it returns the latest inserted pair from the dictionary and removes the returned element pair from the dictionary. Now before Python version 3.7, it was removing an arbitrary element pair from the dictionary. Now after Python 3.7, it is working based on last in, first out order. So the last element that we have inserted is going to be come out when we are calling pop item method. Now in this case, instead of pop method, if I put over here pop item, so it's not going to take any parameter. So if I just run our code, you will see that as a result, we have this pair, which is the key app, and the value is an application especially downloaded by a user to a mobile device. So this is the last key pair that we have inserted in our dictionary. So that's why this is deleted from our dictionary, and pop item method returns that key value pair, and it has removed them from the dictionary. So as you can see in this dictionary over here, when we are printing out over here, you see that we have only 2 key pairs in our dictionary. So if you look at carefully to this output over here, you can see that it is returning key and value together. So in case of pop method, it was returning only the value, but in case of pop item method, it is returning key and value. So this is how pop item method works when we are deleting elements from the dictionary. Now the next way of deleting elements from the dictionary is using del keyword. So in this case, it's not going to return anything. It's just going to delete an element from the dictionary based on the key. So here the syntax is like this. First we are putting del keyword, then we are putting dictionary name, which is my dictionary in our case. Then we are going to provide in square brackets key. So in this case, let me just provide it as a Miller. Now if I run our code, you will see that this first key pair is removed from the dictionary. So we have successfully deleted it. So by using del keyword, we are just deleting an element from the dictionary based on their key without returning anything. Now then, finally, the last method that we can delete elements from the dictionary is clear method of dictionary. So this is also built-in method. With this, we are deleting all elements from the dictionary. Now the syntax is like this. So here again, we are going to put the dictionary name, which is my dictionary, then dot clear. So it's not going to take any parameter. Now if I run our code, you will see that it's just going to delete all elements of dictionary. So the dictionary becomes empty dictionary in this case. So we have learned that if we have 2 curly braces like this means that this is empty dictionary. With this, we can successfully delete all elements of dictionary. So this is very useful when you are resetting the initial values, or for example, if you have saved some scores in the dictionary, you can restart your game by calling clear method. So it's going to delete all values from the dictionary. Now with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have learned how can we delete elements from the dictionary in 4 various ways. Now in this lecture, we are going to learn in and not in operators in Python dictionaries. Basically, the in operator in Python checks whether a specified value is a constituent element of sequence like string, list, or tuple. When used in a condition, the statement returns a Boolean result evaluating into either true or false. When the specified value is not found inside the sequence, the statement returns true. Whereas when it is not found, we get a false. Now we have learned that in case of list and string, when we are using the in operator, it works like this. So I'm just going to create a sample list over here. List1 is equal to, so let's put numbers from 1 to 6. Now if I use in operator with this, you will see that it's going to check that if the value that we are checking is in this list or not. So I'm just going to go ahead and print out something like this. Print, let's put 2 in list 1. So if I put something like this and run our program, you will see that in this case it's returning true because we have 2 inside this list over here. Now if I change it, for example, to 9 and run our code, you will see that in this case it's returning false. So this means that 9 does not exist in our list over here. Now this is working similarly with the strings as well. So if I go ahead create another string over here, let's put string1 is equal to, let's put I love Python. Now in this case, if I go ahead and check that, for example, love exists in this string1. So if I put love in string1, run our code, you will see that in this case it's returning true. So this means that love exists in our string over here. Now if I put, for example, something different, like for example, and run our code, in this case you will see that it's returning false. So this is how in operator works in case of list and string. Now not in operator in Python works exactly the opposite way as the in operators. It also checks the presence of a specified value inside given a sequence, but it returns values are totally opposite to that of in operator. when used in the condition, if the specified value is exist in the sequence, it's going to return false. So in this case, if I put love over here and put not in operator, you will see that in this case it's returning false because love exists inside this string over here. Now if I put like and run our code, you will see that in this case it's returning true because like does not exist inside this string over here. So same thing is applicable for the list as well. So if I put over here 1 and put the list name, so if I run our code, you will see that in this case it returns false. 1 exists inside this list, but if I put not in operator, it's going to return false. So for the values that are exist in the list, it's going to return false. For the values that are not exist in the list, it's going to return true. So if I put, for example, 9 and run our code, you will see that in this case it's going to return true. Now in case of Python dictionary, in and not in operator works differently. So we have said that in and not in operators works in this way in the sequences. But the dictionaries are not sequences. Unlike the sequences, dictionaries are indexed on the base of keys. So how does the in and not in operators work on the dictionary? And if they do work with the dictionary, how do they evaluate the condition? So let's try to understand it with the example. So I'm just going to delete this print statement from here. I'm going to create another dictionary, which is going to be my dict, like this. So here I'm going to put 1, then string 1. So let me just put it quickly over here. So this is how our dictionary looks like. Now I'm going to use in operator with this dictionary to see how this is working. So I'm just going to write print. So here as a value we have 1. So I'm just going to put over here 1 in my dict. So it's my dict 1. So if I just run our code, you will see that in this case it's going to print out false. But we can see that the value exists in the dictionary, but it's printing out false. So the question is why it's doing like this. Now the thing is, when we are running in operator, not in operator with the dictionary, it's going to check only keys. So it's not checking the values, it's checking for the keys. So in this case, if I, instead of 1 over here, if I put the 1 itself and run our code, you will see that in this case it's printing out true. So in case of dictionary, it is working with the keys, it's not working with the values. So if I put, for example, 1 not in, you will see that in this case it's going to return false. Because 1 exists over here, it's going to return false for this case. Now if I put as a value 9 and run our code, you will see that in this case it's returning true. So not in and in operators goes and check that if the value exists in the dictionary or not. But in case of string and list, is going to check the values that we have over here. Now as another example, if I put 3 in my dict and run our code, you will see that in this case it's returning true. So this is how in and not in operator works in case of dictionary. So whenever you are using in and not in operators in case of dictionary, you have to be very careful that it is working only with the keys. It's not working with the values. Both of them are checking if the key exists in the dictionary or not. So hopefully you have understood how in and not in operators work in case of dictionary. Now till now we have seen lists as well as dictionaries. Now here I want to talk about a concept that you often see in both of these collection types, and that's something called nesting. Now if you imagine a list or dictionary being something like a folder where lots of things can be stored inside it, then nesting lists and dictionaries is just a matter of putting one folder into another. For example, here's a dictionary that's very simple. It has only one value pair. Now we know that we can add multiple key value pairs in the same dictionary by just adding a bunch of commas to separate them. Now, what if instead of having a simple value like a string or number, I could also put a list as a value over here? Similarly, we could use a dictionary as a value in this key value pair. In this case, we have got a list as a value for the key, which is the first one, and we have got a dictionary as a value for key 1, which is the second one in this case. The structure gets a little bit more complex, but it gives us more flexible when you are trying to store more complex pieces of data. Coming back to our code, let's say we have created a simple dictionary like this. So the name of dictionary is programming language. So for each person over here, for each user, we have selected their favorite programming language. So in this case, for Ershad, favorite programming language is Python. For Renat, favorite programming language is Scratch. and for Eddie, the favorite programming language is Java. So as you can see, dictionary contains usernames as a key and the programming language that they love as a value. So this is very simple dictionary that we have seen already. Now if I wanted to nest a list in a dictionary, then I will be able to represent more complex data. For example, if someone has more than one favorite programming language, how can we write it over here? So for example, for Elshad, the favorite programming language are Python. Then if I go ahead, for example, put Java, then let's add one more over here, C#, you will see that in this case, our code editor raises an error saying that there is something wrong with these dictionary declaration. So if I go ahead and run it, you will see that in this case also we have syntax error over here because each key can only have one value in case of dictionary. The only way that we can make these three pieces of data one value is turning it into a list. So this means that if I put over here square brackets and close it over here, it's going to be a list. So after that, after this list, we need to provide comma because it's going to count as a value, whole list as a value. So after value, we need to provide comma. Now, if I go ahead and run it, you will see that in this case, we don't have any problem. So in our programming language dictionary, as represented by curly braces over here, we have one key and one value for each pair. So in this case, for this key, which is Elshad, the value is list over here. So because in this case, Elshad has more than one programming language as a favorite programming language. And of course, you can go ahead and add as many as entries as you would like and still preserving this kind of structure of key being a string and the value being a list. Now, the idea of nesting is not limited dictionaries by that way. As we learned before, we can have a list inside list, and you could also just nest a list inside another list. So for example, let's say we have a list like this. So my list is equal to from, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So inside this list, we can have another list for the next element, which we have learned before. So here I can put 1, 2, then I can have another nested list like this. 4, 5, and here this code is perfectly valid Python code, but it's not quite as useful as nesting a list in a dictionary or a dictionary in a dictionary because the way that the data structure. Now, if I wanted to nest a dictionary inside a dictionary, how can we do that? Let's say we want to expand our programming language dictionary, and instead of storing programming language that we love, what if we want to also keep the track of years of experience that we have in that specific programming language? Or what if we want to actually label what this piece of data over here? Because at the moment, it's a kind of like, here's a bunch of programming language that's associated with a username, and it does not really describe the meaning of this list over here. So by nesting a dictionary, we can label this list as a favorite programming language. So all we need to do is to create a string after the Elshad over here. So I'm not going to touch this. So let me just comment over here, nesting list inside dictionary. So I'm just going to delete this part, and I'm just going to copy this again from here and pass it over here. Inside, we are going to put nesting dictionary inside dictionary. So we are going to label this list over here. So what I'm going to do after this column over here, I'm going to put favorite language. Of course, this is going to be string. Then after this key, I'm going to put another column over here. Then we have one more step left because this is going to be another dictionary. So we have to put this one inside another curly braces over here. So it's going to be like this, curly brace like this. Now in this case, we have another dictionary, which is this dictionary, curly braces like this, inside this programming language dictionary. And inside this favorite language, we have a list as a nested list inside dictionary. Now we have a dictionary of programming language, and each user has value that's a dictionary in itself, and it can store multiple pieces of data, including programming language that we love, as well as things such as the total number of experience I have in programming language. So how can we add that experience inside this programming language dictionary? So all we have to do over here is inside nested dictionary, we are just putting comma, then we are going to add, I'm just going to hit enter over here and put it like this. Then I'm going to add another key over here, which will be experience, and the value of this experience will be 10. So I have put it over here like this to be able to read it without having any difficulties. So if I put it like this, you will see that you can easily identify that this is another dictionary inside this dictionary. So here we have a key as a username. Then the value of this key is another dictionary in which we have a key favorite programming language, which value is list. And then we have another key which is experience, and the value of this key is integer. Now here I wanted to pause the video and do the same thing for the second user. So let's say for the second user, next favorite programming language is Python. So here pause the video and do the same thing for the second user over here, because by doing so you'll practice how to create nested dictionary inside another dictionary. Now hopefully you have done it. If you haven't done it, let's do it together. So here the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to create another dictionary. So to create a dictionary, we are just going to put curly braces like this. Then inside this dictionary, so let me just cut it from here. So let's put comma over here. So I'm just going to put it in the same indentation level with these opening curly braces. Then here I'm going to put favorite programming language like this. This will be the key. Then after key we need to provide colon. Then I'm going to create a list over here in which we will have Scratch, and let's say the second favorite programming language of Renat is Python. So I'm just going to put it as a second element. Then we can add experience for this user over here. So for this user, experience will be let's say 2 years. So with this we have successfully created it for the second user as well. So for this case I'm just going to delete the third user because I want to keep the dictionary in the same format. So first we have the keys in which the value is dictionary. So inside dictionary we have another key, the value is list, and for the second key the value is integer. So now our data structure is such that we have got a list nested inside dictionary, and this dictionary is also nested inside another dictionary which is called programming language dictionary. Now we have seen nesting list inside dictionaries, dictionaries inside dictionaries. The last thing that I want to show you is nesting dictionary inside a list. So we could basically have multiple dictionaries inside single list. So remember that lists are ordered and they are accessed by the position inside the list. So this dictionary over here will be located at the index of 0, and this dictionary over here, which is inside this list, will be located at the index of 1. But in case of dictionary, inside the dictionary, the items are accessed by their keys like the username Ershad and Renat. Now here, after this dictionary, I'm just going to copy everything from here and pass it over here. So in this case, nesting dictionary inside list. Now in this case, instead of having this one giant dictionary with key value pairs, I want to change it so that each of these entries are a dictionary in itself. So instead of having Ershad be the key of this dictionary over here, I wanted to turn it to its own key value pair. So how can we do that? So I'm just going to provide another label for this username over here. So I'm going to create another dictionary inside this programming language dictionary in which we will have username as a key and the name as a value. So I'm going to put it like this. So here I will put it like this, curly brace. So then I'm going to put a label for it, which is going to be the key username. Then I need to provide column. So this is going to be another dictionary. So then here I'm just going to delete this part and put comma over here. So favorite programming language will be another key over here, and then experience will be another key in which we will have integer value. So here this one also will be over here. Now I'm going to do the same thing for this second key value pair. So it's going to be like this. So this one also will be dictionary. Username is Renat. Then here we are just going to put comma, and I'm going to delete this curly brace. Then hit enter. So this is going to be the second key for the list over here. Then this is the third key for the experience. So with this, we have successfully created a nested 2 dictionaries inside this giant dictionary over here. So now I have an entire dictionary which has 3 pieces of data. So the first piece of data is username, the second one is favorite language, and the third one is experience. So we have done the same thing for the second dictionary over here. Now you can see that we have got 2 dictionaries, and instead of holding these 2 dictionaries inside a dictionary, I'm going to change it so that we will store it inside list. So to be able to change it to the list, I'm just going to change it like this. So these curly braces will be changed to square brackets. So if I just change it to square brackets, you will see that in this case, the programming language is a list. In this list, we have 2 elements, which are this dictionary. So this dictionary is the first element, which is located at the index of 0, and this dictionary is the second element, which is located at the index of 1. So here we can add as many of these dictionaries inside this list, and we can iterate through them if we need to. When we have been creating dictionaries that only have 1 or 2 key value pairs, we have kind of just keep it all in one line. But once you have got more and more key value pairs in the dictionary, it's usually a good idea to go ahead and separate out each of these entries. So as you can see, this is very readable and easy understandable. So from this code over here, you can easily see that this is a list, and inside this list we have separate dictionaries, 2 dictionaries, and then inside this dictionary we have values which are string, list, and integer. So with this we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture we have learned how can we nest a list inside a dictionary inside a dictionary, and a dictionary inside a list. So hopefully everything is clear about nesting. Alright, in this lecture we are going to look at how can we handle missing keys in dictionary. Now we have mentioned that we can access the elements of dictionary by using their keys. But in many applications, the user does not know all the keys present in the dictionary. In such instances, if user tries to access a missing key, an error is popped indicating missing keys. So let's say we have a dictionary like this in which we have the items. And the keys over here are the names of items, and the values are the quantities that left in our store. So from the computer we have a 10 computer, from printer we have 8 printer, and it continues like this. Now let's say we want to access the value of computer over here. So how can we do that? I'm going to write it inside the print statement. So it's going to be the name of dictionary, then we are going to put square brackets, then we are going to put the name of key. So in this case the name of key is computer. So if I go ahead and run our code, you'll see that it's printing out to the console 10. Now, if I put something over here which does not exist in our dictionary, so I'm just going to go ahead and put microphone and run our code, you'll see that in this case our program raises error. So it says that key error microphone. So this means that this key does not exist in this dictionary. Now, how can we handle this situation? Now, to avoid such situations and to make aware user that a particular key is absent, or to pop a default message in that place, there are several methods to handle missing keys. Now the first method is using get method of dictionaries. Now in this case, to be able to use the get method, all we have to do, we have to put the name of dictionary, then dot, then we are going to put get. Now inside get method, we are going to provide the key over here. Now if I put computer in this case, and let's run our code, so it's going to return the value of computer. So I'm just going to put it like this, quantity is equal to items.get computer. Then I'm going to print out to the console something like this. So it's going to be, so let's use f string. So I'm going to put number of computers in the store. So I'm just going to put the quantity. Now if I go ahead and run our code, you will see that it says that the number of computers in the store is 10. So if we go to our dictionary, we see that the value for the key computer is 10. Now if I change it to something else, it's going to return that value. Now in this case, everything works without any problem. So we are accessing the key of computer and we are printing out the value that comes from this key. Now in case of get method, if I put over here something that does not exist in our store, so let's put microphone, and I'm just going to change the microphone over here and then go ahead run our code. You'll see that in this case, our program does not raise any error. So it's just printing out the number of microphone in the store is none. So this means that the get method works in a way that if it does not find the element in these items dictionary, it's going to print out none by default. Now if I go ahead after this one, print out our dictionary, which is items, to the console, you will see that our dictionary is not affected by running get method. So it's just going to search for the microphone in this dictionary. If it does not find it, it's going to return the null. Now, if you want to return something meaningful message to the console, for example, if you want to put that the number of microphones in the store is 0, in this case, when you are calling get method, you can put comma as a second parameter, you can pass 0. Now, if I go ahead and run our code, you will see that if it does not find the microphone in this dictionary over here, it's going to print out saying that the number of microphones in the store is 0. So if I just comment this part, rerun our code, you will see that everything shows in the console very clearly. Now here, instead of 0, you can put another meaningful message. So you can put saying that the item does not exist. Now if I run our code, you'll see that it says that the number of microphones in the store, the item does not exist. So if I just make it a little bit bigger, you will see it very clearly. Now to make our code to be seen in the screen, I'm just going to put it in a stack format, so we can easily see the output very clearly. So let's put it like this. So I'm going to write our code over here. Now in case of the key that exists in the items, it's not going to call default value. So if I put over here computer and run our code, you will see that in this case it's just printing out the value of computer. So this part of code is not executed. So this is how get method handles the missing keys in the dictionary. Now there is another method which handles missing keys in a dictionary. So this method is setDefault method. Now setDefault method works different than the get method. So in this case, instead of get method here, I'm just going to call setDefault method. So this method also returns the value of the key that we are going to provide over here. So if I just put over here computer, so instead of microphone, I'm just going to put items over here, not to change it every time. So if I run our code, you see that number of items in the store is 10. Now if I put over here mouse, for example, and run our code, you will see that the number of items is 15. So the mouse is 15 over here. Now if I go ahead and put over here something which does not exist in our dictionary and run our code, you will see that in this case also it's returning none. So this is how get method works also. Now the question is, what's the difference between the default and get method? So to be able to see the difference, I'm just going to print out items after the setDefault method. So if I run our code, you will see that in this case the number of items in the store is none. But here, if you look at the dictionary, if you print out the dictionary to the console, you will see that this item with the microphone key is inserted to this dictionary over here. So setDefault method works in a way that it's going to search inside the dictionary for this key. If it does not exist, it's going to insert it there and assign it default value, which is none. So if you don't want to assign none over here, you can provide a second parameter over here. So for example, let's put 0. So in this case, it's going to print out number of items in the store is 0, but it's going to add microphone key to this dictionary with the value of 0. So if I put over here, for example, 11, run our code, you'll see that in this case, it returns the number of items in store is 11 and it's putting the microphone key into this dictionary over here. But in case of get method, it works differently. So if I just copy this code over here, pass it over here for the get method to be able to see the differences. Now we need to change this one to get method. Now if I go ahead and run our code, you will see that the first message comes from this get method. The number of items in store is 11. And if you print out the dictionary that we have printed over here, you see that the microphone key is missing over here. So it has not changed the items dictionary. But in case of setDefault method, it's looking for the key in this items dictionary. And if it does not exist over there, it's going to insert this new key to the dictionary with default value that we have provided over here. Now if I just go ahead and comment this part, and instead of microphone, let's put computer. So we know that we have 10 computers in our store, and run our code and we have default value 11. You will see that in this case, nothing is changed in the dictionary. The value of computer remains 10. And the number of items shows that it is 10. So it is not executing this part of code if it exists in the dictionary. If it does not exist, this default value will be returned. And in case of setDefault, it's going to insert new item with this key and with value to the dictionary. But in case of get method, it's not going to insert anything to dictionaries. It will just return the value that we have provided over here. So that's how we are handling missing keys in dictionary in Python. So based on the condition, you can use both of them. So if you need to insert missing keys to the dictionary, you need to use setDefault value. If you don't need to insert missing key to the dictionary, you just need to return meaningful message, you can use get method of Python dictionary. So hopefully everything is clear about how can you handle missing keys in a dictionary in Python. All right. When we're talking about traversing through dictionary, we have said that if we write the loop like this, for item in custom dig, it's going to print out keys to the console. So if you run our code, you will see that in this case, it's printing out from 0 to 7, which are the keys in our dictionary. Now we have learned that if we want to traverse through the values, we will put dictionary name, which is custom dig, with item, which is key in this case. Now if I go ahead and run our code, you will see that in this case, it's going to print out keys and values to the console. Now the more efficient way of looping through the keys and the values is to use item method of a dictionary. Now if I go ahead, change this loop from here, I'm just going to copy it and pass it over here. So let's put one more print statement to make a space between output. So if I put this same loop over here by using the items method, so after dictionary I'm going to put items method, then the brackets, then colon, then the logic over here will be changed. So here we are going to put two items, so it's going to be like this, key and value. Then when we are going to print out, we can print out easily something like this, value. Now if I go ahead and run our code, you will see that in this case both of them are returning the same result. Now sometimes students object when we show the code that you shouldn't write. We have done it because the loop that we have written initially is the way most new programmers would try to do this. But this is also works, but it is less efficient than iterating over items like we are doing over here on lines 17 and 18. Now with the larger data set, this loop over here will sum up the milliseconds and it will cause the performance issue. Now in Python 2, items method was creating a list, and this means it needed a copy of data and used more memory. For that reason, programmers might have used the simple loop to avoid extra memory overhead of using this items method. Now Python 3 uses something called generator, so does not copy the data into the list from the dictionary. So with Python 3, remember to use items method when you are iterating over dictionary. Now different versions of Python might result different output when we use these methods that we are talking about here, and we will talk in the future. In the earlier versions, the keys of dictionary were unordered. This means that you could get the keys printed in different order each time you run the program. If you are using Python 3.5, the dictionary prints out different order each time because in Python 3.5 it was unordered. But Python 3.6 preserved the insertion of order of dictionary case. This means that you will always iterate over them in the same order. And in Python 3.7, the behavior became the part of the language. So when you iterate over a dictionary with Python 3.7 and above, the keys will appear in order that we have created over here. So in our case, we are using Python 3.8, which is a default version in Replit. So in this case, when you run items method to loop over the dictionary, so the order of the keys will not be changed. So it doesn't matter how many times we are running it, it's going to print out the same order that we have declared our custom dictionary over here. Now you might be interested how this part of code works. So if I go ahead, for example, put item over here and print out item to the console, you will see that in this case, if I run our code, you will see that it's printing out something, keys and value. So this is similar to tuple data structure. So we haven't covered it yet. So when we are covering it, we are going to go to the details of it, how this is working. Now instead of looping through the dictionary, if I use items method just to print out to the console, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to comment this part and just print out custom dict.items. If I run our code, you will see that in this case, it is dictionary item. So let me just make it stacked version to see it very clearly. So as you can see, this is dictionary items. So this is view object. So inside this view object, we have tuple pairs like this. So as I mentioned, in the next section, we are going to cover the tuple data structure. So in this lecture, you just need to know that when you want to loop through the dictionary, you can put items method in which you will successfully loop through the keys and values more efficiently. Now in this video, we will talk about dictionary keys method, the ones that we haven't used yet. We will use some simple examples to demonstrate their behavior. Alright, we are going to need a dictionary to work with, and a simple one will demonstrate the effects of these methods. You need to go to the Replit link in the resource section of this video, and you can fork it to your own Replit. Okay, let's start with the from keys method. Now to be able to use the from keys method, we are going to access the empty dictionary, or we are going to use the dict class of the Python. So up till now, we were referring it as a type. So as you remember, when we were creating the empty dictionary, we were using dict, or we were putting only empty curly braces like this. So to be able to access the from keys method, we are going to use either of them. Now let's see how this is working. So here we have a custom dictionary like this, in which we have the keys as an integer number and values as the string. And then we have created over here, which is list. So it should be list over here, which is devices list. So as you can see, in this list we have 4 elements. So we are going to use this devices list to create a dictionary using from keys method. Now from keys method returns as a return value dictionary. So that's why I'm going to create a new dictionary over here, which is going to be new dict is equal to. So as I mentioned, we can access the from keys method by putting dict dot from keys. So this is a dictionary class. So we haven't covered the classes yet. So that's why I'm not going to go to the details of this. So instead of that, we can put empty dictionary over here like this. Then as a parameter, we are going to pass this devices list to from keys method. So it's going to take these elements of the devices list and it will create from the elements the dictionary. So these elements will be the keys in the dictionary, but the values will be by default none. Now if I go ahead and print out this new dictionary to the console, new dict, you'll see that from keys method created a new dictionary based on these elements that we have in devices list. So these elements become the keys of dictionary and the values of dictionary are by default none. So we have over here 4 elements. So we have got a dictionary with 4 keys and all having the value none. So as I mentioned before, the keys come from the iterable that we pass from keys method. So in this case, the iterable is list. So each key of this dictionary is one of the items in the devices list. Now we can change the default value, which is currently none, by passing another value inside this from key method. So here, after devices list, we can put comma. So let's say as an example, pass 0 and run our code. You'll see that default value for all keys over here are 0. So if I just make it a little bit bigger, you'll see that default values for all keys that we created in new dictionary are 0. So this is very useful, for example, when you are creating the dictionary for the store. So initially you want to set the quantities of these elements in the store as 0. Then you can use from keys method like this. Then you can use another methods to update the quantities in the future when you have new items in your store. So this is how from keys method works in case of Python dictionary. Now let's continue to the next method, which is keys method. So it's a really legacy from Python 2, where it was need for iterating over dictionaries keys. So to be able to use the keys method, we are going to access the custom dictionary over here. So for now, I'm just going to comment this part. So I'm going to create a new variable, which is keys is equal to custom dict dot keys. Then I'll go ahead and print out keys to the console. So if I run our code, you will see that in this case, it's printing out dictionary keys like this to the console. So in case of Python 2, it was returning a list and a list containing all the dictionary keys. And this was not very efficient because it involved copying the keys, which could be a problem with the very large dictionaries. But in Python 3, the keys method produces a view object. It's similar to list, but you cannot add or remove elements from it. So if I go ahead, add new element to the dictionary. So for example, if I go ahead and put 7 over here, you'll see that the keys method also will return different keys in which it will include 7 also. Now if I go ahead and run our code, you'll see that in this case we have 7 also. So we cannot add this view object a new element from over here, but if we add it in a dictionary, it's going to print out new keys in this key view object over here. So there are few situations where you have to use this keys method in Python 3. Some programmers use it because it's meaningful our code. So let's say we write something like this. So I'm just going to delete everything from over here. So let's say we want to loop through this dictionary. So for item in custom dict, so if I go ahead print out the item to the console and run our code, it's not very obvious what's happening over here. We can see that we are iterating through something and there is no indication of what this something is. And if we run program, it's just printing out the numbers to the console. So if there is not dict over here, if you put the different name for the dictionary, we will not know that if this is a dictionary or if this is a list or if this is something. Now, to make our code meaningful, some programs would actually change that to use after dictionary dot keys. So if we have keys method over here, we know that this is a dictionary. So we are looping through the keys of dictionary. Now, if I go ahead and run our code, you'll see that it's going to return the same result. But in this case, our code is more readable and more understandable. Now, this is how keys method works in case of Python 3. Now, with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have discussed from keys method and keys method in Python dictionary. So hopefully everything is clear about these methods also. Now in this lecture, we will look at the update method. It used to update the dictionary with the elements from another dictionary object or from an iterable of key and value pairs. And it works pretty much how we expect. But we have to remember that dictionary keys are unique. So same key cannot appear more than once in a dictionary. So here we have a key of 1. We cannot add another 1 over here because in this case Python will raise an error. So with that in mind, the behavior of update makes perfect sense. So let's see an example. So we have a dictionary like this. So I'm going to go ahead and create a second dictionary. So I'm going to name it custom dict2 is equal to, so I'm going to open curly braces and hit enter. You will see that's going to be indented like this. Then I'm going to put the elements like this. So key will be 8. So 8 is missing in this dictionary. So I'm just going to put it as a value 8. Then I'm going to put 9. So in this case 9 also missing in this dictionary, custom dict dictionary. Then I'm going to put 1, which is going to be new 1 because 1 exists in our dictionary. So I'm just going to put it over here, new 1. Then I'm going to go ahead put 2, and for the second 2 I'm going to put something like this, new 2. So it's going to be like this, new 2. Then I'm going to put comma over here. Now I've deliberately mixed up the ordering of this dictionary to check the effect of existing keys in the dictionary being updated. So our existing dictionary is this one. So as you can see, 1 is located as the second element in our custom dictionary, but over here it is the third element. So we are going to check that after update, how it's going to change. So let's update our original dictionary, which is custom dict, with this one, which is custom dict2. So I'm going to type custom dict dot update. So as we said, we are going to use update method to update it. So as a parameter, we are going to pass this dictionary, second dictionary. Now to see the result in the console properly, I'm just going to loop through this dictionary, which is custom dict. So I'm going to put the way that we have learned in our previous lecture. So for key value in custom dict dot items. So we have said that after Python 3.7, the order of insertion in Python dictionary is preserved. So that's why if we print out key and value to the console by looping through it, the order will be the same. So if I go ahead and run our code, so you will see the output over here. So what we have done over here is we have updated the values for 2 keys, which are 1 and 2, and we have inserted new values for these 2 keys, which are 8 and 9. So the value for key 1 has been changed, but notice that 1 is still in the same place. It is the second item in dictionary that we have in our original dictionary. So in custom dict, 1 was the second element, and in the output also 1 is the second element. Now we can see the same thing for the key of 2. The values has changed to new 2, but the key remains in its original position. Updating the value of key does not affect its position in the dictionary. Once again, that's what the documentation means by insertion order being preserved. We also added a new key 8 to the dictionary, so we can see that we have got it over here, and we have added a new key which is 9 that comes from the second dictionary, which is the last element. So as you can see here, 8 comes first, then the 9. So here also 8 comes first, then the 9. But in this case, the key of 1 was before these keys in the original dictionary, so that's why the location of 1 and 2 has not changed. So according to documentation of update method, it mentions that we can pass a dictionary to update, which we have done over here, and it also mentions that we can pass an iterable of key value pairs such as tuple. So we have not covered tuple data structure yet, so when we cover it, we'll go to details of this dictionary one more time to explain how can we pass the tuple to update the dictionary. Now before moving on to next lecture, I want to quickly mention another way to update a dictionary. So let's open Python documentation for dictionary update. You can open it from the resource section of this lecture. So this is the link. So scrolling down to the update method. So this is our update method. So just below the update method, there are 2 new operators that were added in the new version of Python, which is 3.9. The first one, which is pipe character, is union operator, and the second one, which is pipe and equal sign, is augmented union assignment operator. So if we check the description of update method, we can see that it updates dictionary with key and value pairs from another. So if we check the description of augmented union operator, it says that update the dictionary of D with keys and values from other. Now here you can clearly see that descriptions are written slightly different, but both update a dictionary with keys and values from other. So which means that other is an iterable object of key and value pairs. So here I suggest you to stick using update method and ignore the augmented union operator assignment for now, which is pipe and equal sign over here. So if you use either of these new operators, your code won't run on the previous versions of Python. So if I go ahead, for example, over here, put custom dict, then pipe equal custom dict2. In this case, our version is 3.8. If I run our code, you will see that in this case we have an error. It says that the type error unsupported operand type. So this is not supported in Python 3.8. Now if you are using older version of Python, you can check the expire date of the versions of Python on a website which is called endoflife.date/Python. So here you can see the release date of each version, and the security support column shows the expire date of each version of Python. Of course, it's possible to use these versions, but functionalities in the newer version will not be supported. So, and security support will not be supported after these years over here. So for example, let's check Python 3.8. It's going to end in 3 years. And Python 3.9 ends in 4 years, which is 5th of October 2025. So with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So in this lecture, we have discussed how can we update the Python dictionary. So hopefully everything is clear about this lecture over here. Now in this lecture, we will look at values method of Python dictionary. The values method returns a view object of dictionary values. It's similar to the keys method, but instead of list of keys, we get list of values. Once again, we will start with the example. So we have created our dictionary like this over here. So to access the values dictionary, I'm just going to create values variable over here. Then I'm going to put the name of dictionary, which is custom dictionary in our case, dot values. Now if I go ahead and print out these values to the console, you will see we will get dict values object over here. So as you can see, let me just make it a little bit bigger. So as you can see, we get dict values object over here. So if you look at this output, we see that it looks like a list and supports some of the operations that we can perform on list. Just like dict keys object that we saw earlier, we can't add new items to dict values object over here. And it will be automatically updated if we add, remove keys and values into this dictionary over here. Now if I go ahead and insert, for example, new element to this dictionary, so let's put like this, custom dict, square brackets, so as a key let's put 8, and as a value let's put 8 over here. Now I'm just going to go ahead and print out values one more time. So let's run our code. You'll see that, so let me just make it in a different way that we can see it very easily. So as you can see over here, you see that when we are printing out first values, in this case, in our dictionary, the value of 8 was missing. But after adding the value of 8 over here, as you can see, the value of 8 appears in the values object list over here. So whatever update we are doing in our dictionary, our dict values object also gets updated. Now, if we go to our documentation for values method, you can see that it says that it returned a new view of dictionary values. So here you see that there's a link to the documentation of view objects. So if I just click on this, so it says over here that view objects provide a dynamic view on dictionaries entries. If the dictionary change, the change will be seen in the keys, values, and items views. So as you can see, these view objects support a limited subset of operations that we can perform with lists. One thing that we cannot do is index into them. So these view objects work more like sets. We are going to look at sets soon, and you will understand why we cannot index into these objects once you have learned about sets. So let's go back to our code. So the question is, how can we use these values view objects? So if I go ahead and print out something like this, so I'm just going to put print. So let's check 5 in values. So I'm just going to copy this and run for different values. So let's put 10 over here. And if I go ahead and run this, you'll see that in this case, for the first print statement, which is on the line of 15, is printing out true, and for the second print statement, which is on the line of 16, is printing out false. So this means that by using in operator, we can check if the value exists in this custom dictionary or not. So 5 exists in the values and 10 is not in the dictionary, so we get false printed out here. So sometimes in the applications you might have to check if the value exists in our dictionary, and we know that dictionaries are indented to be accessed via their keys. So in this case you can use the values, but if you find that your code is performing a lot of checks on the values, then you should think about rearranging your codes, because a dictionary is not efficient for searching for values. So here, if you look at this code very carefully, we know that the value of 5 exists in the dictionary. So we can easily see it over here that 5 exists in the dictionary. And we have got true from this print statement. But we have got no idea what the key of 5 value over here is. So how can we find it? So one approach of finding it to convert keys and values to the list. So a code for that will be something like this. So I'm just going to delete this part from here. I'm going to do it like this. So we have created values. So this is view object. So I can convert this view object by using this function over here. So if I put something like this list, inside this one we put the view object, it's going to convert this view object to the list. So we can do the same thing for the keys. So I'm just going to put it like this. Keys is equal to list. So we are going to put the custom dict dot keys like this, because both of them are returning view object. Then we can write if condition like this: if 5 in values, so we can get the index of the 5 from the values list. So we can put it like this: index is equal to values dot index method. So we know that list has index method which returns the index of given elements. So in this case we are going to put 5. So then we can use this index to get the key from the keys list that we created over here. So we can put it like this: keys with square brackets, and we are going to pass index. Then at the end we can print out something like this. So I'm just going to put it f string. So it's going to be like this. So here I'm going to pass custom dict square brackets key is found with the key. So we can easily put key over here. Now if I go ahead and run our code, you will see that in this case it says that 5 is found with the key of 5. So we can see that this is printing out the key of the value that we are looking inside dictionary. But here, this is not efficient way, because here we have to duplicate all keys and values of dictionary on lines 13 and 14. So here we are creating 2 new lists containing keys and values from the dictionary. With very large dictionary, this will use a lot of memory. As an alternatively, you can do the same thing by looping through the dictionary using item method that we have learned in our previous lecture. So we can put it like this. So instead of putting it like this, we can put loop like this: for key and value in custom dict dot items. Then we can check that if value is equal to 5, so we are looking for 5, so we can go ahead and print out same print statement that we have put over here. So if I just put it like this, so to have a space between this, the result of these 2 loops, I'm just going to put print statement over here. Now if I go ahead and run our code, you will see that both of them are printing out same result. But this time in the second loop, we don't have to copy the keys and values. So this is more efficient way of doing this. Now this loop over here also works if the value appears more than once in this dictionary. Now I'm just going to go ahead and over here add another value. So let's put something like this. So I'm going to use Roman numerals as a key. So as a value, I'm just going to put the same value that we have over here, which is 5. So let's put comma. Now if I go ahead and run our code, you'll see that in the first loop, it's finding only the first occurrence. So first occurrence is this one. So it's printing out 5 is found with the key of 5. This one over here. Now in the second case, it has found both cases over here. So 5 is found with the key of 5 and 5 is found with the key of V, which is 5 in Roman numerals. So with this, we have come to the end of this lecture. So that's how the values method works. So it has its own uses, but when you are using values a lot in your program from the dictionary, you should check that if a dictionary is the most suitable data structure for your particular program or not. So hopefully everything is clear about values method.